Section 1 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Preface. There is an old story of a punctiliously polite Greek who, while performing the funeral of an infant daughter, felt bound to make his excuses to the spectators for bringing out such a ridiculously small corpse to so large a crowd. The author, although he trusts that the present production has more vitality than the Greek gentleman's child, still feels that in these days of philosophical fiction and metaphysical romance and novels with a purpose, some apology may perhaps be needed for a tale which has the unambitious and frivolous aim of mere amusement. However, he ventures to leave the tale to be its own apology, merely contenting himself with the entreaty that his little fish may be spared the rebuke that it is not a whale. In submitting it with all possible respect to the public, he conceives that no form of words he could devise would appeal so simply and powerfully to their feelings as that which he has ventured to adopt from a certain Anglo-Portuguese phrase-book of deserved popularity. Like the compilers of that work, he expects then who the little book, for the care what he wrote him and her typographical corrections, will commend itself to the British paterfamilias, at which he dedicates him particularly. 1. Black Monday. In England, where boys go to boarding schools, if the holidays were not long, there would be no opportunity for cultivating the domestic affections. Letter of Lord Campbell's 1835. On a certain Monday evening late in January 1881, Paul Bultitude, Esquire, of Mincing Lane, colonial produce merchant, was sitting alone in his dining room at Westbourne Terrace after dinner. The room was long and lofty one, furnished in the stern, uncompromising style of the mahogany age, now supplanted by the later fashions of decoration, which, in their outset original and artistic, seem fairly on the way to become as meaningless and conventional. Here was no skilfully contrasted shades of grey or green, no dado, no distemper on the walls. The woodwork was grained and varnished after the manner of the Philistines, the wall papered in dark crimson with heavy curtains of the same colour, and the sideboard, dinner wagon, and row of stiff chairs were all carved in the same massive and expensive style of ugliness. The pictures were those familiar presentments of dirty rabbis, fat white horses, bloated goddesses, and misshapen boors by masters who, if younger than they assumed to be, must have been quite old enough to know better. Mr. Bultitude was a tall and portly person of a somewhat pompous and overbearing demeanour, not much over 50, but looking considerably older. He had a high shining head, from which the hair had mostly departed, what little still remained being of a grizzled auburn, prominent pale blue eyes with heavy eyelids, and fierce, bushy, whitey brown eyebrows. His general expression suggested a conviction of his own extreme importance, but in spite of this, his big underlip drooped rather weakly, and his double chin slightly receded, giving a judge of character reason for suspecting that a certain obstinate positiveness observable in Mr. Bultitude's manner might possibly be due less to the possession of an unusually strong will than to the circumstance that, by some fortunate chance, that will had hitherto never met with serious opposition. The room, with all its aesthetic shortcomings, was comfortable enough, and Mr. Bultitude's attitude, he was lying back in a well-wadded leather armchair, with a glass of claret at his elbow, and his feet stretched out toward the ruddy blaze of the fire, seemed at first sight to imply that happy after-dinner condition of perfect satisfaction with oneself and things in general, which is the natural outcome of a good cook, a good conscience, and a good digestion. At first sight, because his face did not confirm the impression, there was a latent uneasiness in it, an air of suppressed irritation, as if he had expected and even dreaded to be disturbed at any moment, and yet was powerless to resent the intrusion as he would like to do. At the slightest sound in the hall outside, he would half rise in his chair and glance at the door with a mixture of alarm and resignation. And as often as the steps died away and the doors remained closed, he would sink back and resettle himself with a shrug of evident relief. Habitual novel readers on reading thus far will, I'm afraid, prepare themselves for the arrival of a faithful cashier with news of irretrievable ruin, or a mysterious and cynical stranger threatening disclosures of a disgraceful nature. But all such anticipations must at once be ruthlessly dispelled. Mr. Bultitude, although he was certainly a merchant, was a fairly successful one, in direct defiance of the laws of fiction, where any connection with commerce seems to lead naturally to failure in one of the 3 volumes. He was an elderly gentleman, too, of irreproachable character and antecedents. No Damocles' sword of exposure was swinging over his bald but blameless head. He had no disasters to fear and no indiscretions to conceal. He had not been intended for melodrama, with which, indeed, he would not have considered it a respectable thing to be connected. In fact, the secret of his uneasiness was so absurdly simple and commonplace that I am rather ashamed to have made even a temporary mystery of it. His son Dick was about to return to school that evening, and Mr. Bultitude was expecting every moment to be called upon to go through a parting scene with him. That was really all that was troubling him. This sounds very creditable to the tenderness of his feelings as a father, for there are some parents who bear such a bereavement at the close of the holidays with extraordinary fortitude, if they do not actually betray an unnatural satisfaction at the event. But it was not exactly from softness of heart that he was restless and impatient, nor did he dread any severe strain upon his emotions. He was not much given to sentiment, and was the author of more than one of those pathetically indignant letters to the papers, in which the British parent denounces the expenses of education and the unconscionable length and frequency of vacations. He was one of those nervous and fidgety persons who cannot understand their own children, looking on them as objectionable monsters whose next movements are uncertain, much as Frankenstein must have felt towards his monster. He hated to have a boy about the house, and positively writhed under the irrelevant and irrepressible questions, the unnecessary noises and boisterous high spirits which nothing would subdue. His son's society was to him simply an abominable nuisance, and he pined for the release from it from the day the holidays began. He had been a widower for nearly 3 years, and no doubt the loss of a mother's loving tact, which can check the heedless merriment before it becomes intolerable, and interpret and soften the most peevish and unreasonable of rebukes, had done much to make the relations between parent and children more strained than they might otherwise have been. As it was, Dick's fear of his father was just great enough to prevent any cordiality between them, and not sufficient to make him careful to avoid offence, and it is not surprising if, when the time came for him to return to his house of bondage at Dr. Grimstone's Crichton House, Market Rodwell. He left his father anything but inconsolable. Just now, although Mr. Bultitude was so near the hour of his deliverance, he still had a bad quarter of an hour before him, in which the last farewells must be said, and he found it impossible under these circumstances to compose himself for a quiet half-hour's nap, or retire to the billiard-room for a cup of coffee and a mild cigar, as he would otherwise have done, since he was certain to be disturbed. And there was another thing which harassed him, and that was a haunting dread lest at the last moment some unforeseen accident should prevent the boy's departure after all. He had some grounds for this, for only a week before, a sudden and unprecedented snowstorm had dashed his hopes, on the eve of their fulfilment, by forcing the doctor to postpone the day on which his school was to reassemble. And now Mr. Bultitude sat on brambles until he had seen the house definitely rid of his son's presence. All this time, while the father was fretting and fuming in his armchair, the son, the unlucky cause of all this discomfort, had been standing on the mat outside the door, trying to screw up enough courage to go in as if nothing was the matter with him. He was not looking particularly boisterous just then. On the contrary, his face was pale and his eyelids rather redder than he would quite care for them to be seen by any of the fellows at Crichton House. All the life and spirit had gone out of him for the time. He had a troublesome dryness in his throat and a general sensation of chill heaviness, which he himself would have described expressively enough, if not with academical elegance, as feeling beastly. The stoutest-hearted boy, returning to the most perfect of schools, cannot always escape something of this at that dark hour when the sands of the holidays have run out of their last golden grain, when the boxes are standing corded and labelled in the hall, and someone is going to fetch the fatal cab. Dick had just gone the round of the house, bidding dreary farewells to all the servants, an unpleasant ordeal which he would gladly have dispensed with, if possible, and which did not serve to raise his spirits. Upstairs in the bright nursery he had found his old nurse sitting sewing by the high wire fender. She was a stern, hard-featured old lady who had systematically slapped him through infancy into boyhood, and he had had some stormy passages with her during the past few weeks. But she softened now in the most unexpected manner as she said good-bye, and told him he was a pleasant, good-hearted young gentleman, after all, though that aggravating and contrary sometimes. And then she predicted, with some of the rashness attaching to irresponsibility, that he would be the best boy this next term as ever was, and work hard at his lessons and bring home a prize. But all this unusual gentleness only made the interview more difficult to come out of with any credit for self-control. Then, downstairs, the cook had come up in her evening brown print and clean collar from her warm spice-scented kitchen to remark cheerily that, Lord bless his heart, what with all these telegraphs and things, time flew so fast nowadays that they'd be having him back again before they all knew where they were, which had a certain spurious consolation about it, until one saw that, after all, it put the case entirely from her own standpoint. After this, Dick had parted from his elder sister Barbara and his young brother Rolly, and had arrived where we found him first, at the mat outside the dining-room door, where he still lingered shivering in the cold, foggy hall. Somehow he could not bring himself to take the next step at once. He knew pretty well what his father's feelings would be, and a parting is a very unpleasant ceremony to one who feels that the regret is all on his own side. But it was no use putting it off any longer. He resolved at last to go in and get it over, and opened the door accordingly. How warm and comfortable the room looked, more comfortable than it had ever seemed to him before, even on the first day of the holidays. And his father would be sitting there in a quarter of an hour's time, just as he was now, while he himself would be lumbering along to the station through the dismal raw fog. How unspeakably delightful it must be, thought Dick enviously, to be grown up and never worried by the thoughts of school and lesson books. To be able to look forward to returning to the same comfortable house and living the same easy life day after day, week after week, with no fear of a swiftly advancing Black Monday. Gloomy moralists might have informed him that we cannot escape school by simply growing up, and that, even for those who contrive this and make a long holiday of their lives, there comes a time when the days are grudgingly counted to a blacker Monday than ever made a schoolboy's heart quake within him. But then Dick would never have believed them, and the moralists would only have wasted much excellent common sense upon him. Paul Bultitude's face cleared as he saw his son come in. "There you are, eh?" he said, with evident satisfaction, as he turned in his chair, intending to cut the scene as short as possible. "So you're off at last? Well, holidays can't last forever. By a merciful decree of Providence, they don't last quite forever. There, goodbye, goodbye. Be a good boy this term. No more scrapes, mind. And now you'd better run away and put on your coat. You're keeping the cab waiting all this time." "No, I'm not," said Dick. "Bowler hasn't gone to fetch one yet." "Not gone to fetch a cab yet?" cried Paul with evident alarm. "Why, God bless my soul, what's the man thinking about? You'll lose your train." "I know you'll lose the train, and there will be another day lost, after the extra week gone already through that snow. I must see to this myself. Ring the bell. Tell Bowler to start this instant. I insist on his fetching a cab this instant." "Well, it's not my fault, you know," grumbled Dick, not considering so much anxiety at all flattering. "But Bowler has gone now. I just heard the gate shut." "Ah," said his father, with more composure. "And now," he suggested, "you'd better shake hands and then go up and say good-bye to your sister. You've no time to spare." "I've said good-bye to them," said Dick. "Mayn't I stay here till Bowler comes?" This request was due less to filial affection than a faint desire for dessert, which even his feelings could not altogether stifle. Mr. Bultitude granted it with a very bad grace. "I suppose you can if you want to," he said impatiently. "Only do one thing or the other. Stay outside or shut the door and come in and sit down quietly. I cannot sit in a thorough draught." Dick obeyed, and applied himself to the dessert with rather an injured expression. His father felt a greater sense of constraint and worry than ever. The interview, as he had feared, seemed likely to last some time, and he felt that he ought to improve the occasion in some way, or, at all events, make some observation. But for all that, he had not the remotest idea what to say to this red-haired, solemn boy who sat staring gloomily at him in the intervals of filling his mouth. The situation grew more embarrassing every moment. At last, as he felt himself likely to have more to say in reproof than on any other subject, he began with that. "There's one thing I want to talk to you about before you go," he began, "and that's this. I had a most unsatisfactory report of you this last term. Don't let me have that again. Dr. Grimstone tells me, I have his letter here. Yes, he says, and just attend instead of making yourself ill with preserved ginger. He says, Your son has great natural capacity and excellent abilities, but I regret to say that, instead of applying himself as he might do, he misuses his advantages and succeeds in setting a mischievous example to, if not actually misleading, his companions. That's a pleasant account for a father to read. Here am I, sending you to an expensive school, furnishing you with great natural capacity and excellent abilities, and every other school requisite, and all you do is misuse them. It's disgraceful, and misleading your companions too. Why, at your age, they ought to mislead you. No, I don't mean that. But what I may tell you is that I have written a very strong letter to Dr. Grimstone, saying what pain it gave me to hear you misbehaved yourself, and telling him if he ever caught you setting an example of any sort, mind that, any sort in the future, he was to remember some of Solomon's very sensible remarks on the subject. So I shall strongly advise you to take care what you're about in the future, for your own sake. This was not a very encouraging address, perhaps, but it did not seem to distress Dick to any extent. He had heard very much the same sort of thing several times before, and had been fully prepared for it then. He had been seeking distraction in almonds and raisins, but now they only choked instead of consoling him, and he gave them up and sat brooding silently over his hard lot instead, with a dull, blank dejection which those only who have gone through the same thing in their boyhood will understand. To others, whose school life has been one uncheckered course of excitement and success, it will be incomprehensible enough, and so much the better for them. He sat listening to the grim sphinx clock on the black marble chimney-piece, as it remorselessly ticked away his last few moments of home life, and he ingenuously set himself to crown his sorrow by reviving recollections of happier days. In one of the corners of the overmantel there was still a sprig of withered laurel left forgotten, and his eye fell on it now with grim satisfaction. He made his thoughts travel back to that delightful afternoon on Christmas Eve, when they had all come home riotous through the brilliant streets, laden with purchases from Baker Street Bazaar, and then had decorated the rooms with such free and careless gaiety. And the Christmas dinner too. He had sat just where he was sitting now, with, such a difference in every other respect. The time had not come then when the thought of only so many more weeks and days left had begun to intrude its grisly shape like the skull of an ancient feast. And yet he could distinctly recollect now, and with bitter remorse, that he had not enjoyed himself then as much as he ought to have done. He even remembered an impious opinion of his that the proceedings were slow, with plenty to eat, and 3, 4, if he had only known it, more weeks of holidays before him, with Boxing Day and the brisk exhilarating drive to the Crystal Palace immediately following, with all the rest of the season of licence and the very joys to come, which he could hardly trust himself to look back upon now. He must have been mad to think such a thing. Overhead, his sister Barbara was playing softly one of the airs from the Pirates. It was Frederick's appeal to the Major General's daughters, and the music, freed from the serio-comic situation which it illustrates, had a tenderness and pathos of its own which went to Dick's heart and intensified his melancholy. He had gone in secret, for Mr. Bultitude disapproved of such dissipations, to hear the opera in the holidays, and now the piano conjured the whole scene up for him again. There would be no more theatre going for him for a very long time. By this time Mr. Bultitude began to feel the silence becoming once more oppressive, and roused himself with a yawn. "Hey ho," he said. Bowler's an uncommonly long time fetching that cab." Dick felt more injured than ever, and showed it by drawing what he intended for a moving sigh. Unfortunately, it was misunderstood. "I do wish, sir," said his parent testily, "you would try to break yourself of that habit of breathing hard. The society of a grampus, for it is no less, delights no one and offends many, including me. And for heaven's sake, Dick, don't kick the leg of the table in that way. You know it simply maddens me." "What do you do it for? Why can't you learn to sit at a table like a gentleman?" Dick mumbled some apology, and then, having found his tongue and remembered his necessities, said, with a nervous catch in his voice, "Oh, I say, father, can you let me have some pocket money, please, to go back with?" Mr. Bultitude looked as if his son had petitioned for a latchkey. "Pocket money," he repeated. "Why, you can't want money. Didn't your grandmother give you a sovereign as a Christmas box? And I gave you 10 shillings myself." "I do want it, though," said Dick. "That's all spent, and you know you always have given me money to take back." "If I do give you some, you'll only go and spend it," grumbled Mr. Bultitude, as if he considered money an object of art. "I shan't spend it all at once, and I shall want some to put in the plate on Sundays. We always have to put in the plate when it's a collection. And there's the cab to pay." "Bowler has orders to pay your cab, as you know well enough," said his father. "But I suppose you must have some, though you cost me enough, heaven knows, without this additional expense." And at this he brought up a fistful of loose silver and gold from one of his trouser pockets, and spread it deliberately out on the table in front of him in shining rows. Dick's eyes sparkled at the sight of so much wealth. For a moment or two he almost forgot the pangs of approaching exile in the thought of the dignity and credit which a single one of those bright new sovereigns would procure for him. It would ensure him surreptitious luxuries and open friendships as long as it lasted. Even tipping, the head boy of the school who had gone into Toils, brought back no more, and besides, the money would bring him handsomely out of certain pecuniary difficulties to which an unexpected act of parental authority had exposed him. He could easily dispose of all claims with such a sum at command, and then his father could so easily spare it out of so much. Meanwhile, Mr. Bultitude, with great care and precision, selected from the coins before him a florin, 2 shillings and 2 sixpences, which he pushed across to his son, who looked at them with a disappointment he did not care to conceal. "An uncommonly liberal allowance for a young fellow like you," he observed. "Don't buy any foolishness with it, and if, towards the end of the term, you want a little more, and write an intelligible letter asking for it, and I think proper to let you have it, why, you'll get it, you know." Dick had not the courage to ask for more, much as he longed to do so, so he put the money in his purse with a qualified expression of gratitude. In his purse he seemed to find something which had escaped his memory, for he took out a small parcel and unfolded it with some hesitation. "I nearly forgot," he said, speaking with more animation than he had yet done. "I didn't like to take it without asking you, but is this any use? May I have it?" "Eh?" said Mr. Bultitude sharply. "What's that? Something else? What is it you want now?" "It's only that stone Uncle Duke brought Mamma from India. The thing, he said, they called a pagoda stone or something out there." "Pagoda stone? The boy means Garuda stone. I should like to know how you got hold of that. You've been meddling in my drawers? Now a thing I will not put up with, as I've told you over and over again." "No, I haven't then," said Dick. "I found it in a tray in the drawing room, and Barbara said, perhaps, if I asked you, you might let me have it, as she didn't think it was any use to you." Then Barbara has no right to say anything of the sort. But may I have it? I may, mayn't I? Persisted Dick. Have it? Certainly not. What could you possibly want with a thing like that? It's ridiculous. Give it to me. Dick handed it over reluctantly enough. It was not much to look at, quite an insignificant looking little square tablet of greyish green stone, pierced on one angle and having on two of its faces faint traces of mysterious letters or symbols, which time had made very difficult to distinguish. It looked harmless enough as Mr. Bultitude took it in his hand. There was no kindly hand to hold him back, no warning voice to hint that there might possibly be sleeping within that small marble block the pent-up energy of long-forgotten Eastern necromancy, just as ready as ever to wake into action at the first words which had the power to evoke it. There was no one, but even if there had been such a person, Paul Bultitude was a sober, prosaic individual, who would probably have treated the warning as a piece of ridiculous superstition. As it was, no man could have put himself in a position of extreme peril with a more perfect unconsciousness of his danger. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 2. A Grand Transformation Scene. Magnap numinibus, vota exauta malinis. Paul Bultitude put on his glasses to examine the stone more carefully, for it was some time since he had last seen or thought about it. Then he looked up and said once more, "What use would a thing like this be to you?" Dick would have considered it a very valuable prize indeed. He could have exhibited it to admiring friends, during lessons, of course, when it would prove to be a most agreeable distraction. He could have played with it and fingered it incessantly, invented astonishing legends of its powers and virtues, and at last, when he had grown tired of it, have bargained it for any more desirable article that might take his fancy. All these advantages were present to his mind in a vague, shifting form, but he could not find either courage or words to explain them. Consequently, he only said awkwardly, "Oh, I don't know. I should like it." "Well, anyway," said Paul, "you certainly won't have it. It's worth keeping, whatever it is, as the only thing your Uncle Marmaduke was ever known to give anybody." Marmaduke Paradine, his brother-in-law, was not a connection of whom he had much reason to feel particularly proud. One of those persons endowed with what are known as insinuating manners and address, he had, after some futile attempts to enter the army, been sent out to Bombay as agent for a Manchester firm, and in that capacity had contrived to be mixed up in some more than shady transactions with rival exports and native dealers up to the country, which led to an unceremonious dismissal by his employers. He had brought home the stone from India as a proprietary token of remembrance, more portable and less expensive than the lacquer cabinets, brasses, stuffs, and carved work which are expected from friends at such a distance, and he had been received with pardon, and started once more, until certain other proceedings of his, shadier still, had obliged Paul to forbid him the house at Weston Terrace. Since then little had been heard of him, and the reports which reached Mr. Bultitude of his disreputable relative's connections with the promotion of a series of companies of the kind affected by the widow and the curate, and exposed in money articles and law courts, gave him no desire to renew his acquaintance. "Isn't it a talisman, though?" said Dick, rather unfortunately, for any hopes he might have of persuading his father to entrust him with the coveted treasure. "I'm sure I can't tell you," yawned Paul. "How do you mean?" "I don't know, only Uncle Duke once said something about it. Barbara heard him tell mamma. I say, perhaps it's like the one in Scott, and cures people of things, though I don't think it's that sort of talisman, because I tried it once on my chilblains, and it wasn't a bit of good. If you would only let me have it, perhaps I might find out, you know." "You might," said his father dryly, apparently not much influenced by this inducement, "but you won't have the chance. If it has a secret, I will find it out for myself." He little knew how literally he was to be taken at his word. "And by the way, there's your cab at last." There was a sound of wheels outside, and as Dick heard them, he grew desperate in his extremity. A wish he had long secretly cherished unspoken, without ever hoping for courage to give it words, rose to his lips now. He got up and moved timidly towards his father. "Father," he said, "there's something I want to say to you so much before I go. Do let me ask you now." "Well, what is it?" said Paul. "Make haste, you haven't got much time." "It's this. I want you to let me leave Grimstone's at the end of the term." Paul stared at him angrily and incredulously. "Let you leave Dr. Grimstone's? Oblige me by giving him his full title when you speak of him," he said slowly. "Why, what do you mean? It's an excellent school. Never saw a better expressed prospectus in my life. And my old friend Bangle, Sir Benjamin Bangle, who's a member of the school board, and ought to know some things about schools, strongly recommended it. Would have sent his own son there if he hadn't entered him at Eton. And when I pay for most of the extras for you too, dancing, by gad, and meat for breakfast, I'm sure I don't know what you would do." "I'd like to go to Marlborough, Harrow, or somewhere," whispered Dick. "Jolland's going to Harrow at Easter. Jolland's one of the fellows at Grimstone's, Dr. Grimstone's, I mean. And what does old Bangle know about it? He hasn't got to go there himself, and Grimstone's jolly enough to fellows he likes, but he doesn't like me. He's always sitting on me for something, and I hate some of the fellows there, and altogether it's beastly. Do let me leave. If you don't want me to go to a public school, I could stop at home and have a private tutor like Joe Twitterley." "It's all nonsense, I tell you," said Paul angrily. "Ridiculous nonsense. And once for all, I'll put a stop to it. I don't approve of public schools for boys like you, and what's more, I can't afford it. As for private tutors, that's absurd. So you will just make up your mind to stay at Christian House as long as I think it proper to keep you there, and there's an end of that." At this final blow to all his hopes, Dick began to sob in a subdued, hopeless kind of way, which was more than his father could bear. To do Paul justice, he had not meant to be quite so harsh when the boy was about to set out for school, and a little ashamed at his irritation, he sought to justify his decision. He chose to do this by delivering a short homily on the advantages of school, by which he might lead Dick to look at the matter in the calm light of reason and common sense, and commonplaces on the subject began to rise to the surface of his mind, from the rather muddy depths to which they had long since sunk. He began to give Dick the benefit of all this stagnant wisdom, with a feeling of surprise, as he went on, at his own powerful and original way of putting things. "Now, you know it's no use to cry like that," he began. "It's the usual thing of boys at school, I'm quite aware. to go about fancying they're very ill-used and miserable and all the rest of it. Just as if people in my position had their sons educated out of spite. It's one of those petty troubles all boys have to go through. And you mark my words, my boy, when they go out into the world and have real trials to put up with, and grow middle-aged men like me, why, they see what fools they've been, Dick. They see what fools they've been. All the innocent games and delights of boyhood and that sort of thing, you know, come back to them, and then they look back to those hours passed at school as the happiest, aye, the very happiest time of their life. Well, said Dick, then I hope it won't be the happiest of mine, that's all. And you may have been happy at the school you went to, perhaps, but I don't believe you would very much care about being a boy again like me and going back to Grimstone's. You know you wouldn't. This put Paul on his mettle. He had warmed well to his subject, and could not let this open challenge pass unnoticed. It gave him such an opening for a cheap and easy effect. He still had the stone in his hand as he sank back into his chair, smiling with a tolerant superiority. "Perhaps you will believe me," he said impressively, "when I tell you, old as I am, and much as you envy me, I only wish at this very moment I could be a boy again like you. Going back to school wouldn't make me unhappy, I can tell you." It is so fatally easy to say more than we mean, in the desire to make as strong an impression as possible. Well, for most of us, that more fortunate than Mr. Bultitude can generally do so without fear of being taken too strictly at our word. As he spoke these unlucky words, he felt a slight shiver, followed by a curious shrinking sensation all over him. It was odd, too, but the armchair in which he sat seemed to have grown so much bigger all at once. He felt a passing surprise, but concluded it must be fancy, and went on as comfortably as before. "I should like it, my boy, but what's the use of wishing? I only mention it to prove that I was not speaking at random. I'm an old man, and you're a young boy, and that being so, why, of course, what the deuce are you giggling about?" For Dick, after some seconds of half-frightened, open-mouthed staring, had suddenly burst into a violent fit of almost hysterical giggling, which he seemed trying vainly to suppress. This naturally annoyed Mr. Bultitude, and he went on with immense dignity. I'm not aware that I've been saying anything particularly ridiculous. You seem to be amused." "Don't!" gasped Dick. It isn't anything you're saying. It's, oh, can't you feel any different?" "The sooner you go back to school, the better," said Paul angrily. "I wash my hands of you. When I do take the trouble to give you any advice, it's received with ridicule. You always were an ill-mannered little cub. I've had quite enough of this. Leave the room, sir." The wheels must have belonged to some other cab, for none had stopped at the pavement as yet. But Mr. Bultitude was justly indignant, and could stand the interview no longer. Dick, however, made no attempt to move. He remained there choking and shaking with laughter, while his father sat stiffly on his chair, trying to ignore his son's unmannerly conduct, but only partially succeeding. No one can calmly endure watching other people laughing at him like idiots, while he is left perfectly incapable of guessing what he has said or done to amuse them. Even when this is known, it requires a particularly keen sense of humour to see the point of a joke against oneself. At last his patience gave out, and he said coldly, "Now, perhaps, if you are quite yourself again, you will be good enough to let me know what the joke is." Dick, looking flushed and half ashamed, tried again and again to speak, but each time the attempt was too much for him. After a time he did succeed, but his voice was hoarse and shaken with laughter as he spoke. "Haven't you found out yet? Go and look at yourself in the glass. It will make you roar." There was the usual narrow sheet of plate glass at the back of the sideboard, and to this Mr. Bultitude walked almost under protest, and with a cold dignity. It occurred to him that he might have a smudge on his face, or something wrong with his collar and tie, something to account to some extent for his son's frivolous and insulting behaviour. No suspicion of the terrible truth crossed his mind as yet. Meanwhile Dick was looking on eagerly with a chuckle of anticipation, as one who watches the dawning appreciation of an excellent joke. But no sooner had Paul met the reflection in the glass than he stared back in incredulous horror, then returned and stared again and again. Surely this could not be he. He had expected to see his own familiar portly bow-windowed presence there, but somehow, look as he would, the mirror insisted upon reflecting the figure of his son Dick. Could he possibly have become invisible, and have lost the power of casting a reflection? Or how was it that Dick, and only Dick, was to be seen there? How was it, too, when he looked round, there was the boy still sitting there? It could not be Dick, evidently, that he saw in the glass. Besides, the reflection opposite him moved when he moved, returned when he returned, copied his every gesture. He turned round upon his son with angry and yet hopeful suspicion. You've been playing some infernal tricks of yours on this mirror, sir," he cried fiercely. "What have you done to it?" "Done? How could I do anything to it? As if you didn't know that." "Then," stammered Paul, determined to know the worst, "then do you mean to tell me you can see any alteration in me? Tell me the truth now." "I should just think I can," said Dick emphatically. "It's very queer, but just look here." And he came up to the sideboard and placed himself by the side of his horrified father. "Why," he said, with another giggle, "we're as like as two peas." They were indeed. The glass reflected now two small boys, each with chubby cheeks and auburn hair, both dressed, too, exactly alike, in Eton jackets and broad white collars. The only difference to be seen between them was that, while one face wore an expression of intense glee and satisfaction, the other, the one which Mr. Bultitude was beginning to fear must belong to him, was lengthened and drawn with dismay and bewilderment. "Dick," said Paul faintly, "what is all this? Who has been taking these liberties with me?" "I'm sure I don't know," protested Dick. "It wasn't me. I believe you did it all yourself." "Did it all myself?" repeated Paul indignantly. "Is it likely I should? It's some trickery, I tell you, some villainous plot. The worst of it is," he added plaintively, "I don't understand who I'm supposed to be now. Dick, who am I?" "You can't be me," said Dick, "because here I am, you know, and you're not yourself. That's very plain. You must be somebody else, I suppose," he added dubiously. "Of course I am. What do you mean?" said Paul angrily. "Never mind who I am. I feel just the same as I always did. Tell me when you first began to notice any change. Could you see it coming on at all, eh?" "It was all at once, just as you were talking about school and all that. You said you only wished... Why, of course! Look here. It must be the stone that did it." "Stone? What stone?" said Paul. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do. The Garuna stone. You've got it in your hand still. Don't you see? It's a real talisman after all. How jolly!" "I didn't do anything to set it off. And besides, it's perfectly absurd. How can there be such things as talismans nowadays, eh? Tell me that." "Well, something's happened to you, hasn't it? And it must have been done somehow," argued Dick. "I was holding the confounded thing, certainly," said Paul. "Here it is. But what could I have said to start it? What has it done this to me for?" "I know!" cried Dick. "Don't you remember? You said you wished you were a boy like me, and so you are, you see, exactly like me. What a lark it is, isn't it? But, I say, you can't go up to business like that, you know. Can you? I tell you what, you'd better come to Grimstone's with me now, and see how you like it. I shouldn't mind so much if you came too. Grimstone's face would be splendid when he saw two of us. Do come." "That's ridiculous nonsense you're talking," said Paul, "and you know it. What should I do at school at my age? I tell you I'm the same as I ever was inside, though I may have shrunk into a little rascally boy to look at. And it's simply an abominable nuisance, Dick, that's what it is. Why on earth couldn't you let the stone alone? Just see what mischief you've done by meddling now. Put me to all this inconvenience." "You shouldn't have wished," said Dick. "Wished?" echoed Mr. Bultitude. "Why, to be sure," he said, with a flash of hopefulness. "Of course, I never thought of that. The thing's a wishing stone, it must be. You have to hold it, I suppose, and then say what you wish aloud, and there you are. If that's the case, I can soon put it right by simply wishing myself back again. I shall have a good laugh at all this by and by, I know I shall." He took the stone and got into a corner by himself, where he began repeating the words, "I wish I was back again. I wish I was the man I was 5 minutes ago. I wish all this had not happened," and so on, until he was very exhausted and red in the face. He tried with the stone held in his left hand as well as his right, sitting and standing under all the various conditions he could think of, but absolutely nothing came of it. He was just as exasperatingly boyish and youthful as ever at the end of it. "I don't like this," he said at last, giving it up with rather a crestfallen air. "It seems to me that this diabolical invention has got out of order somehow. I can't make it work any more." "Perhaps," suggested Dick, who had shown throughout the most unsympathetic cheerfulness, "perhaps it's one of those talismans that only gives you one wish, and you've had it, you know." "Then it's all over," groaned Paul. "What the deuce am I to do? What shall I do? Suggest something, for heaven's sake! Don't stand cackling there in that unfeeling manner. Can't you see what a terrible mess I've got into? Only suppose your sister or one of the servants were to come in and see me like this." This suggestion simply enchanted Dick. "Let's have 'em all up!" he laughed. "It would be such fun! How they will laugh when we tell them!" He rushed to the bell. "Touch that bell if you dare!" screamed Paul. I won't be seen in this condition by anybody. What on earth could have induced that scoundrel uncle of yours to bring such a horrible thing as this over, I can't imagine. I never heard of such a situation as this in my life. I can't stay like this, you know. It's not to be thought of. I wonder whether it would be any use to send over to Dr. Bustard and ask him to step in. He might give me something to bring me round, but then the whole neighbourhood would hear about it. If I don't see my way out of this soon, I shall go raving mad." And he paced restlessly up and down the room, with his brain on fire. All at once, as he became able to think more coherently, there occurred to him a chance, slender and desperate enough, but still a chance of escaping even yet the consequences of his folly. He was forced to conclude that, however improbable and fantastic it might appear in this rationalistic age, there must be some hidden power in this Garuda stone which had put him in this present very unpleasant position. It was plain, too, that the virtues of the talisman refused to extend themselves any more at his bidding, but it did not follow that in another's hands the spell would remain as powerless. At all events, it was an experiment well worth the trial, and he lost no time in explaining the notion to Dick, who, by the sparkle in his eyes and suppressed excitement in his manner, seemed to think there might be something in it. "I may as well try," he said. "Give it to me." "Take it, my dear boy," said Paul, with a paternal air that sorely tried Dick's recovered gravity. It contrasted so absurdly with his altered appearance. "Take it, and wish your poor old father himself again." Dick took it, and held it thoughtfully for some moments, while Paul waited in nervous impatience. "Isn't it any use?" he said dolefully at last, as nothing happened. "I don't know," said Dick calmly. "I haven't wished yet." "Then do so at once," said Paul fussily. "Do so at once. There's no time to waste. Every moment is of importance. Your cab will be here directly. Although I'm altered in this ridiculous way, I hope I still retain my authority as a father, and as a father, by gad, I expect you to obey me, sir." "Oh, all right," said Dick indifferently. "You may keep the authority if you like." "Then do what I tell you. Can't you see how urgent it is that a scandal like this shouldn't get about? I should be the laughing stock of the city. Not a soul must ever guess that such a thing has happened. You must see that yourself." "Yes," said Dick, who all this time was sitting on a corner of the table, swinging his legs. "I see that. It will be all right. I'm going to wish in a minute, and no one will guess there has been anything the matter." "That's a good boy," said Paul, much relieved. "I know your heart is in the right place. Only do make haste." "I suppose," Dick asked, "when you are yourself again, things will go on just as usual?" I hope so." "I mean, you will go on sitting here, and I shall go off to Grimstone's?" Of course," said Paul. "Don't ask so many questions. I'm sure you quite understand what has to be done, so get on. We might be found like this any minute." "That settles it," said Dick. "Any fellow would do it after that." Yes, but you're so slow about it." "Don't be in a hurry," said Dick. "You mayn't like it after all when I've done it." "Done what?" said Mr. Bultitude sharply, struck by something sinister and peculiar in the boy's manner. "Well, I don't mind telling you," said Dick. "It's fairer. You see, you wished to be a boy just like me, didn't you?" "I didn't mean it," protested Paul. "Ah, you couldn't expect a stone to know that. At any rate, it made you into a boy like me directly. Now, if I wish myself a man, just like you were 10 minutes ago, before you took the stone, that will put things all right again, won't it?" "Is the boy mad?" cried Paul, horrified at this proposal. Why, that would be worse than ever." "I don't see that," objected Dick stubbornly. "No one would know anything about it then." "But, you little blockhead, can't I make you understand? It won't do at all. We should both of us be wrong then, each with the other's frame, each with the other's personal appearance." "Well," said Dick blandly, "I shouldn't mind that, but I should. I mind very much. I object strongly to such a preposterous arrangement. And, what's more, I wouldn't have it. Do you hear? I forbid you to think of any such thing. Give me back that stone. I can't trust you with it after this." "I can't help it," said Dick doggedly. "You've had your wish, and I don't see why I shouldn't have mine. I mean to have it too. I mean to have it too. Why, you unnatural little rascal! I mean to have it too. Why, you unnatural little rascal!" cried the justly enraged father. "Do you mean to defy me? I tell you I will have that stone. Give it up this instant." He made a movement towards his son, as if he meant to recover the talisman by main force. But Dick was too quick for him. Slipping off the table with great agility, he planted himself firmly on the hearth-rug, with the hand that held the stone clenched behind his back, and the other raised in self-defence. "I'd much rather you wouldn't make me hit you, you know," he said, "because, in spite of what's happened, you're still my father, I suppose. But if you interfere with me before I've done with this stone, I'm afraid I shall have to punch your head." Mr. Bultitude retreated a few steps apprehensively, feeling himself no match for his son, except in size and general appearance, and for some moments of really frightful intensity they stood panting on the hearth-rug, each cautiously watching the other, on his guard against stratagem and surprise. It was one of those painful domestic scenes which are fortunately rare between father and son. Overhead, the latest rollicking French polka was being rattled out with a savage irony of which pianos, even by the best makers, can at times be capable. Suddenly Dick drew himself up. "Stand out of my way!" he cried excitedly. "I am going to do it. I wish I was a man like you were just now." And as he spoke, Mr. Bultitude had the bitterness of seeing his unscrupulous son swell out like the frog in the fable, till he stood there before him the exact duplicate of what Paul had so lately been. The transformed Dick began to skip and dance round the room in high glee, with as much agility as his increased bulk would allow. "It's all right, you see," he said. "The old stone's as good as ever. You can't say anyone would ever know to look at us." And then he threw himself panting into a chair, and began to laugh excitedly at the success of his unprincipled manoeuvres. As for Paul, he was perfectly furious at having been so outwitted and overreached. It was a long time before he could command his voice sufficiently to say savagely, "Well, you've had your way, and a pretty mess you've made of it. We're both of us in false positions now. I hope you're satisfied, I'm sure. Do you think you'll care about going back to Crichton House in that state?" "No," said Dick very decidedly. "I'm quite sure I shouldn't." "Well, I can't help it. You've brought it on yourself, and provided the doctor sees no objection to take you back as you are and receive you as one of his pupils, I shall most certainly send you there." Paul did not really mean this. He only meant to frighten him, for he still trusted that by letting Bowler into the secret, the charm might be set in motion once more, and the difficulty comfortably overcome. But his threat had a most unfortunate effect upon Dick. It hardened him to take a course he might otherwise have shrunk from. "Oh," he said, "you're going to do that? But doesn't it strike you that things are rather altered with us now?" "They are, to a certain extent, of course," said Paul, "through my folly and your wicked cunning. But a word or two of explanation from me—" "You'll find it will take more explanation than you think. But of course you can try if you think it worth while. When you get to Grimstone's—" "When I don't understand. When I— What did you say?" gasped Paul. "Why, you see," explained Dick, "it would never have done for us both to go back. The chaps would have humbugged us so, and as I hate the place, and you seem so fond of being a boy and going back to school and that, I thought perhaps it would be best for you to go and see how you liked it." "I never will. I'll not stir from this room. I dare you to try to move me," cried Paul, and just then there was the sound of wheels outside once more. They stopped before the house. The bell rang sharply. The long-expected cab had come at last. "You've no time to lose," said Dick. "Get your coat on." Mr. Bultitude tried to treat the affair as a joke. He laughed, a ghastly little laugh. "Ha, ha! You've fairly caught your poor father this time. You've proved him in the wrong. I admit I said more than I exactly meant, but that's enough. Don't drive a good joke too far. Shake hands, and let us see if we can't find a way out of this." But Dick only warmed his coat-tails at the fire, as he said with a very ungracious reminiscence of his father's manner, "You are going back to an excellent establishment, where you will enjoy all the comforts of home. I can specifically recommend the Stick-Jaw. Look out for it on Tuesdays and Fridays. You will once more take part in the games and lessons of happy boyhood. Did you ever play chevy when you were a boy before? You'll enjoy chevy, and you will find your companions easy enough to get on with, if you don't give yourself airs. They won't stand airs. Now, good-bye, my boy, and bless you." Paul stood staring stupidly at this outrageous assumption. He could scarcely believe yet that it was meant in cruel earnest. Before he could answer, the door opened, and Bowler appeared. "You had a deal of trouble to find a cab, sir, on a night like this," he said to the false Dick. but the luggage is all on top, and the man says there's plenty of time still. Good-bye, then, my boy," said Dick, with well-assumed tenderness, but a rather dangerous light in his eye. "My compliments to the doctor, remember." Paul turned indignantly from him to the butler. He, at least, would stand by him. Bowler would not see a master who had always been fair, if not indulgent to him, driven from his home in this cold-blooded manner. He made 2 or 3 attempts to speak, for his brain whirled so with scathing, burning things to say. He would expose the fraud then and there, and defy the impudent usurper. He would warn everyone against this spurious pinchbeck imitation of himself. The whole household should be summoned and called upon to judge between the two. No doubt, if he had had enough self-command to do all this effectually, while Dick had as yet not had time thoroughly to adapt himself to his altered circumstances, he might have turned the situation at the outset, and spared himself some very painful experiences. But it is very often precisely those words which are the most vitally important to be said that refuse to pass our lips on a sudden emergency. We feel all the necessity of saying something at once, but the necessary words unaccountably desert us at the critical moment. Mr. Bultitude felt himself in this unfortunate position. He made more wild efforts to explain, but the sense of his danger only petrified his mind instead of stimulating it. Then he was spared further conflict. A dark mist rose before his eyes, the walls of the room receded into an infinite space, and with a loud singing in his ears he fell, and seemed to him to be sinking down, down through the earth to the very crust of the antipodes. Then the blackness closed over him, and he knew no more. End of chapter 2. Section 3 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 3. In the Toils. I beseech you, let his lack of years be of no impediment to let him lack a reverend estimation, for I never knew so young a body with so old a head. Merchant of Venice, Act 4. When Mr. Bultitude recovered his senses, which was not for a considerable time, he found that he was being jolted along through a broad, well-lit thoroughfare in a musty four-wheeler. His head was by no means clear yet, and for some minutes he could hardly be said to think at all. He merely lay back dreamily, listening to the hard grinding jar of the cab windows vibrating in their grooves. His first distinct sensation was a vague wonder what Barbara might be intending to give him for dinner, for, oddly enough, he felt far from hungry, and was conscious that his palate would require the adroitest witching. With the thought of dinner, his dining-room was almost inseparably associated, and then, with an instant rushing of recollection, the whole scene there with the Garuda stone surfaced into his brain. He shuddered as he did so. It had all been so real, so hideously vivid and coherent throughout. But all unpleasant expressions soon yielded to the delicious luxury of his present security. As his last conscious moment had been passed in his own dining-room, the fact that he opened his eyes in a cab, instead of confirming his worst fears, actually helped to restore the unfortunate gentleman's serenity, for he frequently drove home from the city in this manner, and believed himself now, instead of being, as was actually the case, in that marvellous region of cheap photography, rocking horses, mild stone lions, and wheels and ladders, the Euston Road, to be bowling along Holborn. Now that he was thoroughly awake, he found positive amusement in going over each successive indecent of his nightmare experience with the talisman, and smiling at the tricks his imagination had played him. "I wonder now how the dickens I came to dream such outrageous nonsenses," he said to himself, for even his dreams were, as a rule, within the bounds of probability. But he was not long in tracing it to the devilled kidneys he had had at the club for lunch, and some curious old brown sherry Robinson had given him afterwards at his office. "Gad, what a shock the thing has given me!" he thought. "I can hardly shake off the feeling even now." As a rule, after waking up on the verge of a fearful crisis, the effect of the horror fades swiftly away as one detail after another evades a memory which is never too anxious to retain them, and each moment brings a deeper sense of relief and self-congratulation. But in Paul's case, curiously enough, as he could not help thinking, the more completely roused he became, the greater grew his uneasiness. Perhaps the first indication of the truth was suggested to him by a lurking suspicion which he tried to dismiss as mere fancy, that he filled rather less of the cab than he had always been accustomed to do. To reassure himself, he set his thoughts to review all the proceedings of that day, feeling that if he could satisfactorily account for the time up to his taking the cab, that would be conclusive as to the unreality of anything that appeared to have happened later in his own house. He got on well enough till he came to the hour at which he had left the office, and then, search his memory as he would, he could not remember hailing any cab. Could it be another delusion too, or was it the fact that he had found himself much pressed for time, and had come home by the Underground to Praed Street? It must have been the day before, but that was Sunday. Saturday, then? But the recollection seemed too recent and fresh, and besides, on Saturday he had left at 2, and had taken Barbara to see Messrs. Macklin and Coke's performance. Slowly, insidiously, but with irresistible force, the conviction crept over him that he had dined, and dined well. "If I have dined already," he told himself, "I can't be going home to dinner, and if I am not going home to dinner, what am I doing in this cab?" The bare idea that something might be wrong with him after all made him impatient to put an end to all suspense. He must knock this scotched nightmare once for all on the head by a deliberate appeal to his senses. The cab had passed the lighted shops now, and was driving between squares and private houses, so that Mr. Bultitude had to wait until the sickly rays of a street lamp glanced into the cab for a moment, and as they did so he put his feet up on the opposite seat and examined his boots and trousers with breathless eagerness. It was not to be denied. They were not his ordinary boots, nor did he ever wear such trousers as he saw above them. Always a careful and punctiliously neat person, he was more than commonly exacting concerning the make and polish of his boots and the set of his trousers. These boots were clumsy, square-toed, and thick-soled. One was even patched on the side. The trousers were heavy and rough, of the kind advertised as wear-resisting fabrics suitable for youths at school, frayed at the ends and shiny, shabbily shiny, about the knees. In hot despair he rapidly pressed his hands over his body. It felt unusually small and slim, Mr. Bultitude being endowed with what is emphatically termed a presence, and it was with an agony rarely felt at such a discovery that he realized that, for the first time for more than 20 years, he actually had a waist. Then, as a last resource, he took off his hat and felt for the broad, smooth, egg-like surface, garnished by scanty side patches of thin hair, which he knew he ought to find. It was gone, hidden under a crop of thick, close curling locks. This last disappointment completely overcame him. He had a kind of short fit in the cab, as the bitter truth was brought home to him unmistakably. Yes, this was no dream of a distempered digestion, but sober reality. The whole of that horrible scene in the dining-room had really taken place, and now he, Paul Bultitude, the widely respected merchant of Mincing Lane, a man of means and position, was being ignominiously packed off to school as if he were actually the schoolboy some hideous juggle had made him appear. It was only with a violent effort that he could succeed in commanding his thoughts sufficiently to decide on some immediate action. "I must be cool," he kept muttering to himself, with shaking lips. "Quite cool and collected. Everything will depend on that now." It was some comfort to him in this extremity to recognise on the box the well-known broad back of Clegg, a cabman who stabled his 2 horses in some mews near Pred Street, and whom he had been accustomed to patronise in bad weather for several years. Clegg would know him, in spite of his ridiculous transformation. His idea was to stop the cab and turn round and drive home again, when they would find that he was not to be got rid of again quite so easily. If Dick imagined he meant to put up with this kind of treatment, he was vastly mistaken. He would return home boldly and claim his rights. No reasonable person could be perverse enough to doubt his identity when once matters came to the proof, though at first, of course, he might find a difficulty in establishing it. His children, his clerks, and his servants would soon get used to his appearance, and would learn to look below the mere surface, and then there was always the possibility of putting everything right by means of the magic stone. "I won't lose a minute," he said aloud, and, letting down the window, leaned out and shouted "Stop!" till he was hoarse. But Clegg either could not or would not hear. He drove on at full speed, a faster rate of progress than that adopted by most drivers of 4-wheeled cabs being one of his chief recommendations. They were now passing Euston. It was a muggy, slushy night, with a thin brown fog wreathing the houses and fading away above their tops into a dull slate-blue sky. The wet street looked like a black canal, the blurred forms less like vehicles than nondescript loats moving over its inky surface were indistinctly reflected therein. The gas-lights flared redly through the murky haze. It was not a pleasant evening in which to be out of doors. Paul would have opened the cab door and jumped out had he dared, but his nerve failed him, and, indeed, considering the speed of the cab, the leap would have been dangerous to a far more active person. So he was forced to wait resignedly until the station should be reached, when he determined to make Clegg understand his purpose with as little loss of time as possible. "I must pay him something extra," he thought. "I'll give him a sovereign to take me back." And he searched his pockets for the loose coin he usually carried about with him in such abundance. There was no gold in any of them. He found, however, a variety of minor and less negotiable articles, which he fished out one by one from unknown depressions, a curious collection. There was a stumpy German silver pencil case, a broken prism from a crystal chandelier, a gilded Jew's harp, a little book in which the leaves, on being turned, briskly gave a semblance of motion to the sails of a black windmill drawn therein, a broken tin soldier, some Hong Kong coppers with holes in them, and a quantity of little cogged wheels from the inside of a watch, while a further search was rewarded by an irregular lump of toffee imperfectly enfolded in sticky brown paper. He threw the whole of these treasures out of the window in indescribable disgust, and, feeling something like a purse in a side pocket, opened it eagerly. It held 5 shillings exactly, the coins corresponding to those he had pushed across to his son such a little while ago. It did not seem to him quite such a magnificent sum now as it had done then. He had shifted his point of view. It was too clear that the stone must have carried out his thoughtless wish with scrupulous and conscientious exactness in every detail. He had wanted, or said he wanted, to be a boy again like Dick, and accordingly he had become a perfect duplicate, even to the contents of his pockets. Evidently nothing on the surface of things showed the slightest difference. Yet, and here lay the sting of the metamorphosis, he was conscious, under it all, of being his old original self, in utter discordance with the youthful form in which he was an unwilling prisoner. By this time the cab had driven up the sharp incline and under the high-pointed archway of St. Pancras terminus, and now drew up with a jerk against the steps leading to the booking-office. Paul sprang out at once in a violent passion. "Here, you, Clegg," he said, "why the devil didn't you pull up when I told you to, eh?" Clegg was a burly, red-faced man, with a husky voice and a general manner which conveyed the impression that he regarded teetotalism as a principle with something more than disapproval. "Why didn't I pull up?" he said, bending stiffly down from his box. "'Cause I didn't want to lose a good customer, that's why I didn't pull up." "Do you mean to say you don't know me?" "Know you?" said Clegg, with an approach to sentiment. "I've known you since you were a babby in frocks. I've known your first nurse, and a fine young woman she were, till she took to drinking, as has been the ruin o' many. I've known you in infancy's hour and in your boyhood's bloom. I've druv you to this here werry station twice afore. Know you?" Paul saw the uselessness of arguing with him. "Then drive me back at once. Let those boxes alone. I've important business at home which I'd forgotten." Clegg gave a vinous wink. "Law, you're at it again," he said with admiration. "What an artful young limb it is! But it ain't what you call good enough, so to speak, it ain't. Clegg don't do that no more." "Don't do what?" asked Paul. "Don't drive no young gents as is a coming sent to school back again into their family's bosom," said Clegg sentimentally. "You was took ill sudden in my cab last time. Awful bad you was, to be sure, to hear ye, and I drove you back, and I never got no return fare. I didn't. and your pa he made hisself downright nasty over it, said as if it occurred again he shouldn't employ me no more. I daresn't go and offend your pa, he's a good customer to me, he is." "I'll give you a sovereign to do it," said Paul. "If you wouldn't tell no tales, I might put you down at the corner. P'raps," said Clegg, hesitating, to Paul's joy. "Not as it ain't cheap as that, but let's see your sovereign first." "Why?" he cried with lofty contempt, as he saw from Paul's face that the coin was not producible. "You ain't got no sovereign. Garn away, and don't try and tempt a poor cabby as has his living to make. What do you think of this porter, now? Here's a young gent a trying to back out of going to school when he ought to be glad and thankful as he's receiving the blessings of a good education. Look at me. I'm an hard-working man, I am. I ain't had no education. The kids, they're learning French and free and drawing and the bones on the skellington at the board school, and I pays my coppers down every week cheerful. And why, porter? Why, young master? 'Cause I knows the value of it. But when I sees a real young gent a despising of the opportunities as bountiful Providence and excellent pa has heaped on his head, it makes me sick. It inspires Clegg with a pity and a contempt for such an ingratitude, which he cares not for to hide from public view." Clegg delivered this harangue with such gesture and in a loud tone, which greatly edified the porters and disgusted Mr. Bultitude. "Go away," said the latter. "That's enough. You're drunk." "Drunk!" bellowed the outraged Clegg, rising on the box in his wrath. "Hear that! Hark at this here young cock-sparrer as tells a family man like Clegg as he's drunk! Drunk! After driving his pa in this here worry cab through frost and fine 15 year and more. I wonder you don't say the old horse is drunk. You'll be saying that next. Drunk! Oh, certainly, by all means. Never you darken my cab doors no more. I shall take and tell your pa, I shall. Drunk, indeed! A ill-conditioned young whipper as ever I see. Drunk! Ah!" And with much cursing and growling, Clegg gathered up his reins and drove off into the fog, Bowler having apparently prepaid the fare. "Where for, sir, please?" said a porter, who had been putting the play-box and portmanteau on a truck during the altercation. "Nowhere," said Mr. Bultitude. I'm not going to this train. Find me a cab with a sober driver." The porter looked round. A moment before there had been several cabs by, charging their loads at the steps. Now the last had rolled away empty. "You might find one inside the station by the arrival platform," he suggested. "But there'll be sure to be one coming up here in another minute, sir, if you like to wait." Paul thought the other course might be the longer one, and decided to stay where he was. So he walked into the lofty hall where the booking offices are placed, and waited there by the huge fire that blazed in the stove, until he should hear the cab arrive, which could take him back to Westbourne Terrace. 1 or 2 trains were about to start, and the place was full. There were several Cambridge men going up after the Christmas vacation, in every variety of ulster, some tugging at refractory white terriers, 1 or 2 entrusting bicycles to dubious porters with many cautions and directions. There were burly old farmers going back to their quiet countryside, flushed with the prestige of a successful stand under cross-examination in some witness-box at the law courts, to tell and retell the story over hill and down dale in the market-place and bar-parlour every week for the rest of their honest lives, There was the usual pantomime rally on a mild scale, with real frantic passengers and porters and trucks and trays of lighted lamps. Presently, out of the crowd and confusion, a small boy in a thick pilot jacket and an immensely tall hat, whom Paul had observed looking at him intensely for some time, walked up to the stove and greeted him familiarly. "Hallo, Bultitude!" he said. "I thought it was you. Here we are again, eh? Ugh!" And he giggled dismally. He was a pale-faced boy with freckles, very light green eyes, long, rather ragged black hair, a slouching walk, and a smile half simpering, half impudent. Mr. Bultitude was greatly staggered by the presumption of so small a boy venturing to address him in this way. He could only stare haughtily. "You might find a word to say to a fellow," said the boy in an aggrieved tone. "Look here, come and get your luggage labelled." "I don't want it labelled," said Paul stiffly, feeling bound to say something. "I'm waiting for a cab to take me home again." The other gave a loud whistle. "That'll make it rather a short term, won't it, if you're going home for the holidays already? You're a cool chap, Bultitude. If I were to go back to my governor now, he wouldn't see it. It would put him in no end of a bait, but you're chaffing—" Paul walked away from him with marked coolness. He was not going to trouble himself to talk to his son's schoolfellows. "Aren't you well?" said the boy, not at all discouraged by his reception, following him and taking his arm. "Down in the mouth. It is beastly, isn't it, having to go back to old Grimstone's? The snow gave us an extra week, though we've that much to be thankful for. I wish it was the first day of the holidays again, don't you? What's the matter with you? What have I done to put you in a wax?" "Nothing at present," said Paul. "I don't speak to you merely because I don't happen to have the pleasure of your acquaintance." "Oh, very well, then. I dare say you know best," said the other huffily. "Only I thought, considering we came the same half, and have been chums, and always sat next to one another ever since, you might perhaps just recollect having met me before, you know." "Well, I don't," said Mr. Bultitude. "I tell you I haven't the least idea what your name is. The fact is, there's been a slight mistake which I can't stop to talk about now. There's a cab just driven up outside now. You must excuse me, really, my boy, I want to go." He tried to work his arm free from the close and affectionate grip of his unwelcome companion, who was regarding him with a sort of admiring leer. "What a fellow you are, Bultitude!" he said. "Always up to something or other. You know me well enough. What is the use of keeping it up any longer? Let's talk, and stop humbugging. How much grub have you brought back this time?" To be advised to stop humbugging, and be persecuted with such idle questions as these, maddened the poor gentleman. A hansom really had rolled up to the steps outside. He must put an end to this waste of precious time, and escape from this highly inconvenient small boy. He forced his way to the door, the boy still keeping fast hold of his arm. Fortunately, the cab was still there, and its late occupant, a tall, broad man, was standing with his back to them, paying the driver. Paul was only just in time. "Porter!" he cried. "Where's the porter? I want my box put on that cab. No, I don't care about the luggage. Engage the cab. Now, you little ruffian, are you going to let me go? Can't you see I'm anxious to get away?" Jolland giggled more impishly than ever. "Well, you have got cheek," he said. "Go on. I wish you may get that cab, I'm sure." Paul, thus released, was just hurrying towards the cab, when the stranger, who had got out of it and settled the fare with satisfaction to himself, and turned sharply round. The gaslight fell full on his face, and Mr. Bultitude recognised that the form and features were those of no stranger. He had stumbled on the very last person he had expected or desired to meet just then. His flight was intercepted by his son's schoolmaster, Dr. Grimstone himself. The suddenness of the shock threw him completely off his balance. In an ordinary way, the encounter would not, of course, have discomposed him. But now he would have given worlds for presence of mind enough either to rush past to the cab and secure his only chance of freedom before the doctor had fully realized his intention, or else greet him affably and calmly, and, taking him quietly aside, explain his awkward position with an easy, man-of-the-world air which would ensure instant conviction. But both courses were equally impossible. He stood there, right in Dr. Grimstone's path, with terrified, staring eyes and quivering limbs, more like an unhappy guinea-pig, expecting the advances of a boa than a British merchant in the presence of his son's schoolmaster. He was sick and faint with alarm, and the consciousness that appearances were all against him. There was nothing in the least extraordinary in the fact of the doctor's presence at the station. Mr. Bultitude might have easily taken this into account as a very likely continuancy, and have provided accordingly, had he troubled to think. For it was Dr. Grimstone's custom upon the first day of the term to come up to town and meet as many of his pupils upon the platform as intended to return by a train previously specified at the foot of the school bills. And Paul had even expressly insisted upon Dick's travelling under surveillance in this manner, thinking it necessary to keep him out of premature mischief. It makes a calamity doubly hard to bear when one looks back and sees by what a trivial chance it has come upon us, and how slight an effort would have averted it altogether. And Mr. Bultitude cursed his own stupidity as he stood there, rooted to the ground, and saw the hansom, a patent safety to him in sober earnest, drive off and abandon him to his fate. Dr. Grimstone bore down heavily upon him and Jolland, who had by this time come up. He was a tall and imposing personage, with a strong black beard and small angry grey eyes, slightly blood-tinged. He wore garments of a semi-clerical cut and colour, though he was not in orders. He held out a hand to each with elaborate geniality. "Ah, Bultitude, my boy, how are you? How are you, Jolland? Come back braced in body and mind by your vacation, eh? That's as it should be. Have you tickets? No? Follow me, then. You're both over age, I believe. There you are. Take care of them." And before Paul could protest, he had purchased tickets for all three, after which he laid an authoritative hand upon Mr. Bultitude's shoulder, and walked him out through the booking-hall upon the platform. "This is awful," thought Paul, shrinking involuntarily. "Simply awful. He evidently has no idea who I really am. Unless I'm very careful, I shall be dragged off to Christian House before I can put him right. If I could only get him away alone somewhere." As if in answer to the wish, the doctor guided him by a slight pressure straight along by the end of the station, saying to Jolland as he did so, "I wish to have a little serious conversation with Richard in private. Suppose you go to the bookstall and see if you can find out any of our young friends. Tell them to wait for me there." When they were alone, the doctor paced solemnly along in silence for some moments, while Paul, who had always been used to consider himself a fairly prominent object, whatever might be his surroundings, began to feel an altogether novel sensation of utter insignificance upon that immense brown plain of platform and under the huge span of the arches, whose girders were lost in wreaths of mingled fog and smoke. Still he had some hope. Was it not possible, after all, that the doctor had divined his secret, and was searching for words delicate enough to convey his condolences? "I wished to tell you, Bultitude," said the doctor presently, and his first words dashed all Paul's rising hopes, "that I hope you are returning this term with the resolve to do better things. You have caused your excellent father much pain in the past. You little know the grief a wilful boy can inflict on his parents." "I think I have a fair idea of it," thought Paul, but he said nothing. "I hope you have left him in good health. Such a devoted parent, Richard. Such a noble heart." At any other time Mr. Bultitude might have felt gratified by these eulogies, but just then he was conscious that he could lay no claim to them. It was Dick who had the noble heart now, and he himself felt even less of a devoted parent than he looked. "I had a letter from him during the vacation," continued Dr. Grimstone. "A sweet letter, Richard, breathing in every line of father's anxiety and concern for your welfare." Paul was a little staggered. He remembered having written, but he would scarcely perhaps have described his letter as sweet, as he had not done much more than enclose a cheque for his son's account, and object to the items for pew rent and scientific lectures with the diorama as excessive. "But, and this is what I wanted to say to you, Bultitude, his is not blind doting affection. He has implored me, for your own sake, if I see you diverting ever so slightly from your path of duty, not to stay my hand, and I shall not forget his injunctions." A few minutes ago, and it would have seemed to Paul so simple and easy a matter to point out to the doctor the very excusable error into which he had fallen. It was no more than he would have to do repeatedly upon his return, and here was an excellent opportunity for an explanation. But somehow the words would not come. The schoolmaster's form seemed so tremendous and towering, and he so feeble and powerless before him, that he soon persuaded himself that a public place like a station platform was no scene for domestic revelations of so painful a character. He gave up all idea of resistance at present. "Perhaps I had better leave him in his error till we get into the train," he thought. "Then we will get rid of that other boy, and I can break it to him gradually in the railway carriage as I get more accustomed to him." But, in spite of his determination to unbosom himself without further delay, he knew that a kind of fascinated resignation was growing upon him and gaining firmer hold each minute. Something must be done to break the spell and burst the toils which were being woven round him before all effort became impossible. "And now," said the doctor, glancing up at the great clock face, on which a reflector cast a patch of dim yellow light, "we must be thinking of starting, but don't forget what I've said." And they walked back towards the bookstalls with their cheery warmth of colour, past the glittering buffet, and on up to the platform, to where 6 boys of various sizes were standing huddled forlornly together under a gaslight. "Aha!" said Dr. Grimstone, with a slight touch of the ogre in his tone. "More of my fellows, eh? We shall be quite a party. How do you do, boys? Welcome back to your studies." And the 6 boys came forward, all evidently in the lowest spirits, and raised their tall hats with a studied politeness. "Some old friends here, Bultitude," said the doctor, impelling the unwilling Paul towards the group. "You know Tipping, of course. Coker, too. You've met before. And Coggs. How are you, Siggers? You're looking well. Ah, by the way, I see a new face. Kiffin, I think. Kiffin, this is Bultitude, who will make himself your mentor, I hope, and initiate you into our various manners and customs." And, with a horrible dream-like sense of unreality, Mr. Bultitude found himself being greeted by several entire strangers with a degree of warmth embarrassing in the extreme. He would have liked to protest and declare himself then and there in his true colours, but if this had been difficult alone with the doctor under the clock, it was impossible now, and he submitted ruefully enough to their unwelcome advances. Tipping, a tall, red-haired, raw-boned boy, with sleeves and trousers he had outgrown, and immense boots, wrung Paul's hand with misdirected energy, saying "How d'ye do?" with a gruff superiority, mercifully tempered by a touch of sheepishness. Coggs and Coker welcomed him with open arms as an equal, while Siggers, a short, slight, sharp-featured boy, with a very fashionable hat and shirt-collars, and a horseshoe pin, drawled "How are you, old boy?" with the languor of a confirmed man-about-town. The other two were Biddlecombe, a boy with a blooming complexion and a singularly sweet voice, and the newcomer Kiffin, who did not seem much more at home in the society of other boys than Mr. Bultitude himself, for he kept nervously away from them, shivering with the piteous self-abandonment of an Italian greyhound. Paul was now convinced that, unless he exerted himself considerably, his identity with his son would never even be questioned, and the danger roused him to a sudden determination. However his face and figure might believe him, nothing in his speech or conduct should encourage the mistake. Whatever it might cost him to overcome his fear of the doctor, he would force himself to act and talk ostentatiously as much like his own ordinary self as possible during the journey down to Market Rodwell, so as to prepare the doctor's mind for the disclosures he meant to make at the earliest opportunity. He was beginning to see that the railway carriage, with all those boys sitting by and staring, would be an inconvenient place for so delicate and difficult a confession. The guard having warned intending passengers to take their seats, and Jolland, who had been unaccountably missing for all this time, having appeared from the direction of the refreshment buffet, furtively brushing away some suspicious-looking flakes and crumbs from his coat, and contrived to join the party unperceived, they all got into a first-class compartment, Paul with the rest. He longed for moral courage to stand out boldly and refuse to leave town, but as we have seen, it was beyond his powers, and he temporized. Very soon the whistle had sounded, and the train had begun to glide slowly out beyond the platform and arch, past the signal boxes and long low sheds and offices, which are the suburbs of a large terminus, and then it was too late. End of chapter 3. Section 4 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 4. A Minnow amongst Tritons. Boys are capital fellows in their own way amongst their mates, but they are unwholesome companions for grown people. Essays of Elia. For some time after they were fairly started, the doctor read his evening paper with an air of impartial but severe criticism, and Mr. Bultitude, as he sat opposite to him next to the window, found himself overwhelmed with a new and very unpleasant timidity. He knew that if he would free himself, this utterly unreasonable feeling must be wrestled with and overcome; that now, if ever, was the time to assert himself, and prove that he was anything but the raw youth he was conscious of appearing. He had merely to speak, and act too, in his ordinary everyday manner, to forget as far as possible the change that had affected his outward man, which was not so very difficult to do after all. And yet his heart sank lower and lower as each fresh telegraph post flitted past. "I will let him speak first," he thought, "then I shall be able to feel my way." But there was more fear than caution in that resolve. At last, however, the doctor laid down his paper, and looking round with a glance of proprietorship on his pupils, who had relapsed into a decorous and gloomy silence, observed, Well, boys, you have had an unusually protracted vacation this time, owing to the unprecedented severity of the weather. We must try to make up for it by the zest and ardour with which we pursue our studies during the term. I intend to reduce the Easter holidays by a week, by way of compensation." This announcement, which by no means relieved the general depression, the boys receiving it with sickly interest, was good news to Paul, and even had the effect of making him forget his position for the time. "I'm uncommonly glad to hear it, Dr. Grimstone," he said heartily. "An excellent arrangement. Boys have too many holidays as it is. There's no reason, to my mind, why parents should be the sufferers by every snowstorm. It's no joke, I can assure you, to have a great idle boy hanging about the place, eating his empty head off. A burglar enlarging upon the sanctity of the law of propriety, or a sheep imposing the fallacies of vegetarianism, could hardly have produced a greater sensation. Every boy was roused from his languor to stare and wonder at these traitorous sentiments, which, from the mouth of any but a known and tried companion, would have roused bitter hostility and contempt. As it was, their wonder became a rapturous admiration, and they waited for the situation to develop with a fearful and secret joy. It was some time before the doctor quite recovered himself. Then he said with a grim smile, "This is indeed finding soul among the prophets. Your sentiments, if sincere, Bultitude, I repeat, if sincere, are very credible. But I am obliged to look upon them with suspicion." Then, as if to dismiss a doubtful subject, he inquired generally, "And how have you all been spending your holidays, eh?" There was no attempt to answer this question, it being felt probably that it was, like the conventional "How do you do?" one to which an answer is neither desired nor expected, especially as he continued almost immediately, "I took my boy Tom up to town the week before Christmas to see the representation of the Agamemnon at St. George's Hall. The Agamemnon, as most of you are doubtlessly aware, is a drama by Aeschylus, a Greek poet of established reputation. I was much pleased by the intelligent appreciation Tom showed during the performance. He distinctly recognized several words from his Greek grammar in the course of the dialogue." No one seemed capable of responding except Mr. Bultitude, who dashed into the breach with an almost pathetic effort to maintain his accustomed stiffness. "I may be old-fashioned," he said, "very likely I am, but I decidedly disapprove of taking children to dramatic exhibitions of any kind. It unsettles them, sir, it unsettles them." Dr. Grimstone made no answer, but he put a hand on each knee and glared with pursed lips and a leonine bristle of the beard at his youthful critic for some moments, after which he returned to his globe with a short, ominous cough. "I've offended him now," thought Paul. "I must be more careful what I say, but I'll get him into conversation again presently." So he began at the first opportunity. "You have this evening's paper, I see. No telegrams of importance, I suppose?" "No, sir," said the doctor shortly. "I saw a report in to-day's Times," said poor Mr. Bultitude, with a desperate attempt at his most conversational and constructive manner. "I saw a report that the camphor crop was likely to be a failure this season. Now, it's a very singular thing about camphor that the Japanese—" He hoped to lead the conversation round to colonial produce, and thus open the doctor's eyes by the extent of his acquaintance with the subject. I am already acquainted with the method of obtaining camphor, thank you, Bultitude," said the doctor, with dangerous politeness. "I was about to observe when you interrupted me," said Paul, "and this is really a fact that I doubt if you are aware of, that the Japanese never—" "Well, well," said the doctor, with some impatience, "probably they never do, sir. But I shall have other opportunities of finding out what you have read about the Japanese." But he looked over the top of the paper at the indignant Paul, who was not accustomed to have his information received in this manner, with less suspicion and a growing conviction that some influence during the holidays had changed the boy from a graceless young scapegrace into a prig of the first water. "He's most uncivil," Mr. Bultitude told himself, "almost insulting, but I'll go on. I'm rousing his curiosity. I'm making way with him. He sees a difference already." And so he applied himself once more. "You're a smoker, of course, Dr. Grimstone?" he began. "We don't stop anywhere, I think, on the way, and I must confess myself, after dinner, a whiff or two, I think I can give you a cigar you'll appreciate." And he felt for his cigar case, really forgetting that it was gone like all other incidents of his old self, while Jolland giggled with unrestrained delight at such charming effrontery. "If I did not know, sir," said the doctor, now effectually roused, "that this was ill-timed buffoonery, and not an intentional insult, I should be seriously angry. As it is, I can overlook any exuberance of mirth, which is perhaps pardonable when the mind is elated by the return to the cheerful bustle and activity of school life. But be very careful." "He needn't be so angry," thought Paul. "How could I know he doesn't smoke? But I'm afraid he doesn't quite know me even now." So he began again. "Did I hear you mention the name of Kiffin amongst those of your pupils here, Doctor? I thought so. Not the son of Jordan Kiffin of College Hill, surely? Yes. Why, bless my soul, your father and I, my little fellow, were old friends in days before you were born or thought of. Born or thought of. He was in a very small way then, a very small— Dr. Grimstone, don't you feel well?" "I see what you're aiming at, sir. You wish to prove to me that I'm making a mistake in my treatment of you." "That was my idea, certainly," said Paul, much pleased. "I'm very glad you take me, Doctor. I shall take you in a way you won't appreciate soon, if this goes on," said the doctor under his breath. "When the time comes, I shall know how to deal with you. Till then, you'll have the goodness to hold your tongue," he said aloud. "It's not a very polite way of putting it," Paul said to himself, "but at any rate he sees how the case stands now, and after all, perhaps he only speaks like that to put the boys off the scent. If so, it's uncommonly considerate and thoughtful of him, by gad. I won't say any more." But by and by the open window made him break his resolve. "I'm sorry to have to inconvenience you, Dr. Grimstone," he said, with the air of one used to having his own way in these matters, "but I positively must ask you either to allow me to have this window up, or to change places with you. The night air, sir, at this time of year is fatal, my doctor tells me, simply fatal to a man of my constitution." The doctor pulled up the window with a frown, and yet somewhat puzzled expression. "I warn you, Bultitude," he said, "you are acting very imprudently." "So I am," thought Paul, "so I am. Good of him to remind me. I must keep it up before all these boys. This unpleasant business mustn't get about. I'll hold my tongue till we get in. Then I dare say Grimstone will see me off by the next train up, if there is one, and lend me enough for a bed at an hotel for the night. I couldn't get to St. Pancras till very late, of course. or he might offer to put me up at the school. If he does, I think I shall positively accept. It might be better." And he leant back in his seat in a much easier frame of mind. It was annoying, of course, to have been turned out of his warm dining-room and sent all the way down to Market Rodwell on a fool's errand like this. But still, if nothing worse came of it, he could put up with the temporary inconvenience, and it was a great relief to be spared the necessity of an explanation. The other boys watched him furtively, with growing admiration, which expressed itself in subdued whispers and varied by little gurgles and squeaks of laughter. They tried to catch his eye and stimulate him to further feats of audacity, but Mr. Bultitude, of course, repulsed all such overtures with a coldness and severity which at once baffled and piqued them. At last his eccentricity took a shape which considerably lessened their enthusiasm. Kiffin, the new boy, occupied the seat next to Paul. He was a nervous-looking little fellow, with a pale face and big pathetic brown eyes like a seal's. His dress bore plain evidence of a mother's careful supervision, having all the uncreased trimness and specklessness rarely to be observed except in the toilets of the waxen prodigies in a shop window. It happened that, as he lay back in the padded seat between the sheltering partitions, watching the sickly yellow dregs of oil surging dismally to and fro, with the motion in the lamp overhead, or the black indistinct forms flitting past through the misty blue outside, the pathos of his situation was all at once too much for him. He was a home-bred boy, without any of that taste for the companionship and pursuits of his fellows, or capacity for adapting himself to their prejudices and requirements, which give some home-bred boys a ready passport into the roughest communities. His heart throbbed with no excited curiosity, no conscious pride at this his first important step into life. He was a forlorn little stranger in an unsympathetic strange land, and was only too well aware of his position, so that it is not surprising that, as he thought of the home he had left an hour or two ago, which now seemed so shadowy, so inaccessible and remote, his eyes began to smart and sting, and his chest to heave ominously, until he felt it necessary to do something to give a partial vent to his emotions, and prevent a public and disgraceful exhibition of grief. Unhappily for him, he found this safety valve in a series of suppressed but distinctly audible sniffs. Mr. Bultitude bore this for some time with no other protest than an occasional indignant bounce, or a lowering frown in the offender's direction. But at last, his nerves strung already to a high pitch by all he had undergone, he could stand it no longer. "Dr. Grimstone," he said with polite determination, "I'm not a man to complain without good reason, but really I must ask you to interfere. Will you tell this boy here on my right either to control his feelings or to cry into his handkerchief, like an ordinary human being? A good honest bellow I could understand, but this infernal whistling and sniffing, sir, I will not put up with it. It's nothing less than unnatural in a boy of that size." "Kiffin," said the doctor, "are you crying?" "No, sir," faltered Kiffin. I think I must have caught a cold, sir." "I hope you are telling me the truth, because I should be sorry to believe you were beginning your new life in a spirit of capaciousness and rebellion. I'll have no mutineers in my camp. I'll establish a spirit of trustful happiness and unmurmuring content in this school if I have to flog every boy in it as long as I can stand over him. As for you, Richard Bultitude, I have no words to express my pain and disgust at the heartless irreverence with which you persist in mimicking and burlesquing a fond and excellent parent. Unless I perceive, sir, in a very short time, a due sense of your error and a lively repentance, my disapproval will take a very practical form." Mr. Bultitude fell back into his seat with a gasp. It was hard to be accused of caricaturing one's own self, particularly when conscious of entire innocence in that respect. But even this was slight in comparison with the discovery that he had been so blindly deceiving himself. The doctor evidently had failed to penetrate his disguise, and the dreaded scene of elaborate explanation must be gone through after all. The boys, with the exception of Kiffin, still found exquisite enjoyment in this extraordinary and original exhibition, and waited eagerly for further experiment on the doctor's patience. They were soon gratified. If there was one thing Paul detested more than any other, it was the smell of peppermint. No less than 3 office boys had been discharged by him because, as he alleged, they made the clerk's room reek with it, and now the subtle searching odour of the hated confection was gradually stealing into the compartment and influencing its atmosphere. He looked at Coggs, who sat on the seat opposite to him, and saw his cheeks and lips moving in slow and appreciative absorption of something. Coggs was clearly the culprit. "Do you encourage your boys to make common nuisances of themselves in a public place, may I ask, Dr. Grimstone?" he inquired, fuming. "Some scarcely seem to require encouragement, Bultitude," said the doctor pointedly. "What is the matter now?" "If he takes it medicinally," said Paul, "he should choose some other time and place to treat his complaint. If he has a depraved liking for the abominable stuff, for heaven's sake make him refrain from it on occasions when it is a serious annoyance to others." "Will you explain who and what you are talking about?" "For heaven's sake make him refrain from it on occasions when it is a serious annoyance to others. That boy opposite," said Paul, pointing the finger of denunciation at the astonished Coggs. "He's sucking an infernal peppermint lozenge strong enough to throw the train off the rails." "Is what Bultitude tells me true, Coggs?" demanded the doctor in an awful voice. Coggs, after making several attempts to bolt the offending lozenge, and turning scarlet meanwhile with confusion and coughing, stammered huskily something to the effect that he had bought the lozenges at a chemist's, which he seemed to consider for some reason a mitigating circumstance. "Have you any more of this pernicious stuff about you?" said the doctor. Very slowly and reluctantly Coggs brought out of one pocket after another 3 or 4 neat little white packets, make up with that lavish expenditure of time, string, and sealing wax, by which the struggling chemist seeks to reconcile the public mind to a charge of 250% on cost price, and handed them to Dr. Grimstone, who solemnly unfastened them one by one, glanced at their contents with infinite disgust, and flung them out of window. Then he turned to Paul with a look of more favour than he had yet shown him. "Bultitude," he said, "I am obliged to you. A severe cold in the head has rendered me incapable of detecting this insidious act of insubordination and self-indulgence, on which I shall have more to say on another occasion. Your moral courage and promptness in denouncing the evil thing are much to your credit." "Not at all," said Paul. "Not at all, my dear sir. I mentioned it because I happen to be peculiarly sensitive on the subject, and—" Here he broke off with a sharp yell, and began to rub his ankle. "One of these young savages has just given me a severe kick. It's that fellow over there with the blue necktie. I have given him no provocation, and he attacks me in this brutal manner, sir. I appeal to you for protection." "So, Coker" (Coker wore a blue necktie), said the Doctor, "you emulate the wild ass in more qualities than those of stupidity and stubbornness, do you? You lash out with your hind legs at an inoffensive schoolfellow with all the viciousness of a kangaroo, eh? Write out all you find in Buffon's Natural History upon those two animals a dozen times, and bring it to me to-morrow evening. If I am to stable wild asses, sir, they shall be broken in."
End of section 4. Section 5 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 4. A Minnow amongst Tritons, Part 2.
6 pairs of sulky, glowering eyes were fixed upon the unconscious Paul for the rest of the journey. Indignant protests and dark vows of vengeance were muttered under cover of the friendly roar and rattle of tunnels. But the object of them heard nothing. His composure was returning once more in the sunshine of Dr. Grimstone's approbation, and he almost decided on declaring himself in the station fly. And now at last the train was grinding along discordantly with the brakes on, and after a little preliminary jolting and banging over the points, drew up at a long lighted platform, where melancholy porters paced up and down, croaking "Market Rodwell," like so many solemn eagles, predicting woe. Paul got out with the others, and walked forward to the garden's van, where he stood shivering in the raw night air by a small heap of portmanteaus and white clamped boxes. "I should like to tell him all about it now," he thought. "If he wasn't so busy, I'll get him to go in a cab alone with me, and get it over before we reach the house." Dr. Grimstone certainly did not seem in a very receptive mood for confidences just then. No flies were to be seen, which he took as a personal outrage, and visited upon the station master in hot indignation. "It's scandalous, I tell you," he was saying, "scandalous. No cabs to meet the train. My school reassembles to-day, and here I find no arrangements made for their accommodation, not even an omnibus. I shall write to the manager and report this. Let someone go for a fly immediately. Boys, go into the waiting-room till I come to you. Stay, there are too many people for one fly. Coker, Coggs, and let me see, yes, Bultitude. You all know your way. Walk on, and tell Mrs. Grimstone we are coming."
Paul Bultitude was perhaps more relieved than disappointed by this postponement of a disagreeable interview, though if he had seen Coker dig Coggs in the side with a chuckle of exultant triumph, he might have had misgivings as to the prudence of trusting himself alone with them. As it was, he almost determined to trust the pair with his secret. "They will be valuable witnesses," he said to himself, "that whoever else I may be, I am not Dick. So he went on briskly ahead, over a covered bridge, and down some breakneck wooden steps, and passed through the wicket, out upon the railed in space, where the cabs and omnibuses should have been, but which was now a blank spectral waste, with a white ground fog lurking round its borders. Here he was, joined by his companions, who, after a little whispering, came up, one on either side, and put one arm through each of his. "Well," said Paul, thinking to banter them agreeably, "here you are, young men, eh? Holidays all over now. Work while you're young, and then Gad, you're walking me off my legs. Stop! I'm not as young as I used to be." "Grim can't see us here, can he, Coker?" said Coggs, when they had cleared the gates and palings. "Not he," said Coker. "Very well, then. Now then, young Bultitude, you used to be a decent fellow enough last term, though you were coxy. So, before we go any further, what do you mean by this sort of thing?" "Because," put in Coker, "if you aren't quite right in your head through your old governor acting like a brute all the holidays, as you said he does, just say so, and we won't be hard on you." He always an excellent father," stammered Paul. "What am I to explain? Why, what did you go and sneak of him for bringing Tuck back to school for, eh?" demanded Coker. "Yes, and sing out when he hacked your shin," added Coggs. "And tell Grimstone that new fellow was blubbing. Where's the joke in all that, eh? Where's the joke? You don't suppose I was bound to sit calmly down and allow you to suck your villainous peppermints under my very nose, do you?" said Mr. Bultitude. "Why shouldn't I complain if a boy annoys me by sniffing or kicking me on the ankle? Just tell me that. Suppose my neighbour has a noisy dog or a smoky chimney. Am I not to venture to tell him of it? Is he to—" But his arguments, convincing as they promised to be, were brought to a sudden and premature close by Coker, who slipped behind him and administered a sharp jog below his back, which jarred his spine and caused him infinite agony. "You little brute!" cried Paul. "I could have you up for assault for that." But upon this Coggs did the very same thing, only harder. "Last term you'd have shown fight for much less, Bultitude," they both observed severely, as some justification for repeating the process. "Now perhaps you'll drop it for the future," said Coker. "Look here, we'll give you one more chance. This sneaking dodge is all very well for Chawner. Chawner could do that sort of thing without being sat upon, because he's a big fellow, but we're not going to stand it from you. Will you promise on your sacred word of honour now to be a decent sort of chap again, as you were last term?" But Mr. Bultitude, though he longed for peace and quietness, dreaded doing or saying anything to favour the impression that he was the schoolboy he unluckily appeared to be, and he had not skill and tact enough to dissemble and assume a familiar, genial tone of equality with these rough boys. "You don't understand," he protested feebly. "If I could only tell you—" "We don't want any fine language, you know," said the relentless Coggs. "Yes or no? Will you promise to be your old self again?" "I only wish I could," said poor Mr. Bultitude, "but I can't." "Very well, then," said Coggs firmly, "we must try the torture. Coker, will you screw the back of his hand while I show him how they make barley sugar?" And he gave Paul an interesting illustration of the latter branch of industry by twisting his right arm round and round till he nearly wrenched it out of the socket, while Coker seized his left hand and pounded it viciously with the first joint of his finger, causing the unfortunate Paul to yell for mercy. At last he could hear no more, and breaking away from his torturers with a violent effort, he ran frantically down the silent road towards a house which he knew from former visits to be Dr. Grimstone's. He was but languidly pursued, and as the distance was short, he soon gained a gate on the stuccoed posts, of which he could read "Christian House" by the light of a neighbouring gas lamp. "This is a nice way," he thought, as he reached it breathless and trembling, "for a father to visit his son's school." He had hoped to reach sanctuary before the other two could overtake him, but he soon discovered that the gate was shut fast, and all his efforts would not bring him within reach of the bell handle. He was too short. So he sat down on the doorstep in resigned despair, and waited for his enemies. Behind the gate was a large, many-windowed house, with steps leading up to a portico. In the playground to his right, the school gymnasium, a great gallows-like erection, loomed black and grim through the mist, the night wind favouring the ghastliness of its appearance by swaying the ropes till they creaked and moaned weirdly on the hooks, and the metal stirrups clinked and clashed against one another in irregular cadence. He had no time to observe more, as Coker and Coggs joined him, and, on finding he had not rung the bell, seized the occasion to pummel him at their leisure before announcing their arrival. Then the gate was opened, and the three, the revengeful pair assuming an air of lamb-like inoffensiveness, entered the hall, and were met by Mrs. Grimstone. "Why, here you are!" she said, with an air of surprise, and kissing them with real kindness. "How cold you look! So you actually had to walk! No cabs as usual! Oh, poor boys! Come in and warm yourselves. You'll find all your old friends in the schoolroom." Mr. Bultitude submitted to be kissed, with some reluctance, inwardly hoping that Dr. Grimstone might never hear of it. Mrs. Grimstone, it may be said here, was a stout, fair woman, not in the least intellectual or imposing, but with a warm heart, and a way of talking to and about the boys that secured her the confidence of mothers more effectually, perhaps, than the most polished conversation and irreproachable deportment could have done. She did not reserve her motherliness for the reception-room either, as some schoolmasters' wives do have a tendency to do, and the smallest boy felt less homesick when he saw her. She opened a green baize outer door, and the door beyond it, and led them into a long high room with desks and forms placed against the walls, and a writing-table, and a line of brown-stained tables down the middle. Opposite the windows there was a curious structure of shelves, partitioned into lockers, and filled with rows of shabby schoolbooks. The room was originally intended for a drawing-room, as was evident from the inevitable white and gold wall-paper, and the tarnished gilt beading round the doors and window-shutters. The mantelpiece, too, was of white marble, and the gaselier fitted with dingy crystal lustres. But sad-coloured maps hung on the ink-splashed walls, and a clock with a blank, idiotic face. It is not every clock that possesses a decently intelligent expression, ticked over the gilt pier-glass. The boards were uncarpeted, and stained with ink of all sizes and ages, while the atmosphere, in spite of the blazing fire, had a scholastic blending of soap and water, ink and slate pencil in its composition, which produced a chill and depressing effect. On the forms opposite the fire some 10 or 12 boys were sitting, a few comparing notes as to their holiday experiences, with some approach to vivacity. The rest, with hands in pockets and feet stretched towards the blaze, seemed lost in melancholy abstraction. "There," said Mrs. Grimstone cheerfully, "you'll have plenty to talk to one another about. I'll send Tom in to see you presently." And she left them with a reassuring nod, though the prospect of Tom's company did not perhaps elate them as much as it was intended to do. Mr. Bultitude felt much as if he had suddenly been dropped into a bear-pit, and, avoiding welcome and observation as well as he could, got away into a corner, from which he observed his new companions with uneasy apprehension. "I say," said one boy, resuming the interrupted conversation, "did you go to Drury Lane? Wasn't it stunning? That goose, you know, and the lion in the forest, and all the wooden animals lumbering in and out of the toy Noah's Ark." "Why couldn't you come to our party on Twelfth night?" observed another. "We had great larks. I wish you'd been there." "I had to go to young Skidmore's instead," said a pale, spiteful-looking boy, with fair hair carefully parted in the middle. "It was like his cheek to ask me. I thought I'd go, you know, just to see what it was like." "What was it like?" asked one or two near him languidly. "Oh, awful slow. They've a poky little house in Brompton somewhere, and there's no dancing, only boshy games, and a conjurer without any presents. And, oh, I say, there was a big cake on the table, and no one was allowed to cut it because it was hired. They're so poor, you know. Skidmore's pater is only a clerk, and you should see his sisters." "Why? Are they pretty?" "Pretty? They're just like young Skidmore, only uglier. And just fancy, his mother asked me if I was Skidmore's favourite companion, and if he helped me in my studies." The unfortunate Skidmore, when he returned, soon found reason to regret his rash hospitality, for he never heard the last of the cake, which had, as it happened, been paid for in the usual manner, during the rest of the term. There was a slight laugh at the enormity of Mrs. Skidmore's presumption, and then a long pause, after which someone asked suddenly, "Does anyone know whether Chawner really has left this time?" "I hope so," said a heavy boy, and his hope seemed echoed with a general fervour. "He's been going to leave every term for the last year, but I believe he really has done it this time. He wrote and told me he wasn't coming back." "Thank goodness," said several with an evident relief, and someone was just observing that they had had enough of the sneaking business, when a fly was heard to drive up, and the bell rang, whereupon everyone abandoned his easy attitude, and seemed to brace himself up for a trying encounter. "Look out! Here's Grimstone!" they whispered under their breaths, as voices and footsteps were heard in the hall outside. Presently the door of the schoolroom opened, and another boy entered the room. Dr. Grimstone, it appeared, had not been the occupant of the fly after all. The newcomer was a tall, narrow-shouldered, stooping fellow, with a sallow, unwholesome complexion, thin lips, and small, sunken brown eyes. His cheeks were creased with a dimpling sub-smile, half uneasy, half malicious, and his tread was mincing and cat-like. "Well, you fellows," he said. All rose at once, and shook hands effusively. "Why, Chawner!" they cried. "How are you, old fellow? We thought you weren't coming back." There was a heartiness in their manner somewhat at variance with their recent expressions of opinion, but they had doubtless excellent reasons for any inconsistency. "Well?" said Chawner in a low, soft voice, which had a suggestion of feminine spitefulness. "I was going to leave, but I thought you'd be getting into mischief here without me to watch over you. Appleton and Lench and Coker want looking after badly, I know. So, you see, I've come back after all." He laughed with a little malevolent cackle as he spoke, and the three boys named laughed too, though with no great heartiness, and shifting the while uneasily on their seats. After this sally the conversation languished until Tom Grimstone's appearance. He strolled in with a semi-professional air and shook hands with affability. Tom was a short, flabby, sandy-haired youth, not particularly beloved by his comrades, and his first remark was, "I say, you chaps, you done your holiday task? Pa says he shall keep every one in who hasn't. I've done mine," which, as a contribution to the general liveliness, was a distinct failure. Needless to say, the work imposed as a holiday occupation had been first deferred, then forgotten, then remembered too late, and recklessly defied with the confidence begotten in a home atmosphere. Amidst a general silence, Chawner happened to see Mr. Bultitude in his corner, and crossed over to him. "Why, there's Dicky Bultitude there all the time, and he never came to shake hands. Aren't you going to speak to me?" Paul growled something indistinctly, feeling strangely uncomfortable and confused. "What's the matter with him?" asked Chawner. "Doesn't anyone know? Has he lost his tongue?" "He hadn't lost it coming down in the train," said Coker. "I wish he had. I tell you what, you fellows, here's Grim at last. I'll tell you all about it up in the bedroom." And Dr. Grimstone really did arrive at this point, much to Paul's relief, and looked in to give a grip of the hand and a few words to those of the boys he had not seen. Biddlecombe, Tipping, and the rest came in with him, and the schoolroom soon filled with others arriving by later trains, amongst the later comers being the two house-masters, Mr. Blinkhorn and Mr. Tinkler, and there followed a season of bustle and conversation, which lasted until the doctor touched a small hand-bell, and ordered them to sit down round the tables while supper was brought in. Mr. Bultitude was not sorry to hear the word supper. He was faint and dispirited, and although he had dined not very long since, thought that perhaps a little cold beef and beer, or some warmed-up trifle, might give him courage to tell his misfortunes before bedtime. Of one thing he felt certain: nothing should induce him to trust his person in a bedroom with any of those violent and vindictive boys. Whether he succeeded in declaring himself that night or not, he would at least insist on a separate bedroom. Meantime he looked forward to supper, as likely to restore geniality and confidence. But the supper announced so imposingly proved to consist of nothing more than 2 plates piled with small pieces of thinly buttered bread, which a page handed round together with tumblers of water, and Paul, in his disappointment, refused this refreshment with more firmness than politeness, as Dr. Grimstone observed. "You got into trouble last term, Bultitude," he said sternly, "on account of this same fastidious daintiness. Your excellent father has informed me of your waste and gluttony at his own bountiful spread table. Don't let me have occasion to reprove you for this again." Mr. Bultitude, feeling the necessity of propitiating him, hastened to take the two largest squares of bread and butter on the plate. They were moist and thick, and he had considerable difficulty in disposing of them, besides the gratification of hearing himself described as a pig by his neighbours, who reproved him with a refreshing candour. "I must get away from here," he thought ruefully. "Dick seems very unpopular. I wish I didn't feel so low-spirited and unwell. Why can't I carry it off easily as a kind of joke? How hard these forms are, and how those infernal boys did jog my back!" Bedtime came at length. The boys filed one by one out of the room, and the Doctor stood by the door to shake hands with them as they passed. Mr. Bultitude lingered until the others had gone, for he had made up his mind to seize this opportunity to open the Doctor's eyes to the mistake he was making. But he felt unaccountably nervous. The diplomatic and well-chosen introduction he had carefully prepared had left him at the critical moment. All power of thought was gone with it, and he went tremblingly up to the schoolmaster, feeling hopelessly at the mercy of anything that chose to come out of his mouth. "Dr. Grimstone," he began, "before retiring, I must insist, I must request. What I wish to say is—" "I see," said the Doctor, catching him up sharply. "You wish to apologize for your extraordinary behaviour in the railway carriage. Well, though you made some amends afterwards, an apology is very right and proper. Say no more about it." "It's not that," said Paul hopelessly. "I wanted to explain—" "Your conduct with regard to the bread and butter. If it was simply a want of appetite, of course there is no more to be said. But I have an abhorrence of—" "Quite right," said Paul, recovering himself. "I hate waste myself, but there is something I must tell you before—" "If it concerns that disgraceful conduct of Coker's," said the Doctor, "you may speak on. I shall have to consider his case to-morrow. Has any similar case of disobedience come to your knowledge? If so, I expect you to disclose it to me. You have found some other boy with sweetmeats in his possession?" "Good heavens, sir!" said Mr. Bultitude, losing his temper. "I haven't been searching the whole school for sweetmeats. I have other things to occupy my mind, sir, and once for all I demand to be heard. Dr. Grimstone, there are domestic secrets that can only be alluded to in the strictest privacy. I see that one of your assistants is writing at his table there. Cannot we go where there will be less risk of interruption? You have a study, I suppose?" "Yes, sir," said the Doctor with terrible grimness, "I have a study, and I have a cane. I can convince you of both facts if you wish it. If you insult me again by this brazen buffoonery, I will. Be off to your dormitory, sir, before you provoke me to punish you. Not another word. Go!" And, incredible as it may appear to all who have never been in his position, Mr. Bultitude went. It was almost an abdication. It was treachery to his true self. He knew the vital importance of firmness at this crisis. But nevertheless his courage gave way all at once, and he crawled up the bare uncarpeted stairs without any further protest. "Good night, Master Bultitude," said a housemaid, meeting him on the staircase. "You know your bedroom, number 6, with Master Coker and Master Biddlecombe and the others." Paul dragged himself up to the highest landing stage, and, with a sick foreboding, opened the door on which the figure 6 was painted. It was a large, bare, plainly papered room, with several curtainless windows,
the blinds of which were drawn, a long deal stand with wash-hand basins, and 8 little white beds against the walls. A fire was lighted in the consideration of its being the first night, and several boys were talking excitedly round it. "Here he is! He's stayed behind to tell more tales!" they cried, as Paul entered nervously. "Now then, Bultitude, what have you got to say for yourself?" Mr. Bultitude felt powerless among all these young wolves. He had no knowledge of boys, nor any notion of acquiring any influence over them, having hitherto regarded them as necessary nuisances, to be rather suppressed than studied. He could only stare hopelessly at them in fascinated silence. "You see, he hasn't got a word to say for himself," said Tipping. "Look here, what shall we do with him? Shall we try tossing him in a blanket? I've never tried tossing a fellow in a blanket myself, but as long as you don't jerk him too high, or out on the floor, you can't hurt him dangerously." "No, I say, don't toss him in a blanket," pleaded Biddlecombe, and Paul felt gratefully towards him at the words. "Anyone coming up would see what was going on. I vote we flick at him with towels." "Now, just you understand this clearly," said Paul, thinking not without reason that this course of treatment was likely to prove painful. "I refuse to allow myself to be flicked at with towels. No one has ever offered me such an indignity in my life. Oh, do you think I've not enough on my mind as it is, without the barbarities of a set of young brutes like you?" As this appeal was not of a very conciliatory nature, they at once proceeded to form a circle round him, and, judging their distance with great accuracy, jerked towels at his person with such diabolical dexterity that the wet corners cut him at all points like so many fine thongs, and he span round like a top, dancing and, I regret to add, swearing violently at the pain. When he was worked up almost to frenzy pitch, Biddlecomb's sweet low voice cried, "Cave, you fellows, I hear Grim! Let him undress now, and we can lam it into him afterwards with slippers." At this they all cast off such of their clothes as they still wore, and slipped modestly and peacefully into bed, just as Dr. Grimstone's large form appeared at the doorway. Mr. Bultitude made as much haste as he could, but did not escape a reprimand from the doctor as he turned the gas out; and, as soon as he had made the rounds of the bedrooms, and his heavy tread had died away down the staircase, the light-hearted occupants of number 6 lammed it into the unhappy Paul until they were tired of the exercise, and left him to creep sore and trembling with rage and fright into his cold hard bed. Then, after a little desultory conversation, one by one sank from incoherence into silence, and rose from silence to snores, while Paul alone lay sleepless, listening to the creeping tinkle of the dying fire, drearily wondering at the marvellous change that had come over his life and fortunes in the last few hours, and feverishly composing impassioned appeals which were to touch the doctor's heart and convince his reason. End of section 5. Section 6 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 5. Disgrace. Well had the boding tremblers learnt to trace the day's disasters in his morning's face. Sleep came at last, and brought too brief forgetfulness. It was not till the dull grey light of morning was glimmering through the blinds that Mr. Bultitude awoke to his troubles. The room was bitterly cold, and he remained shivering in bed for some time, trying to realize and prepare for his altered condition. He was the only one awake. Now and then, from one of the beds around, a boy would be heard talking in his sleep, or laughing with holiday glee, at the drolleries, possibly, of some pantomime performed for his amusement in the Theatre Royal, Dreamland, a theatre mercifully open to all boys, free of charge, long after the holidays have come to an end, the only drawbacks being a certain want of definiteness in the plot and scenery, and a liability to premature termination of the vaguely splendid performance. Once Kiffin, the new boy, awoke with a start and a heavy sigh, but he cried himself to sleep again almost immediately. Mr. Bultitude could bear being inactive no longer. He thought if he got up he might perhaps see his misfortunes shrink into a more bearable, less hopeless scale, and besides, he judged it prudent, for many reasons, to finish his toilet before the sleepers began theirs. Very stealthily, dreading to rouse anyone and attract attention in the form of slippers, he broke the clinking crust of ice in one of the basins, and, shuddering from the shock, bathed face and hands in the biting water. He parted his hair, which from natural causes he had been unable to accomplish for some years, and now found an awkwardness in accomplishing it neatly, and then stole down the dark creaking staircase just as the butler in the hall began to swing the big railway bell, which was to din stern reality into the sleepy ears above. In the schoolroom a yawning maid had just lighted the fire, from which turbid yellow clouds of sulphurous smoke were pouring into the room, making it necessary to open the windows and lower a temperature that was far from high ordinarily. Paul stood shaking by the mantelpiece in a very bad temper for some minutes. If the doctor had come in then, he might have been spurred by indignation to utter his woes, and even claim and obtain his freedom. But that was not to be. The door did open presently, however, and a little girl appeared, a very charming little maiden indeed, in a neat dark costume, relieved by a fresh white pinafore. She had deep grey eyes and glossy brown hair, falling over her forehead and down her back in soft straight masses. Her face was oval rather than round, and slightly serious, though her smile was pretty and gay. She ran towards Mr. Bultitude with a glad little cry, stretching out her hands. "Dick, dear Dick," she said, "I am so glad. I thought you'd be down early, as you used to be. I wanted to sit up last night so very much, but mamma wouldn't let me." Some might have been very glad to be welcomed in this way, even victoriously. As for boys, it must have been a very bad school indeed, which Dalkey Grimstone could not have robbed of much of its terrors. Mr. Bultitude, however, as has been explained, did not appreciate children, being a family man himself. When one sees their petty squabbles and jealousies, hears their cruel din, and pays for their monkeyish mischief, perhaps the daintiest children seem but an earthly order of cherubim. He was only annoyed and embarrassed by the interruption, though he endured it. "Ah," he said with condescension, "and so you're Dr. Grimstone's little girl, are you? How d'ye do, my dear?" Dulcie stopped and looked at him with drawn eyebrows and her soft mouth quivering. "What makes you talk like that?" she asked. "How ought I to talk?" said Paul. "You didn't talk like that before," said Dulcie plaintively. I thought perhaps you'd be glad to see me. You were once, and when you went away last, you asked me to kiss you, and I did, and I wish I hadn't." and you gave me a ginger lozenge with your name written on it in lead pencil, and I gave you a cough lozenge with mine, and you said it was to show that you were my sweetheart, and I was yours. But I suppose you've eaten the one I gave you." "This is dreadful," thought Mr. Bultitude. "What shall I do now? The child evidently takes me for that little scoundrel Dick." "Tut, tut," he said aloud. "Little girls like you are too young for such nonsense. You ought to be thinking about your dolls and your needlework, not sweethearts." "You say that now!" cried Dulcie indignantly. "You know I'm not a little girl, and I've left off playing with dolls, almost. Oh, Dick, don't be unkind. You haven't changed your mind, have you?" "No," said Paul dismally. "I've changed my body, but there, you wouldn't understand. Run away and play somewhere like a good little girl." "I know what it is," said Dulcie. "You've been out to parties or somewhere, and seen some horrid girl you like better than me." "This is absurd, you know," said Mr. Bultitude. "You can't think how absurd it is. Now, you'll be a very foolish little girl if you cry. You're making a mistake. I'm not the Dick you used to know." "I know you're not," sobbed Dulcie. "But, oh, Dick, you will be. Promise me you will be." And to Paul's horror and alarm, she put her arms round his neck and cried piteously on his shoulder. "Good gracious!" he cried. "Let me go! Don't do that, for heaven's sake! I can hear someone coming. If it's your father, it will ruin me." But it was too late. Over her head he saw Tipping enter the room and stand glaring at them menacingly. Dulcie saw him too, and sprang away to the window, where she tried to dry her eyes unperceived, and then ran past him with a hurried "Good morning," and escaped, leaving Paul alone with the formidable Tipping. There was an awkward silence at first, which Tipping broke by saying, "What have you been saying to make her cry, eh?" "What's that to you, sir?" said Paul, trying to keep his voice firm. "Why, it's just this to me," said Tipping, "that I've been spoons on Dulcie myself ever since I came, and she never would have a word to say to me. I never could think why, and now it turns out to be you. What do you mean by cutting me out like this? I heard her call you dear Dick." "Don't be an ass, sir," said Paul angrily. "Now, none of your cheek, you know," said Tipping, edging up against him with a dangerous inclination, first to jostle aggressively, and then maul his unconscious rival. "You just mind what I say. I'm not going to have Dulcie bothered by a young beggar in the second form. She deserves something better than that, anyway, and I tell you that if I once catch you talking to her in the way you did just now, or if I hear of her favouring you more than any other fellows, I'll give you the juiciest licking you ever had in your life. So look out!" At this point the other boys began to straggle down and cluster round the fire, and Paul withdrew from the aggrieved Tipping, and looked drearily out of the window on the hard road and bare black trees outside. "I must tell the doctor how I'm situated," he thought, "and yet directly I open my mouth he threatens to flog me. If I stay here, that little girl will be always trying to speak to me, and I shall be thrashed by the red-haired boy. If I could only manage to speak out after breakfast." It was not without satisfaction that he remembered that he paid extra for meat for breakfast in his son's school bills, for he was beginning to look forward to meal-time with the natural desire of a young and healthy frame for nourishment. At 8 o'clock the doctor came in and announced breakfast, leading the way himself to what was known in the school as the dining hall. It scarcely deserved so high-sounding a name, perhaps, being a long, low room on the basement floor, with a big fireplace fitted with taps and basting ovens, which provoked the suspicion that it had begun existence as a back kitchen. The doctor took his seat alone at a cross-table forming the top of one of the 2 rows of tables, set with white cups and saucers and plates, well heaped with the square pieces of bread and butter, while Mrs. Grimstone, Dulcie, and Tom sat at the foot of the same row, behind 2 ugly urns of dull block tin. But when Mr. Bultitude, more hungry than he had felt for years, found his place at one of the tables, he was disgusted to find upon his plate, not, as he had confidently expected, a couple of plump poached eggs, with their appetizing contrast of ruddy gold and silvery white, not a crisp and crackling sausage or a mottled omelette, not even the homely but luscious rasher, but a brace of chill, forbidding sardines, lying grim and headless in bilious green oil. It was a fish he positively loathed, nor could it be reasonably expected that the confidence necessary for a declaration was to be forgotten by so sepulchral a form of nutriment. He roused himself, however, to swallow them, together with some of the thin and tin-flavoured coffee. But the meal as a whole was so different from the plentiful, well-cooked breakfasts he had sat down before for years as a matter of course, that it made him feel extremely unwell. No talking was allowed during the meal. The doctor now and then looked up from his dish of kidneys on toast, at which envious glances were occasionally cast, to address a casual remark to his wife across the long row of plates and cups, but as a rule the dull champing sound of boys solemnly and steadily munching was all that broke the silence. Towards the end, when the plates had been generally cleared, and the boys sat staring with the stolidity of repletion at one another across the tables, the junior housemaster, Mr. Tinkler, made his appearance. He had lately left a small and little-known college at Cambridge, where he had contrived, contrary to expectation, to evade the uncoveted wooden spoon by 2 places, which enabled the doctor to announce himself as being assisted by a graduate of the University of Cambridge, who has taken honours in the mathematical tripos. For the rest, he was a small, insignificant-looking person, who evidently disliked the notice his late appearance drew upon himself. "Mr. Tinkler," said the doctor, in his most awful voice, "if it were my custom to rebuke my assistants before the school, which it is not, I should be forced to remind you that this tardiness in rising is a bad beginning of the day's work, and sets a bad example to those under your authority." Mr. Tinkler made no articulate reply, but sat down with a crushed expression, and set himself to devour bread and butter with an energy which he hoped would divert attention from his blushes. And almost immediately the doctor looked at his watch and said, "Now, boys, you have half an hour for chevy. Make the most of it. When you come in, I shall have something to say to you all. Don't rise, Mr. Tinkler, unless you have quite finished." Mr. Tinkler preferred leaving his breakfast to continue it under the trying ordeal of his principal's inspection. So, hastily murmuring that he had made an excellent breakfast, which he had not, he followed the others, who clattered upstairs to put on their boots and go out into the playground. It was noticeable that they did so without much of the enthusiasm which might be looked for from boys dismissed to their sports. But the fact was that this particular sport, chevy, commonly known as prisoner's base, was by no means a popular amusement, being of a somewhat monotonous nature, and calling for no special skill on the part of the performers. Besides this, moreover, it had the additional disadvantage, which would have been fatal to a far more fascinating diversion, of being in a great measure compulsory. Football and cricket were, of course, reserved for half-holidays, and played in a neighbouring field rented by the doctor, and in the playground he restricted them to chevy, which he considered, rightly enough, both gave them abundant exercise and kept them out of mischief. Accordingly, if any adventurous spirit started a rival game, it was usually abandoned sooner or later, in deference to suggestions from headquarters, which were not intended to be disregarded. This, though undoubtedly well meant, did not serve to stimulate their affection for the game, an excellent one in moderation, but which, if played by special desire 2 or 3 hours a day for weeks in succession, is apt to lose its freshness and pall upon the youthful mind. It was a bright morning. There had been a hard frost during the night, and the ground was hard, sparkling with rime and ringing to the foot. The air was keen and invigorating, and the bare black branches of the trees were outlined clear and sharp against the pale pure blue of the morning sky. Just the weather for a long day's skating over the dark green glassy ice, or a bracing tramp on country roads into cheery red-roofed market towns. But now it had lost all power to charm. It was almost depressing by the contrast between the boundless liberty suggested and the dull reality of a round of uninteresting work which was all it heralded. So they lounged listlessly about, gravitating finally towards the end of the playground, where a deep furrow marked the line of the base. There was no attempt to play. They stood gossiping in knots, grumbling and stamping their feet to keep warm. By and by the day boarders began to drop in one by one, several of them, from a want of tact, in adapting themselves to the general tone, earning decided unpopularity at once by a cheerful briskness and an undisguised satisfaction at having something definite to do once more. If Mr. Tinkler, who had joined one of the groups, had not partially distinguished himself at breakfast, he made ample amends now, and by the grandeur and manliness of his conversation succeeded in producing a decided impression upon some of the smaller boys. "The bore of a place like this, you know," he was saying with magnificent disdain, "is that a fellow can't have his pipe of a morning. I've been used to it, and so, of course, I miss it. If I chose to insist on it, Grimstone couldn't say anything, but with a lot of young fellows like you see, it wouldn't look well. It could hardly have looked worse than little Mr. Tinkler himself would have done, if he had ventured upon more than the mildest of cigarettes, for he was a poor but pertinacious smoker, and his love for the weed was chastened by wholesome fear. There, however, he was in no danger of betraying this, and, indeed, it would have been injudicious to admit it. Talking of smoking," he went on with a soft chuckle, as at recollections of unspeakable devilry, "did I ever tell you chaps of a tremendous scrape I very nearly got into up at the 'versity? Well, you must know there's a foolish rule there against smoking in the streets. Not that that made any difference to some of us. Well, one night about 9 I was strolling down Pettycury with 2 other men, smoking, Bosher and Pothouse and Peebles of Cats, both pretty well known up there for general rowdiness, you know, great pals of mine, and just as we turned the corner, who should we see coming straight down on us but a proctor with his bulldogs. Not dogs, you know, but the strongest gyps in college. Bosher said, "Let's cut it," and he and Peebles bolted. They were neither of them funks, of course, but they lost their heads. I went calmly on, smoking my cigar as if nothing was the matter. That put the proctor in a bait, I can tell you. He came fuming up to me. "What do you mean, sir?" says he, quite pale with anger. He was a great bull-headed fellow, one of the strongest dons of his year. That's why they made him a proctor. "What do you mean by breaking the university statutes in this way?" "It is a fine evening," said I. I determined to keep cool. "Do you mean to insult me?" said he. "No, old boy," said I don't have a cigar." He couldn't stand that, so he called up his bulldogs. "I give him in charge," he screamed out. "I'll have him sent down." "I'll send you down first," said I, and I just gave him a push. I never meant to hurt the fellow, and over he went. I rolled over a bulldog to keep him company, and as the other fellow didn't want any more, and stood aside to let me pass, I finished my stroll and my cigar. "Was the proctor hurt, sir?" inquired a small boy with great respect. "More frightened than hurt, I always said," said Mr. Tinkler lightly, "but somehow he never would proctise any more. It spoilt his nerve. He was a good deal chafed about it, but of course no one ever knew I'd had anything to do with it." With such tales of Homeric exploit did Mr. Tinkler inculcate a spirit of discipline and respect for authority. But although he had indeed once encountered a proctor, and at night, he did himself great injustice by this version of the proceedings, which were, as a matter of fact, of a most peaceable and law-abiding character, and though followed by a pecuniary transaction the next day in which 6 and 8 changed pockets, the proctors continued their duties much as before, while Mr. Tinkler's feelings towards them, which had ever been reverential in the extreme, were, if anything, intensified by the experience. Upon this incident, however, he had gradually embroidered the above exciting episode, until he grew to believe at intervals that he really had been a devil of a fellow in his time, which, to do him justice, was far from the case. He might have gone on still further to calumniate himself and excite general envy and admiration thereby, if at that moment Dr. Grimstone had not happened to appear at the head of the cast iron staircase that led down into the playground. Whereupon Mr. Tinkler affected to be intensely interested in the game, which, as a kind of compliment to the principal about this time, was galvanized into a sort of vigour. But the doctor, after frowning gloomily down upon them for a minute or so, suddenly called "All in!" He had several ways of saying this. Sometimes he would do so in a half regretful tone, as one himself obeying the call of duty. Sometimes he would appear for some minutes, a benignant spectre upon the balcony, and summon them to work at length, with a leonate pity, for he was by no means a hard-hearted man. But at other times he would step sharply and suddenly out and shout the word of command with a grim and ominous expression. On these last occasions the school generally prepared itself for a rather formidable quarter of an hour. This was the case now, and as a further portent, Mr. Blinkhorn was observed to come down, and, after a few words with Mr. Tinkler, withdrew with him through the school gate. "He's sent them out for a walk," said Siggers, who was skilled in omens. "It's a row." Rows at Crichton House, although periodical, and therefore things to be forearmed against in some degree, were serious matters. Dr. Grimstone was a quick-tempered man, with a copious flow of words and a taste for indulging it. He was also strongly prejudiced against many breaches of discipline which others might have considered trifling, and whenever he had discovered any such breach, he could not rest until, by all the means in his power, he had ascertained exactly how many were implicated in the offence, and to what extent. His usual method of doing this was to summon the school formally together and deliver an elaborate harangue, during which he worked himself by degrees into such a state of indignation that his hearers were most of them terrified out of their senses, and very often conscience-stricken offenders would give themselves up as hopelessly detected, and reveal transgressions altogether unsuspected by him, much as a net brings up fish of all degrees of merit, or as a heavy firing will raise drowned corpses to the surface. Paul naturally knew nothing of this peculiarity. He had kept himself as usual apart from the others, and was now trying to compel himself to brave the terrors of an avowal at the first opportunity. He followed the others up the steps with an uneasy wonder whether, after all, he would not find himself ignominiously sent down to learn lessons. The boys filed into the schoolroom in solemn silence, and took their seats at the desks and along the brown tables. The doctor was there before them, standing up with one elbow resting upon a reading-stand, and with a suggestion of coming thunder in his look and attitude that, combined with the oppressive silence, made some of the boys feel positively ill. Presently he began. He said that since they had come together again, he had made a discovery concerning one among them, which, astounding as it was to him, and painful as he felt it to be compelled to make it known, concerned them all to be aware of. Mr. Bultitude could scarcely believe his ears. His secret was discovered, then! The injury done him by Dick about to be repaired, and open restitution and apology offered to him. It was not perhaps precisely delicate on the doctor's part to make so public an affair of it, but so long as it ended well, he could afford to overlook that. So he settled himself comfortably on a form, and with his back against a desk and his legs crossed, his expression indicating plainly that he knew what was coming, and on the whole approved of it. "Ever since I have devoted myself to the cause of tuition," continued the doctor, "I have made it my object to provide boys under my roof with fare so abundant and so palatable that they should have no excuse for obtaining extraneous luxuries. I have presided myself at their meals, I have superintended their very sports with a fatherly eye." Here he paused, and fixed one or two of those nearest him with the fatherly eye, in such a manner that they writhed with confusion. "He's wandering from the point," thought Paul, a little puzzled. "I have done all this on one understanding, that the robustness of your constitutions, acquired by the plain, simple, but abundant regimen of my table, shall not be tampered with by the indulgence in any of the pampering products of confectionery. They are absolutely and unconditionally prohibited, as every boy who hears me now knows perfectly well. And yet—" Here he began gradually to relax his self-restraint, and lash himself into a frenzy of indignation. "What do I find? There are some natures so essentially base, so incapable of being affected by kindness, so dead to honour and generosity, that they will not
scruple to conspire or set themselves individually to escape and baffle the wise precautions undertaken for their benefit. I will not name the dastards at present. They themselves can look into their hearts and see their guilt reflected there." At this, every boy, beginning to see the tendency of his denunciations, tried hard to assume an air of conscious innocence and grieved interest, the majority achieving conspicuous failure. "I do not like to think," said Dr. Grimstone, "that the evil has wider existence than I yet know of. It may be so. Nothing will surprise me now. There may be some before me trembling with the consciousness of secret guilt. If so, let those boys make the only reparation in their power, and give themselves up in an honourable and straightforward manner." To this invitation, which indeed resembled that of the duck destroying Mrs. Bond, no one made any response. They had grown too wary, and now preferred to play a waiting game. "Then let the being, for I will not call him boy, who is known to me, step forth and confess his fault publicly, and sue for pardon," thundered the Doctor, now warmed to his theme. But the being declined from a feeling of modesty, and a faint hope that somebody else might, after all, be the person aimed at. "Then I name him," stormed Dr. Grimstone. "Cornelius Coggs, stand up!" Coggs half rose in a limp manner, whispering feebly, "Me, sir? Oh, please, sir, no, not me, sir." "Yes, you, sir, and let your companions regard you with the contempt and abhorrence you so richly merit." Here, needless to say, the whole school glared at poor Coggs with as much virtuous indignation as they could summon up, at such a short notice. The contempt is very infectious when communicated from high quarters. "So, Coggs," said the Doctor, with a slow and withering scorn, "so you thought to defy me, to smuggle compressed illness and concentrated unhealthiness into this school with impunity. You flattered yourself that after I had once confiscated your contraband poisons you would hear no more of it. You deceived yourself, sir. I tell you this once for all, that I will not allow you to contaminate your innocent schoolmates with your gifts of surreptitious sweetmeats. They shall not be perverted with your pernicious peppermints, sir. You shall not deprave them by jujus, or envenerate them with Turkish delight. I will not expose myself or them to the inroads of disease invited here by a hypocritical inmate of my walls. The traitor shall have his reward." All of which simply meant that the Doctor, having once had a small boy taken seriously ill from the effects of overeating himself, was naturally anxious to avoid such an inconvenience for the future. "Thanks to the fearless honesty of a youth," continued the Doctor, "who, in an eccentric manner certainly, but with, I do not doubt, the best of motives, opened my eyes to the fell evil, I am enabled to cope with it at its birth. Richard Bultitude, I take this occasion of publicly thanking and commending you. Your conduct was noble." Mr. Bultitude was too angry and disappointed to speak.
He had thought his path was going to be made smooth, and now all this ridiculous fuss was being made about a few peppermint lozenges. He wished he had never mentioned them. It was not the last time he breathed that wish. "As for you, Coggs," said the doctor, suddenly producing a lithe brown cane, "I shall make a public example of you." Coggs stared idiotically and protested, but after a short and painful scene was sent off up to his bedroom, yelping like a kicked puppy. "One word more," said the doctor, now almost calm again. "I know that you all think with me in your horror of the treachery I have just exposed. I know that you would scorn to participate in it." A thrill and murmur expressive of intense horror and scorn went round the benches. "You are anxious to prove that you do so beyond a doubt." Again a murmur of assent. "I give you all that opportunity. I have implicit trust and confidence in you. Let every boarder go down into the box-room and fetch up his play-box just as it is, and open it here before me." There was a general fall of jaws at this very unexpected conclusion, but, contriving to overcome their dismay, they went outside and down through the playground into the box-room, Paul amongst the rest, and amidst universal confusion everyone opened his box, and with a consideration especially laudable in heedless boyhood, thoughtfully and carefully removed from it all such dainties as might be calculated to shock or pain their preceptor. Mr. Bultitude found a key labelled "Playbox," and began to open a box which bore Dick's initials cut upon the lid. Without any apprehensions, however, for he had given too strict orders to his daughter to fear that any luxuries would be concealed there. But no sooner had he raised the lid than he staggered back with disgust. It was crammed with cakes, butterscotch, hardbake, pots of jam, and even a bottle of ginger wine, enough to compromise a champion. He set himself to pitch them all out as soon as possible with feverish haste, but Tipping was too quick for him. "Hallo!" he cried. "Oh, I say, you fellows, come here! Just look at this. Here's this impudent young beggar who sneaked of poor little Coggs for sucking jujus, and very nearly got us all into a jolly good row, with his own box full all the time. Butterscotch, if you please, and jam and ginger wine. You'll just put 'em all back again, will you, you young humbug?" "Do you use those words to me, sir?" said Paul angrily, for he did not like to be called a humbug. "Yes, sir, please, sir," jeered Tipping. "I did venture to take such a liberty, sir." "Then it was like your infernal impudence," growled Paul. "You be kind enough to leave my affairs alone. Upon my word, what boys are coming to nowadays! Are you going to put that tuck back?" said Tipping impatiently. "No, sir, I'm not. Don't interfere what you're not expected to understand." "Well, if you won't," said Tipping easily, "I suppose we must. Biddlecombe, kindly knock him down and sit on his head while I fill his playbox for him." This was neatly and quickly done. Biddlecombe tripped Mr. Bultitude up and sat firmly on him, while Tipping carefully replaced the good things in Dick's box, after which he locked it and courteously returned the key. "As the box is heavy," he said, with a wicked wink, "I'll carry it up for you myself," which he did, Paul following more dead than alive, and too shaken even to expostulate. "Bultitude's box was rather too heavy for him, sir," he explained as he came in, and Dr. Grimstone, who had quite recovered his equanimity, smiled indulgently, and remarked that he liked to see the strong assisting the weak. All the boxes had by this time been brought up, and were ranged upon the tables, while the Doctor went round making an almost formal inspection, like a custom-house officer searching compatriots, and becoming milder and milder as box after box opened to reveal a fair and innocent interior. Paul's turn was coming very near, and his heart seemed to shrivel like a burst bladder. He fumbled with his key, and tried hard to lose it. It was terrible to have oneself to apply the match which is to blow one to the winds. If, the idea was almost too horrible, but if he, a blameless and respectable city merchant, were actually to find himself served like the miserable cogs. At last the Doctor actually stood by him. "Well, my boy," he said, not unkindly, "I'm not afraid of anything wrong here, at any rate." Mr. Bultitude, who had the best reasons for not sharing his confidence, made some inarticulate sounds, and pretended to have a difficulty in turning the key. "Eh? Come, open the box," said the Doctor, with an altered manner. "What are you fumbling at it for in this highly suspicious manner? I'll open it myself." He took the key and opened the lid. When the cakes and wine stood revealed in all their damning profusion, the Doctor stepped back dramatically. "Hardbake!" he gasped. "Wine! Pots of strawberry jam! Oh, Bultitude, this is a revelation indeed. So I have nourished one more viper in my bosom, have I? A crawling reptile which curries favour by denouncing the very crime it conceals in its playbox. Bultitude, I was not prepared for such a duplicity as this. I swear I never put them in," protested the unhappy Paul. I never touched such things. They would bring on my gout in half an hour. It's ridiculous to punish me. I never knew they were there." "Then why were you so anxious to avoid opening the box?" rejoined the Doctor. "No, sir, you're too ingenious. Your guilt is clear. Go to your dormitory and wait there till I come to you." Paul went upstairs, feeling utterly abandoned and helpless. Though a word as to his real character might have saved him, he could not have said it, and worse still, knew now that he could not. "I shall be caned," he told himself, and the thought nearly drove him mad. "I know I shall be caned. What on earth shall I do?" He opened the door of his bedroom. Coggs was rocking and moaning on his bed in one corner of the room, but looked up with red, furious eyes as Paul came in. "What do you want up here?" he said savagely. "Go away, can't you?" "I wish I could go away," said Paul dolefully, "but I'm sent up here too," he explained, with some natural embarrassment. "What?" cried Coggs, slipping off his bed and staring wildly. "You don't mean to say you're going to catch it too?" "I've enough reason to fear," said Mr. Bultitude stiffly, "that I am indeed going to catch it, as you call it." "Hooray!" shouted Coggs hysterically. "I don't care now, and I'll have some revenge on my own account as well. I don't mind an extra licking, and you're in for one as it is. Will you stand up to me or not?" "I don't understand you," said Paul. "Don't come so near. Keep off, you young demon, will you?" he cried presently, as Coggs, exasperated by all his wrongs, was rushing at him with an evidently hostile intent. "There, Don't be annoyed, my good boy," he pleaded, catching up a chair as a bulwark. "It was a misunderstanding. I wish you no harm. There, my dear young friend." The dear young friend was grappling with him and attempting to wrench the chair away by brute force. "When I get at you," he said, his hot breath hissing through the chair rungs, "I'll jolly well teach you to sneak of me." "Murder!" gasped Paul, feeling his hold on the chair relaxing. "Unless help comes, this young fiend will have my blood." They were revolving slowly round the chair, watching each other's eyes like gladiators, when Paul noticed a sudden blankness and fixity in his antagonist's expression, and, looking round, saw Dr. Grimstone's awful form framed in the doorway, and gave himself up for lost. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 6, Learning and Accomplishments. I subscribe to Lucian. 'Tis an elegant thing, which cheereth up the mind, exerciseth the body, delights the spectators, which teaches many comely gestures, equally affecting the ears, eyes, and soul itself. Burton on dancing. "What is this?" asked Dr. Grimstone in his most blood-curdling tone, after a most impressive pause at the dormitory door. Mr. Bultitude held his tongue, but kept fast hold of his chair, which he held before him as a defence against either party, while Coggs remained motionless in the centre of the room, with crooked knees and hands dangling impotently. "Will one of you be good enough to explain how you come to be found struggling in this unseemly manner? I sent you up here to meditate on your past behaviour." "I should be most happy to meditate, sir," protested Paul, lowering his chair on discovering that there was no immediate danger, "if that bloodthirsty young ruffian there would allow me to do so. I'm going about in bodily fear of him, Dr. Grimstone. I want him bound over to keep the peace. I decline to be left alone with him. He's not safe." "Is that so, Coggs? Are you mean and base enough to take this cowardly revenge on a boy who has had the moral courage to expose your deceit? For your ultimate good, a boy who is unable to defend himself against you?" "He can fight when he chooses, sir," said Coggs. "He blacked my eye last term, sir." "I assure you," said Paul, with a convincing earnestness of truth, "that I never blacked anybody's eye in the whole course of my life. I am not, a pugnacious man. My age, and my position ought to protect me from these scandals." "You've come back this year, sir," said Dr. Grimstone, "with a very odd way of talking of yourself. An exceedingly odd way. Unless I see you abandoning it, and behaving like a reasonable boy again, I shall be forced to conclude you intend some disrespect and open defiance by it." "If you would allow me an opportunity of explaining my position, sir," said Paul, "I would undertake to clear your mind directly of such a monstrous idea. I am trying to assert my rights, Dr. Grimstone, my rights as a citizen, as a householder. This is no place for me, and I appeal to you to set me free, if you only knew 1/10. "Let us understand one another, Bultitude," interrupted the doctor. You may think it an excellent joke to talk nonsense to me like this, but let me tell you there is a point where a jest becomes an insult. I've spared you hitherto out of consideration for the feelings of your excellent father, who is so anxious that you should become an object of pride and credit to him. But if you dare to treat me to any more of this bombast about explaining your rights, you will force me to exercise one of mine, the right to inflict corporal punishment, sir, which you have just seen in operation upon another." "Oh," said Mr. Bultitude faintly, feeling utterly crestfallen, and he could say nothing more. "As for those illicit luxuries in your play box," continued the doctor, "the fact that you brought the box up as it was in your favour, and I am inclined on reflection to overlook the affair, if you can assure me that you were no party to their being put there." "On the contrary," said Paul, "I gave the strictest orders that there was to be no such useless extravagance. I objected to have the kitchen and housekeeper's rooms ransacked to make a set of rascally boys ill for a fortnight at my expense." The doctor stared slightly at this credible but unnatural view of the subject. However, as he could not quarrel with the sentiment, he let the matter of expressing it pass unrebuked for the present, and, after sentencing Cog to 2 days' detention and the copying of innumerable French verbs, he sent the ill-matched pair down to the schoolroom to join their respective classes. Paul went resignedly downstairs and into the room, where he found Mr. Blinkhorn at the head of one of the long tables, taking a class of about a dozen boys. "Take your Livy and Latin primer, Bultitude," said Mr. Blinkhorn mildly, "and sit down." Mr. Blinkhorn was a tall, angular man with a long neck and slightly drooping head. He had thin, wiry brown hair and a plain face with short-sighted, kind brown eyes. In character he was mild and reserved, too conscientious to allow himself the luxury of either favourites or aversions among the boys, all of whom in his secret soul he probably disliked about equally, though he neither said nor did anything to show it. Paul took a book, any book, for he did not know or care to know one from another, and sat down at the end furthest from the master, inwardly rebelling at having an education thus forced upon him at his advanced years, but seeing no escape. At dinner time he resolved desperately, "I will insist on speaking out, but just now it's simply prudent to humour them." The rest of the class drew away from him with marked coldness and occasionally saluted him, when Mr. Blinkhorn's attention was called away, with terms and grimaces which Paul, although he failed thoroughly to understand them, felt instinctively were not intended as compliments. Mr. Blinkhorn's notion of discipline was qualified by a sportsmanlike instinct which forbade him to harass a boy already in trouble, as he understood young Bultitude had been, and so he forbore from pressing him to take any share in the class work. Mr. Bultitude therefore was saved from any necessity of betraying his total ignorance of his author, and sat gloomily on the hard form, impatiently watching the minute hand skulk around the mean dull face of the clock above the chimney-piece, while around him one boy after another droned out a listless translation of the work before him, interrupted by mild corrections and comments from the master. What a preposterous change from all his ordinary habits! At this very time, only 24 hours since, he was stepping slowly and majestically toward his accustomed omnibus, which was waiting with deference for him to overtake it. He was taking his seat, saluted respectfully by the conductor and cheerily by his fellow passengers, as a man of recognized mark and position. Now that omnibus would halt at the corner of Westbourne Terrace in vain, and go on its way bankwards without him. He was many miles away, in the very last place where anyone would be likely to look for him, occupying the post of whipping boy to his miserable son. Was ever an inoffensive and respectable gentleman placed in a more false and ridiculous position? If he had only kept his drawer locked, and hidden the abominable Garuda stone away from Dick's prying eyes, if he had let the moralizing alone, if Bowler had not been so long fetching that cab, or if he had not happened to faint at the critical moment, what an immense difference any one of these apparent trifles would have made. And now what was he to do to get out of this incongruous and distasteful place? It was all very well to say that he had only to insist upon a hearing from the doctor, but what if, as he had very grave reasons to fear, the doctor should absolutely refuse to listen, should even proceed to carry out his horrible threat? Must he remain there till the holidays came to release him? Suppose Dick, as he certainly would unless he was quite a fool, declined to receive him during the holidays? It was absolutely necessary to return home at once. Every additional hour he passed in imprisonment made it harder to regain his lost self. Now and then he roused himself from all these gloomy thoughts to observe his companions. The boys at the upper end, near Mr. Blinkhorn, were fairly attentive, and he noticed one small smug-faced boy about halfway up, who, while a classmate was faltering and blundering over some question, would cry, "I know, sir. Let me tell him. Ask me, sir," in a restless agony of superior information. Down by Paul, however, the discipline was relaxed enough, as perhaps could only be expected on the first day of term. One wild-eyed, long-haired boy had brought out a small china figure with which, and the assistant of his right hand draped in a pocket handkerchief and wielding a penholder, he was busy enacting a drama based on the lines of Punch and Judy, to the breathless amusement of his neighbours. Mr. Bultitude might have hoped to escape notice by a policy of judicious self-effacement, but unhappily his long, blank, uninterested face was held by his companions to bear an implied reproach, and being delicately sensitive on this point, they kicked his legs viciously, which made him extremely glad when dinner time came, although he felt too faint and bilious to be tempted by anything but the lightest and daintiest luncheon. But at dinner he found, with a shudder, that he was expected to swallow a thick, ragged section of boiled mutton which had been carved and heaped so long before he sat down to it, that the stagnant gravy was chilled and congealed into patches of greasy white. He managed to swallow it with many pauses of invincible disgust, only to find it replaced by a solid slab of pale brown suet pudding, sparsely bedewed with unctuous black treacle. This, though a plentiful and by no means unwholesome fare for growing boys, was not what he had been accustomed to, and feeling far too heavy and unwell after it to venture upon an encounter with the doctor, he wandered slow and melancholy round the bare gravelled playground during the half-hour after dinner devoted to the inevitable chevy, until the doctor appeared at the head of the staircase. It is always sad for the historian to have to record a departure from principle, and I have to confess with shame on Mr. Bultitude's account that, feeling the doctor's eye upon him, and striving to perpetuate him, he humiliated himself so far as to run about with an elaborate affectation of zest, and his exertions were rewarded by hearing himself cordially encouraged to further efforts. It cheered and emboldened him. "I've put him in a good temper," he told himself, "if I can only keep him in one till evening. I really think I might be able to go up and tell him what a ridiculous mess I've got into. Why should I care after all? At least I've done nothing to be ashamed of. It's an accident that might have happened to any man. It is a curious and unpleasant thing that, however reassuring and convincing the arguments may be with which we succeed in bracing ourselves to meet or disregard unpleasantness, the force of those arguments seldom or never outlasts the frame of mind in which they are composed, and when the unpleasantness is at hand, there we are, just as unreasonably alarmed at it as ever. Mr. Bultitude's confidence faded away almost as soon as he found himself in the schoolroom again. He found himself assigned to a class at one end of the room, where Mr. Tinkler presently introduced the new rule in algebra to them, in such a manner as to procure for it a lasting unpopularity with all those who were not too much engaged in drawing duels and railway trains upon their slates to attend. Although Paul did not draw upon his slate, his utter ignorance of algebra prevented him from being much edified by the cabalistic signs on the blackboard, which Mr. Tinkler seemed to chalk up dubiously and rub out again as soon as possible, with an air of being ashamed of them. So he tried to nerve himself for the coming ordeal by furtively watching and studying the doctor, who was taking a Xenophon class at the upper end of the room, and, being in fairly good humour, was combining instruction with amusement in a manner peculiarly his own. He stopped the construing occasionally to illustrate some word or passage by an anecdote. He condescended to enliven the translation here and there by a familiar and colloquial paraphrase. He magnanimously refrained from pressing any obviously convenient questions, and his manner generally was marked by a geniality which was additionally piquant from its extreme uncertainty. Mr. Bultitude could not help thinking it a rather ghastly form of gaiety, but he hoped it might last. Presently, however, someone brought him a blue envelope on a tray. He read it, and a frown gathered on his face. The boy who was translating at the time went on again in his former slipshod manner, which had hitherto provoked only jovial criticism and correction, with complete self-complacency, but found himself sternly brought to book, and burdened by a heavy imposition, before he quite realized that his blunders had ceased to amuse. Then began a season of sore trial and tribulation for the class. The doctor suddenly withdrew the light of his countenance from them, and sunshine was succeeded by blackest thunderclouds. The wind was no longer tempered to the more closely shorn of the flock. The weakest vessels were put on unexpectedly at crucial passages, and, coming hopelessly to grief, were denounced as impostors and idlers, till half the class was dissolved in tears. A few of the better grounded stood the fire, like the remnant of an old guard, with faces pale from alarm and trembling voices, but perfect accuracy. They answered all the doctor's searching inquiries after the paradigms of Greek verbs that seemed irregular to the verge of impropriety. Paul saw it all with renewed misgivings. If I were there, he thought, I should have been run out and flogged long ago. How angry those stupid young idiots are making him. How can I go up and speak to him when he's like that? And yet I must. I'm sitting on dynamite as it is. The very first time they want me to answer any questions from some of their books, I shall be ruined. Why wasn't I better educated when I was a boy? Or why didn't I make a better use of my opportunities? It will be a bitter thing if they thrash me for not knowing as much as Dick. Grimstone's coming this way now. It's all over with me. The Greek class had managed to repel the enemy, with some loss to themselves, and the doctor now left his place for a moment and came down towards the bench on which Paul sat trembling. The storm, however, had passed over for the present, and he only said with restored calmness, "Who were the boys who learnt dancing last term?" One or two of them said that they had done so, and Dr. Grimstone continued, "Mr. Burdekin was unable to give you the last lesson of his course last term, and has arranged to take you today, as he will be in the neighbourhood. So be off at once to Mrs. Grimstone and change your shoes. Bultitude, you learnt last term too. Go with the others." Mr. Bultitude was too overcome by this unexpected attack to contradict it, though of course he was quite able to do so. But then, if he had, he must have explained all, and he felt strongly that just then was neither the time nor the place for particulars. It would have been wiser, perhaps, it would certainly have brought matters to a crisis, if he could have forced himself to tell everything, the whole truth and all its outrageous improbability. But he could not. Let those who feel inclined to blame him for lack of firmness consider how difficult and delicate a business it must almost of necessity be for anyone to declare openly, in the teeth of common sense and plain facts, that there has been a mistake, and, in point of fact, he is not his own son, but his own father. "I suppose I must go," he thought. "I needn't dance, haven't danced since I was a young man, but I can't afford to offend him just now." And so he followed the rest into a sort of cloak-room, where the tall hats which the boys wore on Sundays were all kept on shelves in white bandboxes, and there his hair was brushed, his feet were thrust into very shiny patent leather shoes, and a pair of kid gloves was given out to him to put on. The dancing lesson was to be held in the dining hall, from which the savour of mutton had not altogether departed. When Paul came in he found the floor cleared and the tables and forms piled up on one side of the room. Biddlecombe and Tipping and some of the smaller boys were there already, their gloves and shiny shoes giving them a feeling of ceremony and constraint which they tried to carry off by an uncouth parody of politeness. Siggers was telling stories of the dances he had been to in town, and the fine girls whose step had exactly suited his own, and Tipping was leaning gloomily against the wall listening to something Chawner was whispering in his ear. There was a rustling of dresses down the stairs outside, and two thin little girls, looking excessively proper and prim, came in with an elderly gentlewoman who was their governess, and wore a pince-nez to impart the necessary suggestion of a superior intellect. They were the Miss Mutlows, sisters of one of the day boarders, and attended the course by special favour as friends of Dulcie's, who followed them in with a little gleam of shy anticipation in her eyes. The Miss Mutlows sat stiffly down on a form, one on each side of her governess, and all three stared solemnly at the boys, who began to blush vividly under the inspection, to unbutton and rebutton their gloves with great care, and to shift from leg to leg in an embarrassed manner. Dulcie soon singled out poor Mr. Bultitude, who, mindful of Tipping's warning, was doing his very best to avoid her. She ran straight to him, laid her hand on his arm, and looked into his face pleadingly. "Dick," she said, "you're not sulky still, are you?" Mr. Bultitude had borne a good deal already, and, not being remarkably sweet-natured, he shook the little hand away, half petulant and half alarmed. "I do wish you wouldn't do this sort of thing in public. You'll compromise me, you know," he said nervously. Dulcie opened her grey eyes wide, and then a flush came into her cheeks, and she made a little disdainful upward movement of her chin. "You didn't mind it once," she said. "I thought you might want to dance with me. You liked to last term, but I'm sure I don't care if you choose to be disagreeable. Go and dance with Mary Mutlow if you want to, though you did say she danced like a pair of compasses. And I shall tell her you said so too, and you know you're not a good dancer yourself. Are you going to dance with Mary?" Paul stamped. "I tell you I never dance," he said. "I can't dance any more than a lamp-post. You don't seem an ill-natured little girl, but why on earth can't you let me alone?" Dulcie's eyes flashed. "You're a nasty, sulky boy," she said in an angry undertone. All the conversation had, of course, been carried on in whispers. "I'll never speak to you or look at you again. You're the most horrid boy in the school, and the ugliest." And she turned proudly away, though anyone who looked might have seen the fire in her eyes extinguished as she did so. Perhaps Tipping did see it, for he scowled at them from his corner. There was another sound outside, as of fiddle strings being twanged by the finger, and, as the boys hastily formed up in two lines down the centre of the room, and the Miss Mutlows and Dulcie prepared themselves for the curtsy of state, there came in a little fat man with mutton-chop whiskers and a white face, upon which was written an unalterable conviction that his manner and deportment were perfection itself. The two rows of boys bent themselves stiffly from the back, and Mr. Burdekin returned the compliment by an inclusive and stately inclination. "Good afternoon, madam, young ladies. I trust I find you well. The curtsy just a leetle lower, Miss Mutlow. The right foot less drawn back. Beautiful. Feet closer at the recovery. Perfect. Young gentlemen, good evening. Take your usual places, please, all of you, for our preliminary exercises. Now, the chassé round the room. Will you lead off, please, Dummer? The hands just slightly touching the shoulders, the head thrown negligently back to balance the figure, the whole deportment easy, but not careless. Now, please." And, talking all the time with a metrical fluency, he scraped a little jig on the violin, while Dummer led off a procession which solemnly capered round the room in sundry stages of conscious awkwardness. Mr. Bultitude shuffled along somehow after the rest, with rebellion at his heart, and a deep sense of degradation. "If my clerks were to see me now," he thought. After some minutes of this, Mr. Burdekin stopped them and directed sets to be formed for the Lancers. "Bultitude," said Mr. Burdekin, "you will take Miss Mutlow, please." "Thank you," said Paul, "but I don't dance." "Nonsense, nonsense, sir. You are one of the most promising pupils. You mustn't tell me that. Not another word. Come, select your partners." Paul had no option. He was paired off with a tall and rather angular young lady mentioned, while Dulcie looked on pouting and snubbed Tipping, who humbly asked for the pleasure of dancing with her, by declaring that she meant to dance with Tom. The dance began to a sort of rhythmical accompaniment by Mr. Burdekin, who intoned, "Tops advance, retire and cross, balance at the corners. Very nice, Miss Grimstone. More abandon, Schauner. Lift the feet more from the floor. Not so high as that. Oh, dear me, that last figure over again. And slide the feet. Oh, slide the feet. Bultitude, you're leaving out all the steps." Paul was dragged, unwilling but unresisting, through it all by his partner, who jerked and pushed him into his place without a word, being apparently under strict orders from the governess not on any account to speak to the boys. After the dance the couples promenaded in a stiff but stately manner round the room to a dirge-like march scraped upon the violin. the boys taking the parts of the ladies, jibing away from their partners in a highly unladylike fashion, and the boys burdened with the companionship of the younger Miss Mutlow, walking along in a very agony of bashfulness. I suppose, thought Paul as he led the way with Miss Mary Mutlow, if Dick were ever to hear of this, he'd think it funny. Oh, if I ever get the upper hand of him again! How much longer, I wonder, shall I have to play the fool to this infernal fiddle? But if this was bad, worse was to come. There was another pause, in which Mr. Burdekin said blandly, I wonder now if we have forgotten our sailor's hornpipe. Perhaps Bultitude will prove the contrary. If I remember right, he used to perform it with singular correctness. And, let me tell you, there are a great number of spurious hornpipe steps in circulation. Come, sir, oblige me by dancing it alone. This was the final straw. It was not to be supposed for one moment that Mr. Bultitude would lower his dignity in such a preposterous manner. Besides, he did not know how to dance the hornpipe. So he said, I shall do nothing of the sort. I've had quite enough of this, tomfoolery. That is a very impolite manner of declining, Bultitude, highly discourteous and unpolished. I must insist now, really, as a personal matter, upon your going through the sailor's hornpipe. Come, you won't make a scene, I'm sure. You'll oblige me as a gentleman. I tell you I can't, said Mr. Bultitude sullenly. I never did such a thing in my life, and it would be enough to kill me at my age. This is untrue, sir. Do you mean to say you will not dance the hornpipe? No, said Paul. I'll be damned if I do. There was unfortunately no possible doubt about the nature of the word used. He said it so very distinctly. The governess screamed and called her charges to her. Dulcie hid her face, and some of the boys tittered. Mr. Burdekin turned pink. After that disgraceful language, sir, in the presence of the fairer sex, I have no more to do with you. You will have the goodness to stand in the centre of that form. Gentlemen, select your partners for the Highland Schottische. Mr. Bultitude, by no means sorry to be free from the irksome necessity of dancing with a heart ill attuned for enjoyment, got up on the form and stood looking sullenly enough upon the proceedings. The governess glowered at him now and then as a monster of youthful depravity. The Miss Mutlows glanced up at him as they tripped past, with curiosity not unmixed with admiration, but Dulcie steadily avoided looking in his direction. Paul was just congratulating himself upon his escape when the door opened wide and the doctor marched slowly and imposingly into the room. He did this occasionally, partly to superintend matters and partly as an encouraging mark of approbation. He looked round the class at first with benignant toleration, until his glance took in the bench upon which Mr. Bultitude was set up. Then his eye slowly travelled up to the level of Paul's head, his expression changing meanwhile to a petrifying glare. It was not, as Paul instinctively felt, exactly the position in which a gentleman who wished to stand well with those in authority over him would prefer to be found. He felt his heart turn to water within him, and stared limp and helpless at the doctor. There was an awful silence. Dr. Grimstone was addicted to awful silences, and, indeed, if seldom strictly golden, silence may often be called iron. But at last he inquired, "And pray what may you be doing up there, sir?" "Upon my soul I can't say," said Mr. Bultitude feebly. "Ask that gentleman there with the fiddle. He knows." Mr. Burdekin was a good-mannered, easy-tempered little man, and had already forgotten the affront to his dignity. He was anxious not to get the boy into more trouble. Bultitude was a little inattentive and, I may say, wanting in respect, Dr. Grimstone," he said, putting it as mildly as he could with any accuracy, "so I ventured to place him there as a punishment." "Quite right, Mr. Burdekin," said the doctor, "quite right. I'm sorry that any boy of mine should have caused you to do so. You are again beginning your career of disorder and rebellion, are you, sir? Go up into the schoolroom at once and write a dozen copies before tea time. A very little more eccentricity and insubordination from you, Bultitude, and you will reap a full reward. A full reward, sir." So Mr. Bultitude was driven out of the dancing class in dire disgrace, which would not have distressed him particularly, being only one more drop in his bitter cup, but that he recognized that now his hopes of approaching the doctor with his burden of woe were fallen like a card castle. They were fiddled and danced away for at least 24 hours, perhaps forever. Bitterly did he brood over this as he slowly and laboriously copied out sundry vain repetitions of such axioms as "cultivate habits of courtesy and self-control," and "true happiness is to be sought in contentment." He saw the prospect of a tolerably severe flogging growing more and more distinct, and felt that he could not present himself to his family with the consciousness of having suffered such an indelible disgrace. His family! What would become of them in his absence? Would he ever see his comfortable home in Bayswater again? Tea time came, and after it evening preparations, when Mr. Tinkler presided in a feeble and ineffective manner, perpetually suspecting that the faint sniggers he heard were indulged in at his own expense, and calling perfectly innocent victims to account for them. Paul sat next to Jolland, and, in his desperate anxiety to avoid further unpleasantness, found himself, as he could not for his life have written a Latin or a German composition, reduced to copy down his neighbour's exercises. This Jolland, who had looked forward to an arrangement of a very opposite kind, nevertheless cheerfully allowed him to do, though he expressed doubts as to the wisdom of a servile imitation, more perhaps from prudence than conscientiousness. Jolland, in the intervals of study, was deeply engaged in the production of a small illustrated work of fiction, which he was pleased to call "The Adventures of Ben Butterkin at Scole." It was in a great measure an autobiography, and the cuts depicting the hero's flagellations, which were frequent in the course of the narrative, were executed with much vigour and feeling. He turned out a great number of these works in the course of the term, as well as faces in pen and ink with moving tongues and rolling eyes, and these he would present to a few favoured friends with a secretive and self-deprecatory giggle. Amid scenes and companions like these, Paul sat out the evening hours on his hard seat, which was just at the junction of two forms, an exquisitely uncomfortable position, as all who have tried it will acknowledge, until the time for going to bed came round again. He dreaded the hours of darkness, but there was no help for it. To protest would have been madness just then, and, once more, he was forced to pass the night under the roof of Crichton House. It was even worse than the first, though this was greatly owing to his own obstinacy. The boys, if less subdued, were in a better temper than the evening before, and found it troublesome to keep up a feud when the first flush of resentment had died out. There was a general disposition to forget his departure from the code of schoolboy honour, and give him an opportunity of retrieving the past. But he would not meet them half-way. His repeated repulses by the doctor and all the difficulties that beset his return to freedom had made him very sulky and snappish. He had not patience or adaptability enough to respond to their advances, and only shrank from their rough good nature, which naturally checked the current of good feeling. Then, when the lights were put out, someone demanded a story. Most of the bedrooms possessed a professional storyteller, and in one there was a young romancist who began a stirring history the very first night of the term, which always ran on until the night before the holidays, and, if his hearers were apt to yawn at the 6th week of it, he himself enjoyed and believed in it keenly from beginning to end. Dick Bultitude had been a valued raconteur, it appeared, and his father found accordingly, to his disgust, that he was expected to amuse them with a story. When he clearly understood the idea, he rejected it with so savage a snarl that he soon found it necessary to retire under the bedclothes to escape the general indignation that followed. Finding that he did not actively resent it, the real Dick would have had the occupant of the nearest bed out by the ears in a minute. They profited by his prudence to come to his bedside, where they pillowed his weary head with their own pillows, till the slight offered them was more than avenged. After that, Mr. Bultitude, with the breath half beaten out of his body, lay writhing and sputtering on his hard, rough bed till long after silence had fallen over the adjoining beds, and the sleepy hum of talk in the other bedrooms had died away. Then he, too, drifted off into wild and troubled dreams, which, at their maddest, were scattered into blankness by a sudden and violent shock, which jerked him, clutching and grasping at nothing, on to the cold bare boards, where he rolled shivering. An earthquake, he thought, an explosion, gas or dynamite. He must go and call the children. Bowler, the plate! But the reality to which he woke was worse still. Tipping and Coker had been patiently pinching themselves to keep awake until their enemy should be soundly asleep, in order to enjoy the exquisite pleasure of letting down the mattress, and, too dazed and frightened even to swear, Paul gathered up his bedclothes and tried to draw them about him as well as he might, and seek sleep, which had lost its security. The Garuda stone had done one grim and cruel piece of work, at least in its time. End of chapter 6.
Section 8 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 7. Cutting the Knot. A crowd is not company, and faces are but a gallery of pictures. And talking but a tinkling cymbal where there is no love. Bacon. Once more Mr. Bultitude rose betimes, dressed noiselessly, and stole down to the cold schoolroom, where one gas-jet was burning palely, for the morning was raw and foggy. This time, however, he was not alone. Mr. Blinkhorn was sitting at his little table in the corner, correcting exercises, with his chilly hands cased in worsted mittens. He looked up as Paul came in, and nodded kindly. Paul went straight to the fire, and stood staring into it with lack-lustre eye, too pathetic even to be hopeless, for the work of enlightening the doctor seemed more terrible and impossible than ever, and he began to see that, if the only way of escape lay there, he had better make up his mind with what philosophy he could, to adapt himself to his altered circumstances, and stay on for the rest of the term. But the prospect was so doleful and so blank that he drew a heavy sigh as he thought of it. Mr. Blinkhorn heard it, and rose awkwardly from the rickety little writing-table, knocking over a pile of marble-covered exercise books as he did so. Then he crossed over to Paul and laid a hand gently on his shoulder. "Look here," he said, "why don't you confide in me? Do you think I'm blind to what has happened to you? I see the change in you if others cannot. Why not trust me?" Mr. Bultitude looked up into his face, which had an honest interest and kindliness in it, and his heart warmed with a faint hope. If this one man had been shrewd enough to guess at his unhappy secret, might he not be willing to interfere with the doctor for him? He looked good-natured. He would trust him. "Do you mean to say you really," he asked, with more cordiality than he had spoken for a long time, "that you see the difference?" "I saw it almost directly," said Mr. Blinkhorn, with mild triumph. "That's the most extraordinary thing," said Paul, "and yet it ought to be evident enough to be sure. But no, you can't have guessed the real state of things. Listen, and stop me if I'm wrong. Within the last few days a great change has been at work within you. You are not the idle, thoughtless, mischievous boy who left here for his holidays." "No," said Paul, "I'll swear I'm not." "There is no occasion for such strong expressions. But at all events you come back here an altogether different being. Am I right in saying so?" "Perfectly," said Paul, overjoyed at being so thoroughly understood. "Perfectly. You're a very intelligent young man, sir. Shake hands. Why, I shouldn't be surprised after that if you knew how it all happened." "That too," said Mr. Blinkhorn, smiling, "I can guess. It arose, I doubt not, in a wish?" "Yes!" cried Paul. "You've hit it again. You're a conjurer, sir, by gad you are!" "Don't say gad, Bultitude, it's inconsistent. It began, I was saying, in a wish, half unconscious perhaps, to be something other than what you had been—" "I was a fool," groaned Mr. Bultitude. "Yes, that was the way it began." "Then insensibly the wish worked a gradual transformation in your nature. Are you old enough to follow me?" "Old enough to follow him? To follow me?" thought Paul, but he was too pleased to be annoyed. "Hardly gradual, I should say," he said aloud. "But go on, sir, pray go on. I see you know all about it." "At first the other part of you struggled against the new feelings. You strove to forget them. You even tried to resume your old habits, your former way of life, but to no purpose. And when you came here you found no fellowship amongst your companions." "Quite out of the question," said Paul. "Their pleasures give you no delight?" "Not a bit." "They, on their side, perhaps misunderstand your lack of interest in their pursuits. They cannot see, how should they, that you have altered your mode of life, and when they catch the difference between you and the Richard Bultitude they knew, why, they are apt to resent it." "They are," agreed Mr. Bultitude. "They resent it in a confounded, disagreeable way, you know. Why, I assure you that only last night I was—" "Hush!" said Mr. Blinkhorn, holding up one hand. "Complaints are unmanly. But I see you wonder at my knowing all this." "Well," said Paul, "I am rather surprised." "What would you say if I told you I had undergone it myself in my time?" "You don't mean to tell me there are two Garuda stones in this miserable world?"
cried Paul, thoroughly astonished. "I don't know what you mean now, but I can say with truth that I too have had my experiences, my trials. Months ago, from certain signs, I foresaw that this was coming upon you." "Then," said Paul Bultitude, "I think in common decency you might have warned me. A postcard would have done it. I should have been better prepared to meet this then." "It would have been worse than fruitless to attempt to hurry on the crisis. It might have even prevented what I fondly hoped would come to pass." "Fondly hoped?" said Paul. "Upon my word, you speak plainly, sir." "Yes," said Mr. Blinkhorn. "You see, I knew the Dick Bultitude that was so well. He was frolicsome, impulsive, mischievous even, but under it all there lay a nature of sterling worth." "Sterling worth!" cried Paul. "A scoundrel, I tell you, a heartless, selfish young scoundrel. Call things by their proper names, if you please." "No, no," said Mr. Blinkhorn. "This extreme self-depreciation is morbid, very morbid. There was no actual vice." "No actual vice! Why, God bless my soul, do you call ingratitude, the basest, most unfilial, most treacherous ingratitude, no vice, sir? You may be a very excellent young man, but if you gloss over things in that fashion, your moral sense must be perverted, sir, strangely perverted." "There were faults on both sides, I fear," said Mr. Blinkhorn, growing a little scandalized by the boy's odd warmth of expression. "I have heard something of what you had to bear with. On the one hand, a father undemonstrative, stern, easily provoked; on the other, a son thoughtless, forgetful, and at times, it may be, even wilful. But you are too sensitive. You think too much of what seems to me a not unnatural, although of course improper, protest against coldness and injustice. I should be the last to encourage a child against a parent, but to comfort your self-reproach, I think it right to assure you that, in my judgment, the outburst you refer to was very excusable." "Oh!" said Paul, "you do? You call that comfort? Excusable? Why, what the deuce do you mean, sir? You're taking the other side now." "This is not the language of penitence, Bultitude," said poor Mr. Blinkhorn, disheartened and bewildered. "Remember, you have put off the old man now." "I'm not likely to forget that," said Paul. "I only wish I could see my way to putting him on again." "You wish to be your old self again?" gasped Mr. Blinkhorn. "Why, of course I do," said Paul angrily. "I'm not an idiot." "You are weary of the struggle so soon?" said the other with reproach. "Weary? I tell you I'm sick of it. If I had only known what was in store for me before I had made such a fool of myself." "This is horrible," said Mr. Blinkhorn. "I ought not to listen to you." "But you must," urged Paul. "I tell you I can't stand it any longer. I'm not fit for it at my age. You must see that yourself, and you must make Grimstone see it too." "Never," said Mr. Blinkhorn firmly. "Nor do I see how that would help you. I will not let you go back in this deplorable way. You must nerve yourself to go on now in the path you have chosen. You must force your schoolfellows to love and respect you in your new character. Come, take courage. After all, in spite of your altered life, there is no reason why you should not be a frank and happy-hearted boy, you know." "A frank and happy-hearted fiddlestick!" cried Paul rudely. He was so disgusted at the suggestion,
don't talk rubbish, sir. I thought you were going to show me some way out of all this, and instead of that, knowing the shameful way I've been treated, you can stand there and calmly recommend me to stay on here and be happy-hearted and frank. You must be calm, Bultitude, or I shall leave you. Listen to reason. You are here for your good. Youth, it has been beautifully said, is the springtime of life. Though you may not believe it, you will never be happier than you are now. Our school days are—" But Mr. Bultitude could not tamely be mocked with the very platitudes that had brought him all his misery. He cut the master short in a violent passion. "This is too much!" he cried. "You shall not palm off that miserable rubbish on me. I see through it. It's a plot to keep me here, and you're in it. It's false imprisonment, and I'll write to the Times. I'll expose the whole thing." "This violence is only ridiculous," said Mr. Blinkhorn. "If I were not too pained by it, I should feel it my duty to report your language to the doctor. As it is, you have bitterly disappointed me. I can't understand it at all. You seemed so subdued, so softened lately. But until you come to me and say you regret this, I must decline to have anything more to say to you. Take your book and sit down in your place." And he went back to his exercises, looking puzzled and pained. The fact was, he was an ardent believer in the good boy of a certain order of school tales, the boy who is seized with a sudden conviction of the intrinsic baseness of boyhood, and does all in his power to get rid of the harmful taint, the boy who renounces his old comrades and his natural tastes, which, after all, seldom have any serious harm in them, to don a panoply of priggishness which is too often kick-proof. This kind of boy is rare enough at most English schools, but Mr. Blinkhorn had been educated at a large nonconformist college, where revivals and awakenings were periodical and undoubtedly did produce changes of character violent enough, but sadly short in duration. He was always waiting for some such boy to come to him with his confession of moral worthlessness and vows of unnatural perfection, and he was too simple and earnest and good himself to realize that such states of the youthful mind are not infrequently merely morbid and hysterical, and too often degenerate into Pharisaism, or, worse still, hypocrisy. So when he noticed Mr. Bultitude's silence and depression, his studied withdrawal from the others, and his evident want of sympathy with them, he believed he saw the symptoms of a conscience at work, and that he had found his reformed boy at last. It was a very unfortunate misunderstanding, for it separated Paul from perhaps the only person who would have had the guilelessness to believe his incredible story, and the good nature to help him to find escape from his misfortunes. Mr. Bultitude, on his part, was more angry and disgusted than ever. He began to see that there was a muddle somewhere, and that his identity was unsuspected still. This young man, for all his fair speaking and pretended shrewdness, was no conjurer after all. He was left to rely on his own resources, and he had begun to lose all confidence in their power to extricate him. As he brooded over this, the boys straggled down as before, and looked over their lessons for the day in a dull, lifeless manner. The cold, unsatisfying breakfast, and the half-hour assigned to Chevy followed in due course, and after that Paul found himself with the class to await the German master, Herr Stollwasser. He had again tried to pull himself together and approach the doctor with his protest. But no sooner did he find himself near his presence than his heart began to leap wildly, and then retired down towards his boots, leaving him hoarse, palpitating, and utterly blank of ideas. It was no use. and he resigned himself for yet another day of unwelcome instruction. The class was in a little room on the basement floor, with a lean press taking up one side, some bare white deal tables and forms, and on the walls a few coloured German prints. They sat there, talking and laughing, taking no notice of Mr. Bultitude, until the German master made his appearance. He was by no means a formidable person, though stout and tall. He wore big round owlish spectacles, and his pale broad face and long nose, combined with a wild crop of light hair and a fierce beard, gave him the incongruous appearance of a sheep looking out of a gun-port. He took his place with an air of tremendous determination to enforce a hard morning's work on the book they were reading, a play of Schiller's, of the plot of which it is needless to say no one of his pupils had, or cared to have, the vaguest notion, having long since condemned the whole subject with insular prejudice as rot. "Now, please," said Herr Stohwasser, "where we left off last term. Third act, first scene, court before Tell's house. Tell is with the carpenter axe, Hedwig with the domestic labour occupied. Walter and Wilhelm in the depth sport with a little crossbow. Biddlecomb, you begin. Walter sings." But Biddlecomb was in a conversational mood, and willing to postpone the task of translation, so he merely inquired, with an air of extreme interest, how Herr Stohwasser's German grammar was getting on. This was a subject on which, as he perhaps knew, the German never could resist enlarging, for in common with most German masters he was giving birth to a new grammar, which, from the daring originality of its plan and its extreme simplicity, was destined to supersede all other similar works. "Ah," he said, "it is progressing. I have just completed a comprehensive table of the irregular verbs, with exercises upon them, and there is further an appendix, which in itself contains a concise view of all the word plays possible in the German tongue. But come, let us continue with our tale." "What are word plays?" persisted Biddlecomb insidiously, having no idea of continuing with his tale just yet. "A word play," explained Herr Stohwasser. "It is English, nicht so? A sporting with words, a galumbo, God bless me, what you call a pun." "Like the one you made when you were a young man," Jolland called out from the lower end of the table. "Yes, tell us the one you made when you were a young man," the class entreated, with flattering eagerness. Herr Stohwasser began to laugh with slow, deep satisfaction, the satisfaction of a successful achievement. "Ah, you remember that?" he said. "Ah, yes, I make him when a young man. But I mind you, he was not a pun, he was a joke. I have told you all about him before." "We've forgotten it," said Biddlecomb. "Tell it us again." As a matter of fact, this joke, in all its lights, was tolerably familiar to most of them by this time, but either on its individual merits, or perhaps because it compared favourably with the sterner alternative of translating, it was periodically in request, and always met with evergreen appreciation. Herr Stohwasser beamed with the pride of authorship. Like the celebrated Scotchman, he joked with difficulty, and the outcome of so much labour was dear to him. "I sent him in to the German Kladderadatsch. It is a paper like your Punch. My joke was upon the Schleswig-Holstein complication. The beginning was in this way," and he proceeded to set out in great length all the circumstances which had given materials for his joke, with the successive processes by which he had shaped and perfected it, passing on to a recital of the masterpiece itself, and ending up by a philosophical analysis of the same,
which must have placed his pupils in full possession of the point, for they laughed consumedly. "I tell you this," he said, "not to accustom your minds with frivolity and lightness, but as a lesson in the construction of the language. If you can joke in German, you will be able also to converse in German." "Did the German what's-its-name print your joke?" inquired Coggs. "It has not appeared yet," Herr Stohwasser confessed. "It takes a long time to get an important joke like that out in print, but I wait. I write to the Times every week, and I wait." "Why don't you put it in your grammar?" suggested Tipping. "I have, the greater part of it. It was a long joke, but I compressed him. If I have time, some day I will make another little joke to accompany, because I want my grammar to be a good grammar, you understand? And now to our tale. Really, you people do nothing but chatter." All this, of course, had no interest for Mr. Bultitude, but it left him free to pursue his own thoughts in peace. And indeed this lesson would never have been recorded here but for two circumstances, which will presently appear, both which had no small effect on his fortunes. He sat nearest the window, and looked out on the pinched and drooping laurels in the enclosure, which were damp with frost melting in the sunshine. Over the wall he could see the tops of passing vehicles, the country carrier's cart, the railway parcel van, the fly from the station. He envied even the drivers; their lot was happier than his. His thoughts were busy with Dick. Oddly enough, it had scarcely occurred to him before to speculate on what he might be doing in his absence. He had thought chiefly about himself, but now he gave his attention to the subject, what new horrors it opened up! What might not become of his well-conducted household under the rash rule of a foolish schoolboy? The office, too! Who could say what mischief Dick might not be doing there under the cover of his own respectable form? Then it might seem good to him any day to smash the Garuda stone, and after that there would be no hope of matters being ever set right again. And yet, miserable coward and fool that he was, with everything depending upon his losing no time to escape, he could not screw up his courage and say the words that were to set him free. All at once, and this is one of the circumstances that make the German lesson an important stage in this story, an idea suggested itself to him, quite dazzling by its daring and brilliancy. Some may wonder, when they hear what it was, why he never thought of it before, and it is somewhat surprising, but by no means without precedent. Artemus Ward has told us somewhere of a ferocious bandit who was confined for 16 years in solitary captivity before the notion of escape ever occurred to him. When it did, he opened the window and got out. Perhaps a similar passiveness on Mr. Bultitude's part was due to a very natural and proper desire to do everything without scandal, and in a legitimate manner to march out, as it were, with the honours of war. Perhaps it was simple dulness. The fact remains that it was not till then that he saw a way of recovering his lost position, without the disagreeable necessity of disclosing his position to anyone at Crichton House. He had still, thank heaven, the 5 shillings he had given Dick. He had not thrown them away with the other articles in his mad passion. 5 shillings was not much, but it was more than enough to pay for a third-class fare to town. He had only to watch his opportunity, slip away to the station, and be at home again, defying the usurper, before anyone at Crichton House had discovered his absence. He might go that very day, and the delight of this thought, the complete reaction from blank despair to hope, was so intense that he could not help rubbing his hands stealthily under the table and chuckling with glee at his own readiness of resource. When we are most elated, however, there is always a counteracting agent at hand to bring us down again to our proper level, or below it.
The Roman general in the Triumph never really needed the slave in the chariot to dash his spirits. He had his friends there already. The guests at an Egyptian dinner must have brought their own skeletons. There was a small flaxen-haired little boy sitting next to Mr. Bultitude, seemingly a quite inoffensive being, who at this stage served to sober him by furnishing another complication. "Oh, I say, Bultitude!" he piped shrilly in Paul's ear. "I forgot all about it. Where's my rabbit?" The unreasonable absurdity of such a question annoyed him excessively. "Is this a time," he said reprovingly, "to talk of rabbits? Mind your book, sir." "Oh, I dare say," grumbled little Porter, the boy in question. "It's all very well, but I want my rabbit." "Hang it, sir!" said Paul angrily. "Do you suppose I'm sitting on it?" "You promised to bring me back a rabbit," persisted Porter doggedly. "You know you did, and it's a beastly shame. I mean to have that rabbit, or know the reason why." At the other end of the table, Biddlecomb had again dexterously allured Herr Stohwasser into the meshes of conversation, this time upon the question à propos de dot of street performances. "I will tell you a curious thing," he was saying, "what happened to me the other day when I was walking down the Strand. I saw a little common dirty boy with a tall round hat on him, and he stand in the side street, right out in the road, and he take off his tall round hat, and he put it on the ground, and he stand still and look so at it. So I stop to see what he would do next, and presently he take out a large sheet of paper and tear it up into 4 pieces, very carefully, and sticks 'em round the tall round hat, and put it on his head again, and then he set it down on the ground and look at it once more, and all the time he never speak one word. And I look and wonder what he would do next, and a great crowd of peoples come, and they look and wonder too, and then all at once the little dirty boy he take out all the paper and put on the hat, and he walk away laughing altogether foolishly at something. I did not understand at all. I have been thinking ever since what in the world he do all that nonsense for. And there is one other curious thing I see in your London streets that very same day. There was a poor house cat that had been by a cab overrun as I passed by, and one man with a kind, warm heart walk up and stamp it on the head for to end its pain, and another man with another kind heart, he come up directly and had not seen the cat overrun, but he see the first man stamping, and he knock him down for ill-treating animals. It was quite a curious thing to see, till the policeman arrest them both for fighting. Cogs, decline cats, and give me the perfect and past participle of kämpfen, to fight." This last relapse into duty was caused by the sudden entrance of the doctor, who stood at the door looking on for some time with a general air of being intimately acquainted with Schiller as an author, before suggesting graciously that it was time to dismiss the class. Wednesday was a half holiday at Crichton House, and so, soon after dinner, Paul found himself marshalled with the rest in a procession bound for the football field. They marched 2 and 2, Chawner and 3 of the other elder boys leading with the ball, and 4 goal posts ornamented with coloured calico flags, and Mr. Blinkhorn and Mr. Tinkler bringing up the rear. Mr. Bultitude was paired with Tom Grimstone, who, after eyeing him askance for some time, could control his curiosity no longer. "I say, Dick," he began, "what's the matter with you this term?" "My name is not Dick," said Paul stiffly. "Oh, if you're so particular, then," said Tom. "But, without humbug, what is the matter?" "You see a change, then?" said Paul. You see a difference, eh?" "Rather," said Tom expressively. "You've come back what I call a beastly sneak, this term. The other fellows don't like it. They'll send you to Coventry if you don't take care." "I wish they would," said Paul. "You don't talk like the same fellow either," continued Tom. "You use such fine language, and you're always in a bait, and yet you don't stick up for yourself as you used to. Look here, tell me, we were always chums, is it one of your larks?" "Larks!" said Paul. "I'm in a fine mood for larks. No, it's not one of my larks." "Perhaps your old governor has been making a cad of himself, then, and you're out of sorts about it." "I'll thank you not to speak about him in that way," said Paul, "in my presence." "Why?" grumbled Tom. "I'm sure you said enough about him yourself last term. It's my belief you're imitating him now." "Ah!" said Paul. "And what makes you think that?" "Why, you go about strutting and swelling just like he did when he came about sending you here. I say, do you know what Mums said about him after he went away?" "No," said Paul. "Your mother struck me as a very sensible and agreeable woman, if I may say so to her son." "Well, Mum says your governor seemed to leave you here just like they leave umbrellas at picture galleries, and she believed he had a large-sized money-bag inside him instead of a heart." "Oh!" said Paul, with great disgust, for he had thought Mrs. Grimstone a woman of better taste. "Your mother said that, did she? Vastly entertaining, to be sure. Ha ha! He would be pleased to know she thought that, I'm sure." "Tell him, and see what he says," suggested Tom. "He is an awful brute to you, though, isn't he?" "If," growled Mr. Bultitude, "slaving from morning till night to provide education and luxury for a thankless brood of unprofitable young vipers is being a brute, I suppose he is." "Why, you're sticking up for him now," said Tom. "I thought he was so strict with you, wouldn't let you have any fun at home, and never took you to pantomimes." "And why should he, sir? Why should he? Tell me that. Tell me why a man is to be hunted out of his comfortable chair after a well-earned dinner, to go and sit in a hot theatre on a thorough draught, yawning at the miserable drivel managers choose to call a pantomime. Now, in my young days there were pantomimes. I tell you, sir, I've seen—" "Oh, if you're satisfied, I don't care," said Tom, astonished at this apparent change of front. "If you choose to come back and play the corker like this, it's your lookout. Only if you knew what Sproul Major said about you just now—" "I don't want to know," said Paul. "It doesn't concern me." "Perhaps it doesn't concern you what Pa thinks either. Dad told Mums last night that he was altogether at a loss to know how to deal with you. You had come back so queer and unruly, and he said—let me see. Oh, he said that if he didn't see an alteration very soon, he should resort to more drastic measures. Drastic measures is Latin for a whopping." "Good gracious!" thought Paul, "I haven't a moment to lose. He might resort to drastic measures this very evening. I can't change my nature at my time of life. I must run for it, and soon." Then he said aloud, "Tom, can you tell me, my young friend, if supposing a boy were to ask to leave the field, saying, for instance, that he was not well and thought he should be better at home, whether he would be allowed to go?" "Of course he would," said Tom. "You ought to know that by this time. You've only to ask Blinkhorn or Tinkler. They'll let you go right enough." Paul saw his course quite clearly now, and was overcome with relief and gratitude. He wrung the astonished Tom's hand warmly. "Thank you," he said briskly and cheerfully. "Thank you. I'm really uncommonly obliged to you. You're a very intelligent boy. I should like to give you sixpence." But although Tom used no arguments to dissuade him, Mr. Bultitude remembered his position in time, and prudently refrained from such ill-judged generosity. Sixpences were of vital importance now, when he expected to be starting so soon on his perilous journey. And so they reached the field where the game was to be played, and where Paul resolved to have one desperate throw of liberty and home. He was more excited than anxious as he thought of it, and it certainly did seem as if all the chances were in his favour, and that fortune must have forsaken him indeed, if anything were allowed to prevent his escape. End of chapter 7. Section 9 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 8. Unbending the Bow. I pray you, give me leave to go from hence. I am not well. Merchant of Venice. He will not blush that has a father's heart, to take in childish plays a childish part, but bends his sturdy back to any toy that youth takes pleasure in to please his boy. The football field was a large one, bounded on two sides by tall wooden palings, and on the other two by a hedge and a new shingle road, separated from the field by a post and rails. Two of the younger boys, proud of their office, raced down to the further end to set up the goal-posts. The rest lounged idly about without attempting to begin operations, except the new boy Kiffin, who was seen walking apart from the rest, diligently studying the rules of the game of football, as laid down in a small boy's own pocket-book and manual of outdoor sports, with which he had been careful to provide himself. At last Tipping suggested that they had better begin, and proposed that Mr. Blinkhorn and himself should toss up for the choice of sides, and this being done, Mr. Bultitude presently, to his great dismay, heard his name mentioned. "I'll have young Bultitude," said Tipping. "He is to play up decently. Look here, you young beggar, you're on my side, and if you don't play up it will be the worse for you." It was not worth while, however, to protest, since he would so soon be rid of the whole crew for ever, and so Paul followed Tipping and his train with dutiful submission, and the game began. It was not a spirited performance. Mr. Tinkler, who was not an athlete, retired at once to the post and rails, and on which he settled himself to enjoy a railway novel with a highly stimulating cover. Mr. Blinkhorn, who had more conscientious views of his office, charged about vigorously, performing all kinds of wonders with the ball, though evidently more from a sense of duty than with any idea of enjoyment. Tipping occasionally took the trouble to oppose him, but as a concession merely, and with a parade of being under no necessity to do so, and these two, with a very small following of enthusiasts on either side, waged a private and confidential kind of warfare in different parts of the field, while the others made no pretence of playing for the present, but strolled about in knots, exchanging and bartering the treasures valuable in the sight of schoolboys, and gossiping generally. As for Paul, he did not clearly understand what "playing up" might mean. He had not indulged in football since he was a genuine boy, and then only in rudimentary and primitive form, and without any particular fondness for the exercise. But being now in spirit, at all events, a precise elderly person with a decided notion of taking care of himself,
He resolved that not even Tipping should compel him to trust his person within range of that dirty brown globe, which whistled past his ear or seemed spinning towards his stomach, with such hideous suggestion of a cannon-ball about it. All the ghastly instances, too, of accidents to life and limb in the football field came unpleasantly into his memory, and he saw the inadvisability of mingling with the crowd and allowing himself to be kicked violently on the shins. So he trotted industriously about at a safe distance, in order to allay suspicion, while waiting for a good opportunity to put his scheme of escape into execution. At last he could wait no longer, for the fearful thought occurred to him that if he remained there much longer, the doctor, who, as he knew from Dick, always came to superintend, if not to share the sports of his pupils, might make his appearance, and then his chance would be lost for the present, for he knew too well that he should never find courage to ask permission from him. With a beating heart he went up to Mr. Tinkler, who was still on the fence with his novel, and asked as humbly as he could bring himself to do, "If you please, sir, will you allow me to go home? I'm not feeling at all well." "Not well? What's the matter with you?" said Mr. Tinkler, without looking up. Paul had not prepared himself for details, and the sudden question rather threw him off his guard. "A slight touch of liver," he said at length. "It takes me after meals sometimes." "Liver?" said Mr. Tinkler. "You've no right to such a thing at your age. It's all nonsense, you know. Run in and play, that'll set you up again." "It's fatal, sir," said Paul. "My doctor expressly warned me against taking any violent exercise soon after luncheon. If you knew what liver is, you wouldn't say so." Mr. Tinkler stared as well he might, but making nothing of it, and being chiefly anxious not to be interrupted any longer, only said, "Oh, well, don't bother me. I dare say it's all right. Cut along." So Mr. Bultitude was free. The path lay open to him now. He knew he would have little difficulty in finding his way to the station, and, once there, he would have the whole afternoon in which to wait for a train to town. "I've managed that excellently," he thought, as he ran blithely off, almost like the boy he seemed. "Not the slightest hitch. I defy the fates themselves to stop me now." But the fates are ladies, and not, of course, that it follows, occasionally spiteful. It is very rash indeed to be ungallant enough to defy them. They have such an unpleasant habit of accepting the challenge. Mr. Bultitude had hardly got clear of the groups scattered about the field, when he met a small flaxen-haired boy, who was just coming down to join the game. It was Porter, his neighbour of the German lesson. "There you are, Bultitude, then," he said in his squeaky voice. "I want you." "I can't stop," said Paul. "I'm in a hurry. Another time." "Another time won't do," said little Porter, laying hold of him by his jacket. "I want that rabbit." This outrageous demand took Mr. Bultitude's breath away. He had no idea what rabbit was referred to, or why he should be required to produce such an animal at a moment's notice. This was the second time an inconvenient small boy had interfered between him and liberty. He would not be baffled twice. He tried to shake off his persecutor. "I tell you, my good boy, I haven't such a thing about me. I haven't, indeed. I don't even know what you're talking about." This denial enraged Porter. "I say, you fellows," he called out, "come here. Do make Bultitude give me my rabbit. He says he doesn't know anything about it now." At this, several of the loungers came up, glad of a distraction. "What's the matter?" some of them asked. "Why," whined Porter, "he promised to bring me back a rabbit this term, and now he pretends he does not know anything about it. Make him say what he's done with it."
Mr. Bultitude was not usually ready of resource, but now he had what seemed a happy thought. "Gad!" he cried, pretending to recollect it. "So I did, to be sure. A rabbit, of course. How could I have forgotten it? It's a splendid rabbit. I'll go and fetch it." "Will you?" cried Porter, half relieved. "Where is it, then?" "Where?" said Paul sharply. He was growing positively brilliant. "Why, in my play-box, to be sure. Where should it be?" "It isn't in your play-box, I know," put in Siggers, "because I saw it turned out yesterday, and there was no rabbit then. Besides, how could a rabbit live in a play-box? He's telling lies. I can see by his face he hasn't any rabbit." "Of course I haven't," said Mr. Bultitude. "How should I? I'm not a conjurer. It's not a habit of mine to go about with rabbits concealed on my person. What's the use of coming to me like this? It's absurd, you know, perfectly absurd." The crowd increased until there was quite a ring formed round Mr. Bultitude and the indignant claimant, and presently Tipping came bustling up. "What's the row, you fellows?" he said. "Bultitude again, of course. What's he been doing now?" "He had a rabbit he said he was keeping for me," explained little Porter, "and now he won't give it up or tell me what he's done with it." "He has some mice he ought to give us too," said one or two newcomers, edging their way to the front. Mr. Bultitude was, of course, exceedingly annoyed by this unlooked-for interruption, and still more by such utterly preposterous claims on him for animals. However, it was easy to explain that he had no such things in his possession, and after that, of course, no more could be said. He was beginning to disclaim all liability when Siggers stopped him. "Keep that for the present," he said. "I say, we ought to have a regular trial over this and get to the truth of it properly. Let's fetch him along to the goal-posts and judge him." He fixed upon the goal-posts as being somehow more formal, and as his proposal was well received, two of them grasped Mr. Bultitude by the collar and dragged him along in procession to the appointed spot between the two flags, while Siggers followed in what he conceived to be a highly judicial manner, and evidently enjoying himself prodigiously. Paul, though highly indignant, allowed himself to be led along without resistance. It was safest to humour them, for after all it would not last long, and when they were tired of baiting him, he could watch his time and slip quietly away. When they reached the goal-posts, Siggers arranged them in a circle, placing himself, the hapless Paul, and his accusers in the centre. "You chaps had better all be jurymen," he said. "I'll be judge, and unless he makes a clean breast of it," he added with judicial impartiality, "the court will jolly well punch his ugly head off." Siggers' father was an Old Bailey barrister in good and rather sharp practice, so that was clearly the son's mission to preside on this occasion. But unfortunately his hour of office was doomed to be a brief one, for Mr. Blinkhorn, becoming aware that the game was being still more scantily supported, and noticing the crowd at the goal, came up to know the reason of it at a long camel-like trot, his hat on the back of his head, his mild face flushed with exertion, and his pebbled glasses gleaming in the winter sunshine. "What are you all doing here? Why don't you join in the game? I've come here to play football with you, and how can I do it if you all slink off and leave me to play by myself?" he asked with pathos. "Please, sir," said Siggers, alarmed at this threatened loss of his dignity, "it's a trial, and I'm judge." "Yes, sir," the whole ring shouted together. "We're trying Bultitude, sir." On the whole, perhaps, Mr. Bultitude was glad of this interference. At least justice would be done now, although this usher had blundered so unpardonably that morning. "This is childish, you know," said Mr. Blinkhorn, "and it's not football. The doctor will be seriously angry if he comes and sees you trifling here. Let the boy go." "But he's cheated some of the fellows, sir," grumbled Tipping and Siggers together. "Well, you've no right to punish him if he has. Leave him to me. Will you see fair play between them, sir? He oughtn't not to be let off without being made to keep his word." "If there is any dispute between you and Bultitude," said Mr. Blinkhorn, "I have no objection to settle it, provided it is within my province." "Settle it without me," said Paul hurriedly. "I've leave to go home. I'm ill." "Who gave you leave to go home?" asked the master. "That young man over there on the rails," said Paul. "I am the proper person to apply to for leave. You know that well enough," said Mr. Blinkhorn, with a certain coldness in his tone. "Now then, Porter, what is all this business about?" "Please, sir," said Porter, "he told me last term he had a lot of rabbits at home, and if I liked, he would bring me back a lop-eared one, and let me have it cheap, and I gave him 2 shillings, sir, and 6pence for a hutch to keep it in, and now he pretends he doesn't know anything about it." To Paul's horror, 2 or 3 other boys came forward with much the same tale. He remembered now that during the holidays he had discovered that Dick was maintaining a sort of amateur menagerie in his bedroom, and that he had ordered the whole of the live-stock to be got rid of or summarily destroyed. Now it seemed that the wretched Dick had already disposed of it to these clamorous boys, and, what was worse, had stipulated with considerable forethought for payment in advance. For the first time he repented his paternal harshness. Like the netted lion, a paltry white mouse or 2 would have set him free. But less happy than the beast in the fable, he had not one. He tried to stammer out excuses. "It's extremely unfortunate," he said, "but the fact is I'm not in the position to meet this sudden call upon me. Some other day, perhaps." "None of your long words now," growled Tipping. "Boys hate long words as much as even a Saturday Review. Why haven't you brought the rabbits?" "Yes," said Mr. Blinkhorn. "Why, having promised to bring the rabbits with you, haven't you kept your word? You must be able to give some explanation." "Because," said Mr. Bultitude, wriggling with embarrassment, that is, my father found out that my young rascal of a son, I mean his young rascal of a son, me, you know, was, contrary to my express orders, keeping a couple of abominable rabbits in his bedroom, and a quantity of filthy little white mice, which he tried to train to climb up the banisters, and I kept finding the brutes running about my bathroom, and, well, of course I put a stop to it, and, no, what I am saying, my father, of course, he put a stop to it, and, in point of fact, had them all drowned in a pail of water." It might be thought that he had an excellent opportunity here of avowing himself, but there was the risk that Mr. Blinkhorn would disbelieve him, and with the boys he felt that the truth would do anything but increase his popularity. But dissembling fails sometimes outside the copybooks, and Mr. Bultitude's rather blundering attempt at it only landed him in worse difficulties. There was a yell of rage and disappointment from the defrauded ones, who had cherished a lingering hope that young Bultitude had those rabbits somewhere, but, like Mr. Barkis and his wooden lemon, found himself unable to part with them when the time came to fulfil his contract. And as contempt is a frame of mind highly stimulating to one's self-esteem, even those who had no personal interest in the matter joined in the execrations with hearty goodwill and sympathy. "Why did you let him do it? They were ours, not his. What right had your governor to go and drown our rabbits, eh?" they cried wrathfully. "What right?" said Paul. "Mustn't a man do as he pleases in his own house, then? I was not obliged to see the house overrun with vermin, I suppose." But this only made them angrier,
and they resented his defiance with hoots and groans and hisses. Mr. Blinkhorn, meanwhile, was pondering the affair conscientiously. At last he said, "But you know the doctor would never allow animals to be kept in the school, if Bultitude had brought them. The whole thing is against the rules, and I shall not interfere." "But," said Chawner, "he promised them all to day boarders. The doctor couldn't object to that, could he, sir?" "True," said Mr. Blinkhorn, "true. I was not aware of that. Well then, Bultitude, since you are prevented from performing what you promised to do, I'm sure you won't object to do what is fair and right in the matter." "I don't think I quite follow you," said Mr. Bultitude. But he dreaded what was coming next. "It's very simple. You have taken money from these boys, and if you can't give them value for it, you ought to return all you took from them. I'm sure you see that yourself." "I don't admit that I owe them anything," said Paul, "and at all events it is highly inconvenient to pay them now." "If your own sense of honour isn't enough," said Mr. Blinkhorn, "I must take the matter into my own hands. Let every boy who has any claim upon him tell me exactly what it is." One boy after another brought forward his claim. One had entrusted Dick, it appeared, with a shilling, for which he was to receive a mouse with a plum saddle, and two others had invested 9p. each in white mice. With porter's half-a-crown, the total came to precisely 5 shillings. All Paul had in the world, the one rope by which he could ever hope to haul himself up by his lost pinnacle. Mr. Blinkhorn, naturally enough, saw no reason why the money, being clearly due, should not be paid at once. "Give me any money you have about you, Bultitude," he said, "and I'll satisfy your debts with it as far as it goes." Paul clasped his arm visibly. "No!" he cried hoarsely. "Not that! Don't make me do that! I can't pay them, not now. They don't understand. If they only give me time, they shall have double their money back. Waggon loads of rabbits, the best rabbits money could buy. If they'll wait, tell them to wait. My dear sir, don't see me wronged. I won't pay now." "They have waited long enough," said Mr. Blinkhorn. "You must pay them." "I tell you I won't!" cried Paul. "Do you hear? Not 1 sixpence! Oh, if you only knew that infernal Garudastone! What fools people are!" Then, in his despair, he did the most fatal thing possible. He tried to save himself by flight, and with a violent plunge broke through the circle and made for the road which led towards the station. Instantly the whole school, only too glad of the excitement, was at his heels. The unhappy colonial produce merchant ran as he had not run for a quarter of a century, faster even than he had run on his first experience of cogs and coca society on that memorable Monday night. But in spite of his efforts, the chase was a short one. Chawner and Tipping very soon had him by the collar, and brought him back, struggling and kicking out viciously, to Mr. Blinkhorn, whose good opinion he had now lost for ever. "Please, sir," said Chawner, "I can feel something like a purse in his pocket." "Shall I take it out, sir?" "As he refuses to act with common honesty, yes," said Mr. Blinkhorn. It was Dick's purse, of course, and, in spite of Paul's frantic efforts to retain it, it was taken from him, its contents equitably divided amongst the claimants, and the purse itself returned to him empty. "Now, Bultitude," said Mr. Blinkhorn, "if you really wish to leave the field, you may." Mr. Bultitude lost what little temper he had yet to lose. He flung the useless purse from him, and broke away from them all in a condition little removed from insanity. Leave the field! What a mockery the permission was now! How was he to get home, a distance of more than 50 miles, without a penny in his pocket?
10 minutes before, and freedom was within his grasp, and now it had eluded him and was as hopelessly out of reach as ever. No one pitied him. No one understood the real extent of his loss. Mr. Blinkhorn and the few enthusiasts went back to their unobtrusive game, while the rest of the school discussed the affair in groups, the popular indignation against young Bultitude's hitherto unsuspected meanness growing more marked every instant. It might have even taken some decided and objectionable form before long, but when it was at its height there was a sudden cry of alarm. "Cave, you fellows! Here's Grim!" And indeed, in the far distance, the Doctor's portly and imposing figure could be seen, just turning the corner into the field. Mr. Bultitude felt almost cheered. This coming to join his pupil's sport showed a good heart. The Doctor would almost certainly be in a good humour, and he cheated himself into believing that, at some interval in the game, it was quite extraordinary to see how the game, which had hitherto decidedly languished and hung fire, now quenched into briskness and became positively spirited. Everyone developed a hearty interest in it, and it would almost seem as if the boys, with more delicacy than they are generally credited with, were unwilling to let their master guess how little his indulgence was really appreciated. Even Mr. Tinkler, whose novel had kept him spellbound on his rail all through the recent excitement, now slipped it hurriedly into his pocket and rushed energetically into the fray, shouting encouragement rather indiscriminately to either side, till he had an opportunity of finding out privately to which leader he had been assigned. Dr. Grimstone came down the field at a majestic slow trot, calling out to the players as he came on, "Well done, Mutlow! Finely played, sir! Dribble it along now! Ah, you're afraid of it! Run into it, sir! Run into it! No running with the ball now, Siggers! Play without those petty meannesses, or leave the game! There, leave the ball to me, will you? Leave it to me!" And as the ball had rolled in his direction, he punted it up in an excitedly dignified manner, the whole school keeping respectfully apart, until he had brought it to a reasonable distance from the goal, when he kicked it through with great solemnity, amidst faint and, it is to be feared, somewhat sympathetic applause, and turned away with the air of a man surfeited of success. "For which side did I win that?" he asked presently, whereupon Tipping explained that his side had been the favoured one. "Well, then," he said, "you fellows must all back me up, or I shall not play for you any more." He kicked off the ball for the next game. It was noticeable that the party thus distinguished did not seem precisely overwhelmed with the pleasure at the compliment, which, as they knew from experience, implied considerable exertion on their part, and even disgrace if they were unsuccessful. The other side, too, looked unhappy, feeling themselves in a position of extreme delicacy and embarrassment. For if they played their best, they ran some risk of offending the Doctor, or, what was worse, drawing him over into their ranks, while if, on the other hand, they allowed themselves to be too easily worsted, they might be suspected of sulkiness and temper, offences which he was ready to discover and resent. Dr. Grimstone, for his part, enjoyed the exercise, and had no idea that he was not a thoroughly welcome and valued playmate. But though it was pleasant to outsiders to see a schoolmaster permitting himself to share in the recreation of his pupils, it must be owned that to the latter the advantages of the arrangement seemed something more than dubious. Mr. Bultitude, being on the side adopted by the Doctor, found too soon that he was expected to bestir himself. More than ever anxious now to conciliate, he did his very best to conquer his natural repugnance and appear more interested than alarmed as the ball came in his way. But although in boating slang he "sugared" with some adroitness, he was promptly found out, for his son had been a dashing and plucky player. It was bitter for him to run meekly while scathing sarcasms and comments on his want of courage were being hurled at his head. It shattered the scanty remnants of his self-respect, but he dared not protest or say a single word to open the doctor's eyes to the injustice he was doing him. He was unpleasantly reminded, too, of the disfavour he had acquired amongst his companions, by a sly jog or pinch or an abusive epithet hissed into his ears, Chawner being especially industrious in this respect. And in this unsatisfactory way the afternoon dragged along until the dusk gathered, and the lamps were lighted, and it became too dark to see goal-posts or ball. By the time play was stopped and the school reformed for the march home, Mr. Bultitude felt that he was glad even to get back to labour, as a relief from such a form of enjoyment. It was perhaps the most miserable afternoon he had ever spent in his whole easy-going life. In the course of it he had passed from brightest hope to utter despair, and now nothing remained to him but to convince the doctor, which he felt quite unequal to do, or to make his escape without money, which would inevitably end in a recapture. May no one who reads this ever be placed upon the horns of such a dilemma. End of section 9. Section 10 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 9. A Letter from Home. Here are a few of the unpleasantest words that ever blotted paper. A letter, and every word in it a gaping wound. Merchant of Venice. If it were not that it was so absolutely essential to the interest of this story, I think I should almost prefer to draw a veil over the sufferings of Mr. Bultitude during the rest of that unhappy week at Crichton House. But it would only be false delicacy to do so. Things went worse and worse with him. The real Dick, in his most objectionable moods, could never have contrived to render himself 1/4 so disliked and suspected as his substitute was by the whole school, masters and boys. It was in a great measure his own fault, too, for to an ordinary boy the life there would not have had any intolerable hardships if it held out on exceptional attractions. But he would not accommodate himself to circumstances, and try, during his enforced stay, to get as much instruction and enjoyment as possible out of his new life. Perhaps, in his position, it would be too much to expect such a thing, and at all events it never occurred to him even to attempt it. He consumed himself, instead, with inward raging and chafing at his hard lot, and his utter powerlessness to break the spell which bound him. Sometimes, indeed, he would resolve to bear it no longer, and would start up impulsively to impart his misfortunes to someone in minor authority, not the doctor. He had given that up in resigned despair long since. But as surely as ever he found himself coming to the point, the words would stick fast in his throat, and he was only too thankful to get away, with his tale untold, on any frivolous pretext that first suggested itself. This, of course, brought him into suspicion, for such conduct had the appearance of a systematic course of practical joking, and even the most impartial teachers will sometimes form an unfavourable opinion of a particular boy on rather slender grounds, and then find fresh confirmation of it in his most insignificant actions. As for the school generally, his scowls and his sullenness, his deficiency in the daring and impudence that had warmed their hearts towards Dick, and, above all, his strange knack of getting them all into trouble, for he seldom received what he considered an indignity without making a formal complaint, All this brought him as much hearty dislike and contempt as perhaps the most unsympathetic boy ever earned since boarding schools were first invented. The only boy who still seemed to retain a secret tenderness for him, as the Dick he had once looked up to and admired, was Jolland, who persisted in believing, and in stating his belief, that this apparent change of demeanour was a perverted kind of joke on Bultitude's part, which he would condescend to explain some day when it had gone far enough; and he wearied and annoyed Paul beyond endurance by perpetually urging him to abandon his ill-judged experiment and discover the point of the jest. But for Jolland's help, which he persevered in giving, in spite of the opposition and unpopularity it brought upon him, Mr. Bultitude would have found it impossible to make any pretence of performing the tasks required of him. He found himself expected, as a matter of course, to have a certain familiarity with Greek paradigms and German conversation scraps, propositions in Euclid and Latin gerunds, of all of which, having a strict commercial education in his young days, he had not so much as heard before his metamorphosis. But by carefully copying Jolland's exercises, and introducing in mistakes of his own to supply the necessary local colour, he was able to escape, to a great degree, the discovery of his blank ignorance on all these subjects, an ignorance which would certainly have been put down as mere idleness and obstinacy. But it will be readily believed that he lived in constant fear of such discovery, and, as it was, his dependence on a little scamp like his son's friend was a sore humiliation to one who had naturally supposed that any knowledge he had not happened to acquire could only be meretricious and useless. He led a nightmare sort of existence for some days, until something happened which roused him from his state of passive misery into one more attempt at protest. It was Saturday morning, and he had come down to breakfast, after being knocked about as usual in the dormitory overnight, with a dull wonder how long this horrible state of things could possibly be going to last, when he saw on his plate a letter with the Paddington postmark addressed in a familiar hand, his daughter Barbara's. For an instant his hopes rose high. Surely the impostor had been found out at last, and the envelope would contain an urgent invitation to him to come back and resume his rights, an invitation which he might show to the doctor as his best apology. But when he looked at the address, which was Master Richard Bultitude, he felt a misgiving. It was unlikely that Barbara would address him thus if she knew the truth. He hesitated before tearing it open. Then he tried to persuade himself that of course she would have the sense to keep up appearances for his own sake on the outside of the letter, and had compelled himself to open the envelope with fingers that trembled nervously. The very first sentences scattered his faint expectations to the winds. He read on with staring eyes till the room seemed to rock with him like a packet-boat, and the sprawling schoolgirl handwriting, crossed and recrossed on the thin paper, changed to letters of scorching flame. But perhaps it would be better to give the letter in full, so that the reader may judge for himself whether it was calculated or not to soothe and encourage the exiled one. Here it is. My dearest darling Dick, I hope you have not been expecting a letter from me before this, but I had such lots to tell you that I waited till I had time to tell it all at once. For I have such news for you. You can't think how pleased you will be when you hear it. Where shall I begin? I hardly know, for it still seems so funny and strange, almost like a dream, only I hope we shall never wake up. I think I must tell you anyhow, as it comes. Well, ever since you went away, dear father has been completely changed. You would hardly believe it unless you saw him. He is quite jolly and boyish, only fancy, and we are always telling him He is the biggest baby of us all, but it only makes him laugh. Once, you know, he would have been awfully angry if we had even hinted at it. Do you know, I really think that the real reason he was so cross and sharp with us that last week was because you were going away. For now the wrench of parting is over, he is quite light-hearted again. You know how he always hates to show his feelings. He is so altered now, you can't think. He has actually only been once up to the city since you left, and then he came home at 4 o'clock, and he seems to quite like to have us all about him. Generally he stays at home all the morning and plays at soldiers with baby in the dining-room. You would laugh to see him loading the cannon with real powder and shot. And he didn't care a bit when some of it made a hole in the sideboard and smashed the looking-glass. We had such fun the other afternoon. We played at brigands. Papa had the upper conservatory for a robber cave, and stood there keeping guard with your pop-gun, and he wouldn't let the servants go by without a kiss, unless they showed a written pass from us. Miss McFadden called in the middle of it, but she said she wouldn't come in, as Papa seemed to be enjoying himself so. Bowler has given warning, but we can't think why. We have been out nearly every evening, once to Hengler's and once to the Christy Minstrels, and last night to the pantomime, where Papa was so pleased with the clown that he sent round afterwards and asked him to dine here on Sunday, when Sir Benjamin and Lady Bangle and Alderman Fishwick are coming. Won't it be jolly to see a clown close too? Should you think he'd wear his evening dress? Miss Mangle has been given a month's holiday, because Papa didn't like to see us always at lessons. Think of that! We're going to have the whole house done up and refurbished at last. Papa chose the furniture for the drawing-room yesterday. It is all in yellow satin, which is rather bright, I think. I haven't seen the carpet yet, but it is to match the furniture, and there is a lovely hearth-rug with a lion hunt worked on it. But that isn't the best of it. We are going to have the big children's party after all. No one but children invited, and everyone to do exactly what they like. I wanted so much to have you home for it, but Papa says it would only unsettle you and take you away from your work. Had Dulcie forgotten you? I should like to see her so much. Now, I really must leave off, as I am going to the aquarium with Papa. Mind you write me as good a letter as this is, if that old doctor lets you. Minnie and Rolly send love and kisses, and Papa sends his kind regards, and I am to say he hopes you are settling down steadily to work. With best love, your affectionate sister, Barbara Bultitude. P.S. I nearly forgot to say that Uncle Duke came the other day and has stayed here ever since. He is going to make Papa's fortune, I believe by a gold mine he knows about somewhere, and a steam tramway in Lapland, but I don't like him very much. He is so polite. It would be nothing short of an insult to the reader's comprehension if I were to enter into an elaborate explanation of the effect this letter had upon Mr. Bultitude. He took it in by degrees, trying to steady his nerves at each additional item of poor Barbara's well-meant intelligence, by a sip at his tin-flavoured coffee. But when he came to the postscript, in spite of its purport being mercifully broken to him gradually by the extreme difficulty of making it out from two undercurrents of manuscript, he choked convulsively and spilt his coffee. Dr. Grimstone visited this breach of etiquette with stern promptness. "This conduct at table is disgraceful, sir, perfectly disgraceful, unworthy of a civilized being. I have been a teacher of youth for many years, and never till now did I have the pain of seeing a pupil of mine choke in his breakfast cup with such deplorable ill-breeding. It's pure greediness, sir, and you will have the goodness to curb your indecent taste in consuming your food for the future.
Your excellent father has frequently complained to me with tears in his eyes of the impossibility of teaching you to behave at meals with common propriety." There was a faint chuckle along the tables, and several drank coffee with studied elegance and self-repression, either as a valuable example to Dick, or as a personal advertisement. But Paul was in no mood for reproof and instruction. He stood up in his excitement, flourishing his letter wildly. "Dr. Grimstone," he said, "never mind my behaviour now. I've something to tell you. I can't bear it any longer. I must go home at once. At once, sir." There was a general sensation at this, for his manner was peremptory and almost dictatorial. Some thought he would get a licking on the strength of it, and most hoped so. But the doctor dismissed them to the playground, keeping Paul back to be dealt with in privacy. Mrs. Grimstone played nervously with her dry toast at the end of the table, and she could not endure to see the boys in trouble, and dreaded a scene, while Dulcie looked on with wide, bright eyes. "Now, sir," said the doctor, looking up from his marmalade, "why must you go home at once?" "I've just had a letter," stammered Paul. "No one ill at home, I hope?" "No, no," said Paul. "It's not that. It's worse. She doesn't know what horrible things she is telling me." "Who is she?" said the doctor, and Dulcie's eyes were larger still, and her face paled. "I decline to say," said Mr. Bultitude. It would have been absurd to say "my daughter," and he had not the presence of mind just then to transpose the relationships with neatness and success. "But indeed I am wanted most badly." "What are you wanted for, pray?" "Everything," declared Paul. "It's all going to rack and ruin without me." "That's absurd," said the doctor. "You're not such an important individual as all that, Bultitude. But let me see the letter." Show him the letter! Lay bare all those follies of Dick's, the burden of which he might have to bear himself very shortly. Never! Besides, what would be the use of it? It would be no argument in favour of sending him home, rather the reverse. So Paul was obliged to say, "Excuse me, Dr. Grimstone, it is, of a private nature. I don't feel at liberty to show it to anyone." "Then, sir," said the doctor, with some reason, "if you can't tell me who or what it is that requires your presence at home, and decline to show me the letter which would presumably give me some idea on the subject, how do you expect I'm to listen to such a preposterous demand, eh? Just tell me that." Once more would Paul have given worlds for the firmness and presence of mind to state his case clearly and effectively. And he could hardly have had a better opportunity, for schoolmasters cannot always be playing the tyrant, and the doctor was, in spite of his attempts to be stern, secretly more amused than angry at what seemed a peculiarly precocious piece of effrontery. But Paul felt the dismal absurdity of his position. Nothing he had said, nothing he could say, short of the truth, would avail him, and the truth was precisely what he felt most unable to tell. He hung his head resignedly, and held his tongue in confusion. "Pooh!" said the doctor at last. "Let me have no more of this tomfoolery, Bultitude. It's getting to be a positive nuisance. Don't come to me with any more of these ridiculous stories, or some day I shall be annoyed. There! Go away and be contented where you are, and try to behave like other people." "Contented?" muttered Paul, when out of hearing, as he went upstairs and through the empty schoolroom into the playground. "Behave like other people? Oh, yes, I suppose I shall have to come to that in time. But that letter! Everything upside down! Bangle asked to meet a common clown! That fellow Duke letting me in for gold mines and tramways! It's all worse than I ever dreamed of. and I must stay here and be contented. It's perfectly damnable." All through that morning his thoughts ran in the same doleful groove, until the time for work came to an end, and he found himself in the playground and free to indulge his melancholy for a few minutes in solitude. For the others were still loitering about in the schoolroom, and a glass outhouse, originally intended for a conservatory, but now devoted to boots and slates, and the books liberally besmeared with gilt, and telling of the exploits of boy heroes so beloved of boys. Mr. Bultitude, only too delighted to get away from them for a little while, was leaning against the parallel bars in dull despondency, when he heard a rustling in the laurel hedge which cut off the house garden from the gravelled playground, and, looking up, saw Dulcie slip through the shrubs and come towards him with an air of determination in her proud little face. She looked prettier and daintier than ever in her grey hat and warm fur tippet, but of course Paul was not of the age or in the mood to be much affected by such things. He turned his head pettishly away. "It's no use doing that, Dick," she said. "I'm tired of sulking. I shan't sulk any more till I have an explanation." Paul made the sound generally written. "Pshaw!" "You ought to tell me everything. I will know it. Oh, Dick, you might tell me. I always told you anything you wanted to know, and I let mamma think it was I who broke the clock shade last term, and you know you did. And I want to know something so very badly." "It's no use coming to me, you know," said Paul. "I can't do anything for you." "Yes, you can. You know you can," said Dulcie impulsively. "You can tell me what was in that letter you had at breakfast, and you shall too." "What an inquisitive little girl you are!" said Paul sententiously. "It's not nice for little girls to be so inquisitive. It doesn't look well." "I knew it!" cried Dulcie. "You don't want to tell me because it's from that other horrid girl you like better than me. And you promised to belong to me for ever and ever, and now it's all over. Say it isn't. Oh, Dick, promise me to give the other girl up. I'm sure she's not a nice girl. She's written you an unkind letter, now hasn't she?" "Upon my word," said Paul, "this is very forward, at your age too. Why, my Barbara—" "Your Barbara! You dare to call her that? Oh, I knew I was right. I will see that letter now. Give it me this instant," said Dulcie imperiously, and Paul really felt almost afraid of her. "No, no," he said, retreating a step or two. "It's all a mistake. There's nothing to get into such a passion about. There isn't indeed. And don't cry. You're really a pretty little girl. I only wish I could tell you everything, but you'd never believe me." "Oh, yes, I would, Dick," protested Dulcie, only too willing to be convinced of her boy lover's constancy. "I'll believe anything if you'll only tell me. And I'm sorry I was so angry. Sit down by me and tell me from the very beginning. I promise not to interrupt." Paul thought for a moment. After all, why shouldn't he? Was it much pleasanter to tell his sorrows to her little ear, and hear her childish wonder and pity, than face her terrible father? He had tried that. And then she might tell her mother, and so his story might reach the doctor's ears after all, without further effort on his part. "Well," he said at last, "I think you're a good-natured little girl. You won't laugh. Perhaps I will tell you." So he sat down on the bench by the wall, and Dulcie, quite happy again now at this proof of good faith, nestled up against him confidentially, waiting for his first words, with parted lips and eager sparkling eyes. "Not many days ago," began Paul, "I was somebody very different from—" "Oh, indeed!" said a jarring, sneering voice close by. "Was you?" and he looked up and saw Tipping standing over him with a plainly hostile intent. "Go away, Tipping," said Dulcie. "We don't want you. Dick is telling me a secret." "He's very fond of telling, I know," retorted Tipping. "If you knew what a sneak he was, you'd have nothing to do with him, Dulcie. I could tell you things about him that—" "He's not a sneak," said Dulcie. "Are you, Dick? Why don't you go, Tipping? Never mind what he says, Dick. Go on as if he wasn't there. I don't care what he says." It was a most unpleasant situation for Mr. Bultitude, but he did not like to offend Tipping. "I think some other time, perhaps," he said nervously. "Not now." "Ah, you're afraid to say what you were going to say now I'm here," said the amiable Tipping, nettled by Dulcie's little air of haughty disdain. "You're a coward, you know you are. You pretend to think such a lot of Dulcie here, but you daren't fight." "Fight?" said Mr. Bultitude. "Eh? What for?" "Why, for her, of course. You can't care much about her if you daren't fight for her. I want to show her who's the best man of the two." "I don't want to be shown," wailed poor Dulcie piteously, clinging to the reluctant Paul. "I know. Don't fight with him, Dick. I say you're not to." "Certainly not," said Mr. Bultitude with great decision. "I shouldn't think of such a thing." And he rose from the bench and was about to walk away when Tipping suddenly pulled off his coat and began to make sundry demonstrations of a martial nature, such as dancing aggressively towards his rival and clenching his fists. By this time most of the other boys had come down into the playground, and were looking on with great interest. There was an element of romance in this promised combat, which gave it additional attractions. It was like one of the struggles between knightly champions in the Waverley novels. Several of them would have fought till they couldn't see out of their eyes, if it would have given them the least chance of obtaining favour in Dulcie's sight, and they all envied Dick, who was the only boy that was not unmercifully snubbed by their capricious little princess. Paul alone was blind to the splendour of his privileges. He examined Tipping carefully, as the latter was still assuming a hostile attitude and chanting a sort of war cry, supposed to be an infallible incentive to strife. "Yah! You're afraid!" he sang very offensively. "I wouldn't be a funk." "Pooh!" said Paul at last. "Go away, sir, go away." "Go away, eh?" sneered Tipping. "Who are you to tell me to go away? Go away yourself." "Certainly," said Paul, only too happy to oblige. But he found himself prevented by a ring of excited backers. "Don't funk it, Dick!" cried some, forgetting recent ill-feeling in the necessity for partnership. "Go in and settle him as you did that last time. I'll second you. You can do it." "Don't hit each other in the face," pleaded Dulcie, who had got upon a bench and was looking down into the ring, not, if the truth must be told, without a certain pleasurable excitement in the feeling that it was all about her. And now Mr. Bultitude discovered that he was seriously expected to fight this great hulking boy, and that the sole reason for any disagreement was an utterly unfounded jealousy respecting this little girl Dulcie. He had not a grain of chivalry in his disposition, chivalry being an eminently unpractical virtue, and naturally he saw no advantage in letting himself be mauled for the sake of a child younger than his own daughter. Dulcie's appeal enraged Tipping, who took it as addressed solely to himself. "You ought to be glad to stick up for her," he said between his teeth. "I'll mash you for this, see if I don't." Paul thought he saw his way clear to disabuse Tipping of his mistaken idea. "Are you proposing," he asked politely, "to mash me on account of that little girl there on the seat?" "You'll soon see," growled Tipping.
cut your head and come on." "No, but I want to know," persisted Mr. Bultitude, "because," he said, with a sickly attempt at jocularity which delighted none, "you see, I don't want to be mashed. I'm not a potato. And if I understand you right, you want to fight me because you think me likely to interfere with your claim to that little girl's affections." "That's it," said Tipping gruffly. "So you'd better waste no more words about it, and come on." "But I don't care about coming on," protested Paul earnestly. "It's all a mistake. I've no doubt she's a very nice little girl, but I assure you, my good boy, I've no desire to stand in your way for one instant. She's nothing to me, nothing at all. I give her up to you. Take her, young fellow, with my blessing. There, that's all settled comfortably, eh?" He was just looking round with a self-satisfied and relieved air, when he began to be aware that his act of frank unselfishness was not as much appreciated as it deserved. Tipping, indeed, looked baffled and irresolute for one moment, but a low murmur of disgust arose from the bystanders, and even Jolland declared that it was too beastly mean. As for Dulcie, she had been looking on incredulously at her champion's unaccountable tardiness in coming to the point. But this public repudiation was too much for her. She gave a little low wail as she heard the shameless words of recantation, and then, without a word, jumped lightly down from her bench and ran away to hide herself somewhere and cry. Even Paul, though he knew that he had done nothing but what was strictly right, and had acted purely in self-protection, felt unaccountably ashamed of himself as he saw the effect of his speech. But it was too late now. End of section 10. Section 11 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 10. The Complete Letter Writer. Accelerated by ignominious shovings, nay, as it is written, by smitings, twistings, spurnings, a posteriori not to be named. French Revolution. This letter, being so excellently ignorant, will breed no terror in the youth. 12th Night. Mr. Bultitude had meant to achieve a double stroke of diplomacy, to undeceive Dulcie, and conciliate the love-sick Tipping. But whatever his success may have been in the former respect, the latter object failed conspicuously. "You mayn't get off by a shabby trick like that," said Tipping, exasperated by the sight of Dulcie's emotion. "You've made her cry now, and you shall smart for it. So now are you going to stand up to me like a man, or will you take a licking? I'm not going to help you to commit a breach of the peace," said Paul, with great dignity. "Go away, you quarrelsome young ruffian. Get one of your schoolfellows to fight you if you must fight. I don't want to be mixed up with you in any way." But at this, Tipping, whose blood was evidently at boiling point, came prancing down on him in a Zulu-like fashion, swinging his long arms like a windmill, and finding that his enemy made no attempt at receiving him, but only moved away apprehensively, he seized him by the collar, as a prelude to deal him a series of kicks behind. Although Mr. Bultitude, as we have seen, was opposed to fighting as a system, he could not submit to this sort of thing without at least some attempt to defend himself, and judging it of the highest importance to disable his adversary in the most effectual manner before the latter had time to carry out his offensive designs, he turned sharply round and hit him a very severe blow in the lower part of his waistcoat. The result fulfilled his highest expectations. Tipping collapsed like a pocket rule, and staggered away, speechless and purple with pain.
while Paul stood calmly and triumphant. He had shown these fellows that he wasn't going to stand any nonsense. They would leave him alone after this, perhaps. But once more there were cries and murmurs of "Shame! No hitting below the belt! Cad! Coward!" It appeared that somehow he had managed to offend their prejudices even in this. "It's very odd," he thought. "When I didn't fight they called me a coward, and now when I do I don't seem to have pleased them much. I don't care, though. I've settled him." But after a season of protracted writhing by the parallel bars, Tipping came out, still gasping and deadly pale, leaning on Biddlecomb's shoulder, and was met with universal sympathy and condolence. "Thanks," he said, with considerable effort. "Of course I'm not going to fight him after such a low trip like that, but perhaps you fellows will see that he doesn't escape quite as easily as he fancies." There was a general shout. "No, he shall pay for it! We'll teach him to fight fair! We'll see if he tries that on again!" Paul heard it with much uneasiness. What new devilry were they about to practise upon him? He was not left long in doubt. "I vote," suggested Biddlecomb, as if he were proposing a testimonial, "we make him run the gauntlet. Grim won't come out and catch us. I saw him go out for a drive an hour ago." And the idea was very favourably entertained. Paul had heard of running the gauntlet, and dimly suspected that it was not an exercise he was likely to enjoy, particularly when he saw everyone busy himself with tying the end of his pocket handkerchief into a hard knot. He tried in vain to excuse himself, declaring again and again that he had never meant to injure the boy, he had only defended himself, and was under the impression that he was at perfect liberty to hit him wherever he could, and so on. But they were in no mood for excuses. With a stern magisterial formality, worthy of a Vehrmacht, they formed in two long lines down the centre of the playground, and while Paul was staring in wonder at what this strange manoeuvre might mean, somebody pounced upon him and carried him up to one end of the ranks, where Tipping had by this time sufficiently recovered to be able to set him going, as he chose to call it, with a fairly effective kick. After that he had a confused sense of flying madly along the double line of avengers under a hail of blows which caught him on every part of his head, shoulders, and back, till he reached the end, where he was dexterously turned and sent spinning up to Tipping again, who in his turn headed him back on his arrival, and forced him to brave the terrible lane once more. Never before had Mr. Bultitude felt so sore and insulted. But they kept it up long after the thing had lost its first freshness, until at last exhaustion made them lean to mercy, and they cuffed him ignominiously into a corner, and left him to lament his ill treatment there, till the bell rang for dinner, for which, contrary to precedent, his recent violent exercise had excited little appetite. "I shall be killed soon if I stay here," he moaned. "I know I shall. These young brigands would murder me cheerfully if they were not afraid of being canned for it. I'm a miserable man, and I wish I was dead." Although the afternoon, being Saturday, was a half holiday, Mr. Bultitude was spared the ordeal of another game at football, for a smart storm of rain and sleet, coming on at about 3 o'clock, kept the school, not altogether unwillingly, prisoners within doors for the day. The boys sat in their places in their schoolroom, amusing themselves after their several fashions, some reading, some making libellous copies of drawings that took their fancy in the illustrated papers, some playing games, others too listless to play and too dull to find pleasure in the simplest books, filled up the time as well as they could by quarrelling and getting into various depths of hot water.
Paul sat in a corner, pretending to read a story relating the experiences of certain infants of phenomenal courage and coolness in the Arctic regions. They killed bears and tamed walruses all through the book, but for the first time perhaps since their appearance in print, their exploits fell flat. Not, however, that this reflected any discredit upon the author's powers, which are justly admired by all healthy-minded boys, but it was beyond the powers of literature just then to charm Mr. Bultitude's thoughts from the recollection of his misfortunes. As he took in all the details of his surroundings, the warm close room, the raw-toned desks and tables at which a rabble of unsympathetic boys were noisily whispering and chattering, with occasional glances in his direction, from which, taught by experience, he augured no good. The high uncurtained windows blurred with little stars of half-frozen rain, and the bare bleak branches of the trees outside tossing drearily against a low leaden sky, he tried in vain to cheat himself into a dreamy persuasion that all this misery could not be real, but it would fade away as suddenly and mysteriously as it had stolen upon him. Towards the close of the afternoon the doctor came in and took his place at the writing-table, where he was apparently very busy with the composition of some sort of document, which he finished at last with evident satisfaction at the result of his labour. Then he observed that, according to their custom of a Saturday afternoon, the hour before tea-time should be devoted to writing home. So the books, chess-boards, and dominoes were all put away, and a new steel pen and a sheet of note-paper, neatly embossed with the heading "Christian House School" in old English letters, having been served out to everyone, each boy prepared himself to write down such things as filial affection, strict truthfulness, and the desire of imparting information might inspire between them. Paul felt as he clutched his writing materials, much as a shipwrecked mariner might be expected to do at finding on his desolate island a good-sized flag and a case of rockets. His hopes revived once more. He forgot the smarts left by the knots in the handkerchiefs. He had a whole hour before him. It was possible to set several wires in motion for his release in an hour. Yes, he must write several letters. First, one to his solicitor, detailing as calmly and concisely as his feelings would allow the shameful way in which he had been treated, and imploring him to take measures of some sort for getting him out of his false and awkward position. One to his head clerk, to press upon him the necessity of prudence and caution in dealing with the impostor. Notes to Bangle and Fishwick, putting them off. They should not be outraged by an introduction to a vulgar pantomime clown under his roof. And lastly, this was an outburst he could not deny himself, a solemn, impressive appeal to the common humanity, if not to the ordinary filial instincts, of his undutiful son. His fingers tingled to begin. Sentences of burning, indignant eloquence crowded confusedly in his head. He would write such letters as would carry instant conviction to the most practical and matter-of-fact minds. The pathos and dignity of his remonstrances should melt even Dick's selfish, callous heart. Perhaps he overrated the power of his pen. Perhaps it would have required more than mere ink to persuade his friends to disbelieve their own senses, and see a portly citizen of over 50 packed into the frame of a chubby urchin of 14. But at all events no one's faith was put to so hard a test. Those letters were never written. "Don't begin to write yet, any of you," said the doctor. "I have a few words to say to you first. In most cases, and as a general rule, I think it wisest to let every boy commit to paper whatever his feelings may dictate to him. I wish to claim no censorship over the style and diction of your letters, but
There have been so many complaints lately from the parents of some of the less advanced of you that I find myself obliged to make a change. Your father particularly, Richard Bultitude," he added, turning suddenly upon the unlucky Paul, "has complained bitterly of the slovenly tone and phrasing of your correspondence. He has said, very justly, that they would disgrace a stable boy, and unless I could induce you to improve them, he begged he might not be annoyed by them in future." It was by no means the least galling part of Mr. Bultitude's trials that forgotten words and deeds of his in his original condition were constantly turning up at critical seasons, and plunging him deeper into the morass, just when he saw some prospect of gaining firm ground. So on this occasion he did remember that, being in a more than usually bad temper one day last year, he had, on receiving a sprawling, ill-spelt application from Dick for more pocket-money, to buy fireworks for the 5th of November, written to make some such complaint to the schoolmaster. He waited anxiously for the doctor's next words. He might want to read the letters before they were sent off, in which case Paul would not be displeased, for it would be an easier and less dangerous way of putting the doctor in possession of the facts. But his complaints were to be honoured by a much more effectual remedy, for it naturally piqued the doctor to be told that boys instructed under his auspices wrote like stable boys. "However," he went on, "I wish your people at home to be assured from time to time of your welfare, and to prevent them from being shocked and distressed in future by the crudity of your communications, I have drawn up a short form of letter for the use of the lower boys in the second form, which I shall now proceed to dictate. Of course, all boys in the first form, and all in the second above Bultitude and Jolland, will write as they please as usual. Richard, I expect you to take particular pains to write this out neatly. Are you all ready? Very well, then. Now," and he read out the following letter slowly: "My dear parents," or parent according to circumstances, comma, all of which several took down most industriously, "you will be rejoiced to hear that, having arrived with safety at our destination, we have by this time fully resumed our customary regular round of earnest work, relieved and sweetened by hearty play." "Have you all got hearty play down?" inquired the doctor rather suspiciously, while Jolland observed in an undertone that it would take some time to get that down. "I hope, I trust, I say without undue conceit, to have made considerable progress in my school tasks before I rejoin the family circle for the Easter vacation, as I think you will admit when I inform you of the programme we intend." D.V. in brackets and capital letters as before. This was all taken down verbatim by Jolland, who probably knew very much better. "Intend to work out during the term. In Latin. The class of which I am a member propose to thoroughly master the first book of Virgil's magnificent epic. Need I say I refer to the soul-moving story of the pious Aeneas?" Jolland was understood by his near neighbours to remark that he thought the explanation distinctly advisable. "In Greek we have already commenced the thrilling account of the Anabasis of Xenophon, that master of strategy, nor shall we of course neglect in either branch of study the syntax and construction of those two noble languages." "Noble languages," echoed the writers mechanically, contriving to insinuate a touch of irony into the words. in German, under the able tutelage of Herr Stollwasser, who, as I may possibly have mentioned to you in casual conversation, is a graduate of the University of Heidelberg." "And a silly old ass," added Jolland parenthetically. "We have resigned ourselves to the spell of the Teutonian Shakespeare." There was much difference of opinion as to the manner of spelling the Teutonian Shakespeare. "As in my opinion Schiller may be not inaptly termed, and our French studies comprise such exercises and short poems and tales as are best calculated to afford an insight into the intricacies of the Gallic tongue. But I would not have you imagine, my dear parents, or parent as before, that because the claims of the intellect have been thus aptly provided for, the requirements of the body are not necessarily overlooked. I have no intention of becoming a mere bookworm, and, on the contrary, we have had one excessively brisk and pleasant game at football already this season, and should, but for the unfortunate inclemency of the weather, have engaged again this afternoon in the mimic warfare. In the playground our favourite diversion is the game of chevy, so called from the engagement famed in ballad and history. I allude to the battle of Chevy Chase. And indeed, my dear parents, in the rapid alterations of its fortunes, and the diversity of its incident, the game, to my mind, bears a striking resemblance to the accounts of that ever memorable contest. I fear I must now relinquish my pen, as the time allotted for correspondence is fast waning to its close, and tea-time is approaching. Pray give my kindest regards to all my numerous friends and relatives, and accept my fondest love and affection for yourselves and the various other members of the family circle. I am rejoiced to say, in the enjoyment of excellent health, and surrounded as I am by congenial companions, and employed in interesting and agreeable pursuits, it is superfluous to add that I am happy. And now, my dear parents, believe me, your dutiful and affectionate son, so and so." The Doctor finished his dictation with a roll in his voice, as much as to say, "I think that will strike your relative parents as a chaste and classical composition. I think so." But unexceptionable as its tone and sentiments undoubtedly were, it was far from expressing the feelings of Mr. Bultitude. The rest accepted it, not unwillingly, as an escape from the fatigue of original composition, but to him the neat, well-balanced sentences seemed a hollow mockery. As he wrote down each successive phrase, he wondered what Dick would think of it, and when at last it was finished, the precious hour had gone for another week. In speechless disgust, but without protest, for his spirit was too broken by this last cruel disappointment, he had to fold and put into an envelope, and direct this most misleading letter under the Doctor's superintending eye, which, of course, allowed him no chance of introducing a line or even a word to counteract the tone of self-satisfaction and contentment which breathed in every sentence of it. He saw it stamped and put into the post-bag, and then his last gleam of hope flickered out. He must give up struggling against the inevitable. He must resign himself to be educated and perhaps flogged here, while Dick was filling his house with clowns and pantaloons, destroying his reputation and damaging his credit at home. Perhaps, in course of time, he would grow accustomed to it, and meanwhile he would be as careful as possible to do and say nothing to make himself remarkable in any way,
by which means he trusted at least to avoid any fresh calamity. And with this resolution he went to bed on Saturday night, feeling that this was a dreary finish to a most unpleasant week. End of chapter 10.
Section 12 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 11. A Day of Rest. There was a letter, indeed, to be intercepted by a man's father, to do him good with him. Every man in his humour. I cannot lose the thought yet of this letter, sent to my son, nor leave to admire the change of manners, and the breeding of our youth within the kingdom, since myself was one. Sunday came, a day which was to begin a new week for Mr. Bultitude, and of course for the rest of the Christian world as well. Whether that week would be better or worse than the one which had just passed away, he naturally could not tell. It could hardly be much worse. But the Sunday itself, he anticipated, without however any firm grounds for such an assumption, would be a day of brief but grateful respite, a day on which he might venture to claim much the same immunity as was enjoyed in former days by the insolvent, a day, in short, which would glide slowly by with the rather drowsy solemnity peculiar to the British Sabbath, as observed by all truly respectable persons. And yet that very Sunday, could he have foreseen it, was destined to be the most eventful day he had yet spent in the Crichton house, where none had proved wanting in incident. During the next 12 hours he was to pass through every variety of unpleasant sensation, embarrassment, suspense, fear, anxiety, dismay, and terror were to follow each other in rapid succession, and to wind up, strangely enough, with a delicious ecstasy of pure relief and happiness, a fatiguing programme for any middle-aged gentleman who had never cultivated his emotional faculties. Let me try to tell how this came about. The getting-up bell rang an hour later than on weekdays, but the boys were expected to prepare certain tasks suitable for the day before they arose. Mr. Bultitude found that he was required to learn by heart a hymn in which the rhymes join and divine, throne and crown were so happily wedded that either might conform to the other, a graceful concession to individual taste which is not infrequent in this class of poetry. Trivial as such a task may seem in these days of school boards, it gave him infinite trouble and mental exertion, for he had not been called upon to commit anything of the kind to memory for many years, and after mastering that, there still remained a long chronological list, the dates approximately computed, of the leading events before and immediately after the deluge, which was to be repeated without looking at the book. While he was wrestling desperately with these, for he was determined, as I have said before, to do all in his power to keep himself out of trouble, Mrs. Grimstone, in her morning wrapper, paid a visit to the dormitories, and in spite of Paul's attempts to excuse himself, insisted upon pomatuming his hair, an indignity which he felt acutely. "When she knows who I really am," he thought, "she'll be sorry she made such a point of it. If there is one thing upon earth I loathe more than another, it's marrow oil pomade." Then there was breakfast, at which Dr. Grimstone appeared, resplendent in glossy broadcloth, and dazzling shirt front, and semi-clerical white tie, and after breakfast an hour in the schoolroom, during which the boys, by the aid of repeated references to the text, wrote out from memory the hymn they had learnt, while Paul managed somehow to stumble through his dates and events to the satisfaction of Mr. Tinkler, who, to increase his popularity, made a point of being as easily satisfied with such repetitions as he decently could. After that came the order to prepare for church. There was a general rush to the little room, with shelves and bandboxes, where church books were procured, and greatcoats and tight-gait gloves put on. When they were almost ready, the doctor came in, wearing his blandest and most paternal expression. "Ah, it's a collection Sunday today, boys," he said. "Have you all got your 3-penny bits ready? I like to see my boys give cheerfully and liberally of their abundance. If any boy does not happen to have any small change, I can accommodate him if he comes to me." And this he proceeded to do from a store he had with him of that most convenient coin, the chosen expression of a congregation's gratitude, the common silver 3-pence. For the school occupied a prominent position in the church, and had acquired a great reputation amongst the churchwardens for the admirable uniformity with which one gentleman after another put into the plate, and this reputation the doctor was naturally anxious that they should maintain. I am sorry to say that Mr. Bultitude, fearing lest he should be asked if he had the required sum about him, and thus his penniless condition might be discovered and bring him trouble, got behind the door at the beginning of the money-changing transactions, and remained there till it was over. It seemed to him it would be too paltry to be disgraced for want of a 3-pence. Now thus being completely furnished for their devotions, the school formed in couples in the hall, and filed solemnly out for the march to church. Mr. Bultitude walked nearly last with Jolland, whose facile nature had almost forgotten his friend's shortcomings on the previous day. He kept up a perpetual flow of chatter which, as he never stopped for an answer, permitted Paul to indulge his own thoughts unrestrained. "Are you going to put your 3-penny in?" said Jolland. "I won't if you don't. Sometimes, you know, when the plate comes around, old Grim squints down to the pews to see that we don't shirk. Then I put in 6-pence. Have you done your hymn? I do hate a hymn. What's the use of learning hymns? They won't mark you for them, you know, in any exam that I ever heard of, and it can't save you the expense of a hymn book unless you learnt all the hymns in it, and that would take you years. Oh, I say, look, there's young Mutlaw with his governor and mater. I wonder what Mutlaw's governor does. Mutlaw says he's a gentleman, if you ask him, but I believe he lies. See that fly driving past? Mother Grim," the irreverent youth always spoke of Mrs. Grimstone in this way, "and Dulcie are in it. I saw Dulcie look at you, Dick. It's a shame to treat her as you did yesterday. There's young Tom on the box. Don't his ears stick out rummily? I wonder if the Ugly family will be at church today. You know the Ugly family, all with their mouths open and their eyes goggling, like a jolly old row of pantomime heads. And oh, Dick, suppose Connie Davenant's people changed their pew. That'll be a sell for you rather, won't it?" "I don't understand you," said Mr. Bultitude stiffly, "and if you don't object, I prefer not to be called upon to talk just now." "Oh, all right," said Jolland. "There aren't so many fellows who will talk to you, but just as you please. I don't want to talk." And so the pair walked in silence, Jolland with his nose in the air, determined that after this he really must cut his former friend, as the other fellows had done, since his devotion was appreciated so little, and Paul watching the ascending double line of tall chimney-pot hats as they surged before him in regular movement, and feeling a dull wonder at finding himself setting out to church in such an ill-assorted company. They entered the church, and Paul was sent down to the extreme end of the pew, next to the one reserved for the doctor and his family. Dulcie was sitting there already on the other side of the partition, but she gave no sign of having noticed his arrival, being apparently absorbed in studying the rose window over the altar. He sat down in his corner with a sense of rest and almost comfort, though the seat was not a cushioned one. He had the inoffensive Kiffin for a neighbor. His chief tormentors were far away from him in one of the back pews, and here at last he thought no harm could come to him. He could allow himself safely to do what I am afraid he generally did do under the circumstances, snatch a few intermittent but sweet periods of dreamless slumber. But while the service was proceeding, Mr. Bultitude was suddenly horrified to observe that a young lady who occupied a pew at right angles to and touching that in which he sat, was deliberately making furtive signals to him in the most unmistakable manner. She was a decidedly pretty girl of about 15, with merry and daring blue eyes and curling golden hair, and was accompanied by two small brothers who shared the same book and dealt each other stealthy and vicious kicks throughout the service, and by her father, a stout, short-sighted old man in gold spectacles, who was perpetually making the wrong responses in a loud and confident tone. To be signalled, too, in a marked manner, by a strange young lady of great personal attractions, might be a coveted distinction to other schoolboys, but it simply gave Mr. Bultitude cold thrills. "I suppose that's Connie Davenant," he thought, shocked beyond measure as she caught his eye, and coughed demurely for about the 4th time. "A very forward young person. I think somebody ought to speak seriously to her father. Good gracious! She's writing something on the fly-leaf of her prayer book," he said to himself presently. "Oh, I hope she's not going to send it to me. I won't take it. She ought to be ashamed of herself." Miss Davenant was indeed busily engaged in penciling something on a blank sheet of paper, and having finished, she folded it deftly into a cocked hat, wrote a few words on the outside, and placed it between the leaves of her book. Then, as the congregation rose for the psalms, she gave a meaning glance at the blushing and scandalized Mr. Bultitude, and by dexterous management of her prayer book, shot the little cocked hat, as if unconsciously, into the next pew. By a very unfortunate miscalculation, however, the note missed its proper object, and, clearing the partition, fluttered deliberately down on the floor by Dulcie's feet. Paul saw this with alarm. He knew that at all hazards he must get that miserable note into his own possession and destroy it. It might have his name somewhere about it. It might seriously compromise him. So he took advantage of the noise the congregation made in repeating a verse aloud (it was not a high church) to whisper to Dulcie, "Little Miss Grimstone, excuse me, but there's a note in the pew down by your feet. I believe it's intended for me." Dulcie had seen the whole affair, and had not been a little puzzled by it, a clandestine correspondence being a new thing in her short experience. But she understood that in this gold-haired girl, her elder by several years, she saw her rival, for whom Dick had so basely abandoned her yesterday, and she was old enough to feel the slight and the sweetness of revenge. So she held her head rather higher than usual, with her firm little chin projecting wilfully, and waiting for the next verse, but one before retorting. "Little Master Bultitude, I know it is. Can you manage to reach it?" whispered Paul entreatingly. "Yes," said Dulcie, "I could." "Then will you, when they sit down?" "No," said Dulcie firmly, "I shan't." The other girl, she noticed with satisfaction, had become aware of the situation, and was evidently uneasy. She looked as imploringly as she dared at the remorseless little Dulcie, as if appealing to her not to get her into trouble, but Dulcie bent her eyes obstinately on her book and would not see her. If the letter had been addressed to any other boy in the school, she would have done her best to shield the culprits, but this she could not bring herself to do here. She found a malicious pleasure in remaining absolutely neutral, which of course was very wrong and ill-natured of her. Mr. Bultitude began now to be seriously alarmed. The fatal paper must be seen by someone in the doctor's pew as soon as the congregation sat down again, and if it reached the doctor's hands, it was impossible to say what misconstruction he might put upon it, or what terrible consequences might follow. He was innocent, perfectly innocent, but though the consciousness of innocence is frequently a great consolation, he felt that unless he could imbue the doctor with it as well, it would not save him from a flogging. So he made one more desperate attempt to soften Dulcie's resolution. "Don't be a naughty little girl," he said, very injudiciously for his purpose. I tell you I must have it. You'll get me into a terrible mess if you're not careful." But although Dulcie had been extremely well brought up, I regret to say that the only answer she chose to make to this appeal was that slight contortion of the features with which a pretty girl is euphemised as a mew, and with a plain one is called making a face. When he saw it, he knew that all hope of changing her purpose must be abandoned. Then they all sat down, and as Paul had foreseen, there the white-cocked hat lay on the dark pew carpet, hideously distinct, with a billet-doux in every fold of it. It could only be a question of time now. The curate was reading the first lesson for the day, but Mr. Bultitude heard not a verse of it. He was waiting with bated breath for the blow to fall. It fell at last. Dulcie, either with the malevolent idea of hastening the crisis, or, which I prefer to believe on my own part, finding that her ex-lover's visible torments were too much for her desire of vengeance, was softly moving a heavy hassock toward the guilty note. The movement caught her mother's eye, and in an instant the compromising paper was in her watchful hands. She read it with incredulous horror, and handed it at once to the doctor. The golden-haired one saw it all without betraying herself by any outward confusion. She had probably had some experience in such matters, and felt tolerably certain of being able, at the worst, to manage the old gentleman in the gold spectacles, but she took an early opportunity of secretly conveying her contempt for the traitorous Dulcie, who continued to meet her angry glances with the blandest unconsciousness. Mr. Grimstone examined the cocked hat through his double eyeglasses, with a heavy thunder-cloud gathering on his brows. When he had mastered it thoroughly, he bent forward and glared indignantly past his wife and daughter for at least half a minute into the pew where Mr. Bultitude was cowering, until he felt he was all coming to pieces under the piercing gaze. The surface passed all too quickly after that. Paul sat down and stood up almost unconsciously with the rest, but for the first time in his life he could have wished the sermon many times longer. The horror of his position quite petrified him. After all his prudent resolutions to keep out of mischief, and to win the regard and confidence of his jailer by his good conduct, like the innocent convict in a melodrama, this came as nothing less than a catastrophe. He walked home in a truly dismal state of limp terror. Fortunately for him, none of the others seemed to have noticed his misfortune, and Jolland made no further advances. But even the weather tended to increase his depression, for it was a bleak, cheerless day, with a bitter and searching wind sweeping the gritty roads where yesterday's rain was turned to black ice in the ruts, and the sun shone with a dull coppery glitter that had no warmth or geniality about it. The nearer they came to the Crichton house, the more abjectly miserable became Mr. Bultitude's state of mind. It was as much as he could do to crawl up the steps to the front door, and his knees positively clapped together when the doctor, who had driven home, met them in the hall, and said in a still grave voice, "Bultitude, when you have taken off your coat, I want you in the study." He was as long about taking off his coat as he dared, but at last he went trembling into the study, which he found empty. He remembered the room well, with his ebony-framed etchings on the walls, bookcases and blue china over the draped mantelpiece, even to a large case of elaborately carved Indian chessmen in bullock carts and palanquins, on horses and elephants, which stood in the window recess. It was the very room to which he had been shown when he first called about sending his son to the school. He had little thought then that the time would come when he would attend there for the purpose of being flogged. Few things would have seemed less probable, yet there he was. But his train of thought was abruptly broken by the entrance of the doctor. He marched solemnly in, holding out the offending missive. "Look at this, sir," he said, shaking it angrily before Paul's eyes. "Look at this. What do you mean by receiving a flippant communication like this in a sacred edifice? What do you mean by it?" I didn't receive it," said Paul, at his wit's end. "Don't prevaricate with me, sir. You know well enough it was intended for you. Have the goodness to read it now, and tell me what you have to say for yourself." Paul read it. It was a silly little schoolgirl note, half slang and half sentiment, signed only with the initial C.D. "Well, sir," said the doctor, "it's very forward and improper." "Very," said Paul, "but it's not my fault. I can't help it. I gave the girl no encouragement. I never saw her before in my life." "To my own knowledge, Bultitude, she has sat in that pew regularly for a year." "Very probable," said Paul, "but I don't notice these manners. I'm past that sort of thing, my dear sir." "What is her name? Come, sir, you know that." "Connie Davenant," said Paul, taken unawares by the suddenness of the question. "At least I heard so today." He felt the imprudence of such an admission as soon as he had made it. "Very odd that you know her name if you've never noticed her before," said the doctor. "That young fellow, what's his name? Jolland told me," said Paul. "Ah, but it's odder still that she knows yours, for I perceive it is directed to you by name." "It's easily explained, my dear sir," said Paul. "Easily explained. I've no doubt she's heard it somewhere. At least I never told her. It's not likely. I do assure you that I am as much distressed and shocked by this affair as you can be yourself. I am indeed. I don't know what girls are coming to nowadays." "Do you expect me to believe that you are perfectly innocent?" said the doctor. "Yes, I do," said Mr. Bultitude. "I can't prevent fast young ladies from sending me notes. Why, she might have sent you one." "We won't go into hypothetical cases," said the doctor, not relishing the war being carried into his own country. "She happened to prefer you. But although your virtuous indignation seems to me a trifle overdone, sir, I don't see my way clear of punishing you on the facts, especially as you tell me you never encouraged these overtures, and my Dulcie, I am bound to say, confirms your statement, that it was all the other young lady's doings. But if I had any proof that you'd begun or responded to her advances, nothing could have saved you from a severe flogging at the very least, so be careful for the future." "Ah," said Paul rather feebly, quite overwhelmed by the narrowness of his escape. Then, with a desperate effort, he found the courage to add, "May I take advantage of this restored cordiality to in fact make a brief personal explanation? It's what I've been trying to tell you for a long time, ever since I first came, only you'll never hear me out. It's highly important. You've no notion how serious it is." "There's something about you this term, Richard Bultitude," said the doctor slowly, "that I confess I don't understand. This obstinacy is unusual in a boy your age, and if you really have a mystery, it may be as well to have it out and done with it. But I can't be annoyed with it now. Come to me after supper tonight, and I shall be willing to hear anything you may have to say." Paul was too overcome at this unexpected favour to speak his thanks. He got away as soon as he could. His path was smoothed at last. That afternoon the boys, or all of them who disposed of the work set for them that day, were sitting in the schoolroom, and after a somewhat chilly dinner of cold beef, cold tarts, and cold water, passing the time with that description of literature known as Sunday reading. And here, at the risk of being guilty of a digression, I must pause to record my admiration for this exceedingly happy form of compromise, which is, I think, peculiar to the British, and to a certain extent the American nations. It has many developments, ranging from the mild transatlantic compound of cookery and camp meetings to the semi-novel, redeemed and chastened by an arrangement which sandwiches a sermon or a biblical lecture in between each chapter of the story, a great convenience for the race of skippers. Then there are 1 or 2 illustrated magazines, which it is always allowable to read on the Sabbath without fear of rebuke from the strictest, though it's not quite easy to see why. Open any of the monthly numbers, and chances are that you might possibly find at one part a neat little doctrinal essay by a literary bishop. The rest of the contents will consist of nothing more serious than a paper upon cockroaches and their habits by an eminent servant, a description of foreign travel done in a brilliantly and wholly secular vein, and further on again an article on aesthetic furniture, while the balance of the number will be devoted to installments of 2 thrilling novels by popular authors, whose theology is seldom their strongest point. Oddly enough, too, when these very novels come out later in 3-volume form, with the mark of the beast in the shape of a circulating library ticket upon them, they will be fortunate if they are not interdicted altogether by some of the serious families who take the magazines as being so suitable for Sundays. Mr. Bultitude, at all events, had reason to be grateful for this toleration, for in one of the bound volumes supplied to him he found a most interesting and delightful unisectarian novel, which appealed to his tastes as a businessman, for it was all about commerce and making fortunes by blockade running. And though he was no novel reader as a rule, his mind was so relieved and set at rest by the prospect of seeing the end to his trouble at last, that he was able to occupy his mind with the fortunes of the hero. He naturally detected technical errors here and there, but that pleased him, and he was becoming so deeply absorbed in the tale that he felt seriously annoyed when Chawner came softly up to the desk at which he was sitting, and sat down close to him, crossing his arms before him and leaning forward upon them with his sallow face towards Paul. "Dickie," he began in a cautious, oily tone, "did I hear the doctor say before dinner that he would hear anything you have to tell him after supper? Did I?" "I really can't say," said Paul. "If you were near the keyhole at the time, very likely you did." "The door was open," said Chawner, "and I was in the cloakroom, so I heard. And I want to know, what is it you're going to tell the doctor?" "Mind your own business, sir," Paul said sharply. "It is my own business," said Chawner, "but I don't want to be told what you're going to tell him. I know." "Good heavens!" said Mr. Bultitude, annoyed to find his secret in possession of this boy of all others. "Yes," repeated Chawner, "I know. And I tell you what, I won't have it." "Won't have it? And why?" "Never mind why. Perhaps I don't choose that the doctor should be told just yet. Perhaps I mean to go up and tell him myself some other day. I want to have a little more fun out of it before I've done." But, said Paul, "you young ghoul, do you mean to say that all you care for is to see other people's sufferings?" Chawner groaned maliciously. "Yes," he said suavely, "it amuses me." "And so," said Paul, "you want me to hold back a little longer, because it's so funny, and then when you're quite tired of your sport, you'll go up and tell the doctor my unhappy story yourself, eh? No, my friend, I'd rather not tell him myself. But I'll be shot if I let you have a finger in it. I know my own interests better than that." "Don't get in a passion, Dickie," said Chawner. "It's Sunday. You'll have to let me go up instead of you, when I've frightened them a little more." "Who do you mean by them, sir?" said Paul, growing puzzled. "As if you didn't know. Oh, you're too clever for me, Dickie, I can see," sniggered Chawner. "I tell you I don't know," said Mr. Bultitude. "Look here, Chawner. Your confounded name is Chawner, isn't it? There's a mistake somewhere, I'm sure of it. Listen to me. I am not going to tell the doctor what you think I am." "What do I think you're going to tell him?" "I haven't the slightest idea, but whatever it is, you're wrong." "Oh, you're too clever, Dickie. You won't betray yourself, but other people want to play poker and tipping out as well as you, and I say you must wait." "I shan't say anything to affect anyone but myself," said Paul. If you know all about it, you must know that. It won't interfere with your amusement that I can see." "Yes, it will," said Chawner irritably. "It will. You mayn't mean to tell of anyone but yourself, but directly Grimstone asks you questions, it all comes out. I know all about it. And anyway, I forbid you to go up until I give you leave." "And who the deuce are you?" said Mr. Bultitude, nettled at this assumption of authority. "How are you going to prevent me, I may ask?" "Shh! There's the doctor," whispered Chawner hurriedly. "I'll tell you after tea." "What am I doing out of my place, sir? Oh, I was only asking Bultitude what was the collect for today, sir. Fourth Sunday after the Epiphany. Thank you, Bultitude." And he glided back to his seat, leaving Paul in a state of vague uneasiness. Why did this fellow with the infernal sly face and glib tongue want to prevent him from righting himself with the world? And how could he possibly prevent him? It was absurd. He would take no notice of the young scoundrel. He would defy him. But he could not banish the uneasy feeling. The cup had slipped so many times before, at the critical moment, that he could not be sure whose hand would be the next to jog his elbow, and so he went down to tea with renewed misgivings. End of section 12. Recorded by Shari Dippong.
Section 13 of Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vice Versa by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 12. Against Time. There is a kind of followers likewise which are dangerous, being indeed espials, which inquire the secrets of the house and bear tales of them. Bacon. Then give me leave that I may turn the key, that no man enter till my tale be done. Very possibly Chawner's interference in Mr. Bultitude's private affairs has surprised others besides the victim of it, but the fact is that there was a most unfortunate misunderstanding between them from the very first, which prevented the one from seeing, the other from explaining the real state of the case. Chawner, of course, no more guessed Paul's true name and nature than anyone else who had come into contact with his impenetrable disguise, and his motive for attempting to prevent an interview with the doctor can only, I fear, be explained by another slight digression. The doctor, from a deep sense of his responsibility for the morals of those under his care, was perhaps a trifle over-anxious to clear his moral garden of every noxious weed, and too constant in his vigilant effort to detect the growing shoot of evil from the moment it showed above the surface. As he could not be everywhere, however, it is evident that many offences, trivial or otherwise, must have remained unsuspected and unpunished, but for a theory which he had originated and took great pains to propagate amongst his pupils. The theory was that every right-minded boy ought to feel himself in such a fiduciary position towards his master that it became a positive duty to acquaint him with any delinquencies he might happen to observe among his fellows, and if, at the same time, he was oppressed by a secret burden on his own conscience, it was understood that he might hope that the joint revelation would go far to mitigate his own punishment. It is doubtful whether this system, though I believe it is found successful in continental colleges, can be usefully applied to English boys, whether it may not produce a habit of mutual distrust and suspicion, and a tone the reverse of healthy. For myself, I am inclined to think that a schoolmaster will find it better in the long run, for both the character and morals of his school, if he is not too anxious to play the detective, and refrains from encouraging the more weak-minded or cowardly boys to save themselves by turning schoolmaster's evidence. Dr. Grimstone thought otherwise, but it must be allowed that the system, as in vogue at Christian House, did not work well. There were boys, of course, who took a sturdier view of their own rights and duties, and despised the tale-bearers as they deserved. There were others also, too timid and too dependent on the good opinion of others to risk the loss of it by becoming informers. But there were always one or two whose consciences were unequal to the burden of their neighbour's sin, and could only be relieved by frank and full confession. Unhappily, they had, as a general rule, contributed largely to the sum of guilt themselves, and did not resort to disclosure until detection seemed reasonably imminent. Chawner was the leader of this conscientious band. He revelled in the system. It gave him the means at once for gratifying the almost universal love of power, and of indulging a cat-like passion for playing with the feelings of others, which, it is to be hoped, is more uncommon. He knew he was not popular, but he could procure most of the incidents of popularity. He could have his little court of cringing toadies, he could levy his tribute of conciliatory presence, and vent many private spites and hatreds into the bargain, and he generally did. Having himself a tendency to acts of sly disobedience, he found it a congenial pastime to set the fashion from time to time in some one of the peccadilloes to which boyhood is prone, and to which the doctor's somewhat restrictive code added a large number. And as soon as he saw a sufficient number of his companions sufficiently implicated, his opportunity came. He would take the chief culprits aside, and profess in strict confidence certain qualms of conscience which he feared could only be appeased by unburdening his guilt-laden soul. To this none would have had any right to object, had it not necessarily, or at least from Chawner's point of view, involved a full, true, and particular account of the misdoings of each and every one, and consequently, for some time after these professions of misgivings, Chawner would be surrounded by a little crowd of anxiously obsequious friends, all trying hard to overcome his scruples, or persuade him at least to omit their names from his revelations. Sometimes he would affect to be convinced by their arguments, and send them away reassured. At others his scruples would return in an agitated form, and so he would keep them on tenterhooks of suspense for days and weeks, until he was tired of the amusement, for this practising on the fears of weaker natures is a horribly keen delight to some, or until some desperate little dog, unable to bear his torture any longer, would threaten to give himself up and make an end of it. Then Chawner, to do him justice, always relieved him from so disagreeable a necessity, and would go softly into the doctor's study, and in a subdued and repentant tone pour out his general confession for the public good. Probably the doctor did not altogether respect the instruments he saw fit to use in this way. Some would have declined to hear the informer out, flogged him well, and forgotten it. But Dr. Grimstone, though he was hardly likely to be impressed by their exhibitions of noble candour, and did not fail to see that the prospect of obtaining better terms for the penitent himself had something to do with them, yet encouraged the system as a matter of policy, went thoroughly into the whole affair, and made it the cause of an explosion which he considered would clear the moral atmosphere for some time to come. I hope that after this explanation Chawner's opposition to Mr. Bultitude's plans will be better understood. After tea he made Paul a little sign to follow him, and the two went out together in the little glass house beyond the schoolroom. It was dark, but there was light enough from the room inside for them to see each other's face. "Now, sir," began Paul with dignity, when he had closed the glass-house door behind him, "perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me how you mean to prevent me from seeing Dr. Grimstone, and telling him what I have to tell him." "I'll tell you, Dickie," said Chawner, with an evil smirk. "You shall know soon enough." "Don't stand grinning at me like that, sir," said angry Mr. Bultitude. "Say it out at once." It will make no difference to me, I give you warning." "Oh, yes, it will, though. I think it will. Wait, I heard all you said to Grimstone in the study to-day about that Connie Davenant, you know." "I don't care. I'm innocent. I have nothing to reproach myself with." "What a liar you are!" said Chawner, more in admiration than rebuke. "You told him you never gave her any encouragement, didn't you? And he said if he ever found you had, nothing could save you from a licking, didn't he?" "He did," said Paul. "He was quite right from his point of view. What then?" "Why, this," said Chawner. "Do you remember giving Jolland the last Sunday of last term a note from that very girl?" "I never did," said poor Mr. Bultitude. "I never saw the wretched girl before." "Ah," said Chawner, "but I've got the note in my pocket. Jolland was seedy and asked me to take it for you, and I read it, and it was so nicely written that I thought I should like to keep it myself, and so I did, and here it is." And he drew out with great caution a piece of crumpled paper, and showed it to the horrified old gentleman. "Don't snatch, it's rude. There it is, you see. 'My dear Connie, yours ever, Dick Bultitude.' No, don't you come any nearer. There now, it's safe. Now, what do you mean to do?" I don't know," said Paul, feeling absolutely checkmated. "Give me time." "I tell you what I mean to do. I shall keep my eye on you, and directly I see you make ready to go to Grimstone, I shall get up first and take him this. Then you'll be done for. You'd better give in, really, Dickie." The note was too evidently genuine. Dick must have written it. As a matter of fact, he had, in a moment of pique, no doubt, at some caprice of his real enslaver Dulcie's, but his fickleness brought fatal results on his poor father's undeserving head. If this diabolical Chawner carried out his threats, he would indeed be done for. He did not yet fully understand the other's motive, but he thought that he feared lest Paul, in declaring his own sorrows, might also accuse Tipping and Coker of acts of cruelty and oppression, which Chawner proposed to denounce himself at some more convenient opportunity. He hesitated painfully. "Well," said Chawner, "make up your mind. Are you going to tell him or not?" "I must," said Paul hoarsely. "I promise you I shall not bring any other names in. I don't want to. I only want to save myself, and I can't stand it any longer. Why should you stand between me and my rights in this currish way? I didn't know there were boys like you in the world, sir. You're a young monster." "I don't mean you to tell the doctor anything at all," said Chawner. "I shall do what I said." "Then do your worst," said Paul, stung to defiance. "Very well, then," returned Chawner meekly. "I will, and we'll see who wins." And they went back to the schoolroom again, where Mr. Bultitude, boiling with rage and seriously alarmed as well, tried to sit down and appear as if nothing had happened. Chawner sat down too, in a place from which he could see all Paul's movements, and they both watched one another anxiously from the corners of their eyes till the doctor came in. "It's a foggy evening," he said as he entered. "The younger boys had better stay in. Chawner, you and the rest of the first form can go to church. Get ready at once." Paul's heart leapt with triumph. With his enemy out of the way, he could carry out his purpose unhindered. The same thing apparently occurred to Chawner, for he said mildly, "Please, sir, may Richard Bultitude come too?" "Can't Bultitude ask leave for himself?" said the doctor. "Aye, sir," said the horrified Paul. "It's a mistake. I don't want to go. I don't feel very well this evening." "Then you see, Chawner, you misunderstood him.
By the way, Bultitude, there was something you were to tell me, I think." Chawner's small glittering eyes were fixed on Paul menacingly, as he managed to stammer that he did want to say something in private. "Very well. I am going out to see a friend for an hour or so. When I come back I will hear you." And he left the room abruptly. Chawner would very probably have petitioned to stay in that evening as well, had he had time and presence of mind to do so. As it was, he was obliged to go away and get ready for church. But when his preparations were made, he came back to Paul, and, leaning over him, said with an unpleasant scowl, "If I get back in time, Bultitude, we'll see whether you balk me quite so easily. If I come back and find you've done it, I shall take in that letter." "You may do what you please, then," said Paul, in a high state of irritation. "I shall be well out of your reach by that time. Now have the goodness to take yourself off." As he went, Mr. Bultitude thought, "I never in all my life saw such a fellow as that, never. It would give me real pleasure to hire someone to kick him." The evening passed quietly. The boys, left at home, sat in their places, reading or pretending to read. Mr. Blinkhorn, left in charge of them, was at his table in the corner, noting up his diary. Paul was free for a time to think over his position. At first he was calm and triumphant. His dearest hopes, his long-wished-for opportunity of a fair and unprejudiced hearing, were at last to be fulfilled. Chawner was well out of the way for the best part of 2 hours. The doctor was very unlikely to be detained nearly so long over one call. His one anxiety was lest he might not be able, after all, to explain himself in a thoroughly effective manner. He planned out a little scheme for doing this. He must begin gradually, of course, so as not to alarm the schoolmaster, or raise doubts of his sincerity, or worse still, his sanity. Perhaps a slight glance at instances of extraordinary interventions of the supernatural from the earliest times, tending to show the extreme probability of their survival on rare occasions, even to the present day, might be a prudent and cautious introduction to the subject. Only he could not think of any, and after all it might weary the doctor. He would start somewhat in this manner. "You cannot, my dear sir, have failed to observe since our meeting this year a certain difference in my manner and bearing." One's projected speeches are somehow generally couched in finer language than, when it comes to the point, the tongue can be prevailed upon to utter. Mr. Bultitude learnt this opening sentence by heart. He thought it taking a neat, the sort of thing to fix his hearer's attention from the first. After that, he found it difficult to get any further. He knew that all he was about to describe was plain, unvarnished fact, but how would it strike the stranger's ear? He found himself seeking ways in which to tone down the glaring improbability of the thing as much as possible, but in vain. "I don't know how I shall ever get it all out," he told himself at last. "If I think about it much longer, I shall begin to disbelieve it myself." Here Biddlecombe came up in a confidential manner and sat down by Paul. "Dick," he began in rather a trembling voice, "did I hear the doctor say something about your having something to tell him?" "Oh, Lord, here's another of them now," thought Paul. "You are right, young sir," he said. "Have you any objection? Mention it, you know, if you have. Pray mention it. It's a matter of life and death to me, but if you at all disapprove, of course that ought to be final." "No, but," protested Biddlecombe, I dare say I've not treated you very well lately. You were kind enough to suggest several very uncommonly unpleasant ways of annoying me, sir," said Paul resentfully. "If you mean that, you've kicked me more than once, and your handkerchief, unless I am very much mistaken, had the biggest and the hardest knot in it yesterday.
If that gives you the right to interfere and dictate to me now, like your amiable friend Mr. Chawner, I suppose you have it." "Now you're angry," said Biddlecombe humbly. "I don't wonder at it. I have behaved like a cad, I know, but, and this is what I wanted to say, I was sorry for you all the time." "That's very comforting," said Paul dryly. "Thank you. I'm vastly obliged to you." "I was, though," said Biddlecombe. I was led away by the other fellows. I always liked you, you know, Bultitude." "You've a very odd way of showing your affection," remarked Mr. Bultitude. "But go on, let me hear all you have to say." "It isn't much," said Biddlecombe, quite broken down. "Only don't sneak of me this time, Dick. Let me off, there's a good fellow. I'll stick up for you after this. I will, really. You used not to be a fellow for sneaking once. It's caddish to sneak." "Don't be alarmed, my good friend," said Paul. "I won't poach on that excellent young man Chawner's preserves. What I'm going to tell the doctor has nothing to do with you." "On your honour?" "Yes," said Paul testily, "on my honour. Now, perhaps you'll let me alone. No, I won't shake hands, sir. I've had to accept your kicks, but I don't want your friendship."
Biddlecombe went off, looking slightly ashamed of himself, but visibly relieved from a haunting fear.
"Thank goodness," thought Paul, "he wasn't as obstinate as the other fellow. What a set they are! I knew it. There's another boy coming up now."
And indeed one boy after another came up in the same way as Biddlecombe had done, some cringing more than others, but all vowing that they had never intended to do any harm, and entreating him to change his mind about complaining of his ill treatment. They brought little offerings to propitiate him, and prove the depth of their unaltered regard, pencil cases and pocket knives and so forth, until they drove Paul nearly to desperation. However, he succeeded in dispelling their fears after some hot arguments, and had just sent away the last suppliant when he saw Jolland, too, rise and come towards him. Jolland leaned across Paul's desk with folded arms, and looked him full in the face with his shallow light green eyes.
"I don't know what you've said to all those chaps," he began. "They've come back looking precious glum, but they won't tell me what you said."
Mr. Bultitude had, in satisfying their alarm, taken care to let them know his private opinion of them, which was not flattering. "But I've got something to say to you, and it's this. I never thought you would quite come down to this sort of thing."
"What sort of thing?"
said Paul, who was beginning to have enough of it. "Why, going up and letting on against all of us. It's mean, you know. If you've got bashed about pretty well since you came back, it's been all your own fault, and you know it. Last term you got on well enough. This time you began to be queer and nasty the very first day you came. I thought it was one of your larks at first, but I don't know what it is now, and I don't care. I stood up for you as long as I could till you acted like a funk yesterday. Then I took my share in lambing you, and I'd do it again. But if you are cad enough to pay us all out in this way, I'll have no more to do with you, mind that. That's all I came to say." This was an unpalatable way of putting things, but Paul could not help seeing that there was some truth in it. Jolland had been kind to him too, in a careless sort of way, and at some cost to himself, so it was with more mildness than temper that he answered him.
"You're on the wrong tack, my boy, the wrong tack. I've no wish to tell tales of anyone, as I've been trying to explain to your friends. There's something the matter with me, which you wouldn't understand if I told you."
"Oh, I didn't know," said Jolland, mollified. "If it's only physic you want—"
"Whatever it is," said Paul, not caring to undeceive him, "it wouldn't affect you or anyone here but myself. You're not a bad young fellow, I believe. I don't want to get you into trouble, sir. You don't want much assistance, I'm afraid, in that department, so be off like a good fellow and leave me in peace." All these interviews had taken time. He was alarmed, on looking at the clock, to see that it was nearly 8. The doctor was a long time over that call. For the first time he began to feel uneasy. He made hurried mental calculations as to the probability of the doctor or Chawner being the first to return. The walk to the church took about 20 minutes. Say the service took an hour, allowing for the return, he might expect Chawner back by about 8:30. It was striking the hour now. Half an hour only in which he could hope for any favourable result from the interview, for he saw this plainly, that if Chawner were once permitted to get the doctor's ear first, and show him that infamous love note, no explanation of his, even if he had nerve to make it then, which he doubted, could possibly seem anything more than a desperate and far-fetched excuse. If he could anticipate Chawner, on the other hand, and once convince the doctor of his story, the informer's malice would fall flat. And still the long hand went rapidly on, as Mr. Bultitude sat staring stupidly at it, with a faint sick feeling. It had passed the quarter now. Why did the doctor delay in this unwarranted manner? What a farce social civilities were! If he had allowed himself to be prevailed on to stay to supper. 20 minutes passed. Chawner and the others might return at any moment. The ring at the bell. There they were. All was over. No, he was saved. That was Dr. Grimstone's voice in the hall. What an unconscionable time he was taking off his greatcoat and gloves! But all comes to the man who waits. In another moment the doctor looked in, singled out Mr. Bultitude with a sharp glance and a "Now, Bultitude, I will hear you," and led the way to his study. Paul staggered rather than walked after him. As usual at the critical moment, his carefully prepared opening had deserted him. His head felt heavy and crowded. He wanted to run away, but forced himself to overcome such a suicidal proceeding, and follow to the study. There was a lighted reading lamp with a green glass shade upon the table. The doctor sat down by it in an armchair by the fire, crossed his legs, and joined the tops of his fingers together. "Now, Bultitude," he said again. Might I sit down?" said poor Mr. Bultitude, in a thick voice. It was all that occurred to him to say. "Sit by all means," said the doctor blandly. So Paul drew up a chair opposite the doctor and sat down. He tried desperately to clear his head and throat and begin, but the only distinct thought in his mind just then was that the lamp-shade lent a particularly ghastly hue to the doctor's face. "Take your time, Bultitude," said the latter, after a long minute, in which a little skeleton clock on the mantelpiece ticked loudly. "There's no hurry, my boy." But this only reminded Paul that there was every need for hurry. Chawner might come in and follow him here unless he made haste. Still he could only say, "You see me in a very agitated state, Dr. Grimstone, a very agitated state, sir." The doctor gave a short, dry cough. "Well, Bultitude," he said. "The fact is, sir, I'm in a most unfortunate position, and the worst of it is, I don't know how to begin." Here he made another dead stop, while the doctor raised his heavy eyebrows and looked at the clock. "Do you see any prospect of your finding yourself able to begin soon?" he inquired at last, with rather suspicious suavity. "Perhaps if you came to me later on—" "Not for the world!" said Paul, in a highly nervous condition. "I shall begin very soon, doctor. I shall begin directly. Mine is such a very singular case. It's difficult, as you see, to open it." "Have you anything on your mind?" asked the doctor suddenly. Paul could hear steps and voices in the adjoining cloakroom. The churchgoers had returned. "Yes, no," he answered, losing his head completely now. "That's a somewhat extraordinary, not to say an ambiguous reply," said the doctor. "What am I to understand by—" There was a tap at the door. Paul started to his feet in a panic. "Don't let him in!" he shrieked, finding his voice at last. "Hear me first! You shall hear me first! Say that other rascal is not to come in! He wants to ruin me!" "I was going to say I was engaged," said the doctor, "but there's something under this I must understand. Come in, whoever you are." And the door opened softly, and Chawner stepped meekly in. He was rather pale and breathed hard, but was otherwise quite composed. "Now then, Chawner," said the doctor impatiently, "what is it? Have you something on your mind too?" "Please, sir," said Chawner, "has Bultitude told you anything yet?" "No. Why? Hold your tongue, Bultitude. I shall hear Chawner first, not you." "Because, sir," explained Chawner, "he knew I had made up my mind to tell you something I thought you ought to know about him, and so he threatened to come first and tell some falsehood, I'm sure I don't know what, about me, sir. I think I ought to be here too." "It's a lie!" shouted Paul. "What a villain that boy is! Don't believe a word he says, Dr. Grimstone. It's all false, all." "This is very suspicious," said the doctor. "If your conscience were good, Bultitude, you could have no objection in preventing me from hearing Chawner. Chawner, in spite of some obvious defects in his character," he went on with a gulp. He never could quite overcome a repulsion to the boy. "Is on the whole a right-minded and conscientious boy. I hear Chawner first." "Then, sir, if you please," said Chawner, with an odious side smirk with triumph at Paul, who, quite crushed by horror of the situation, had collapsed feebly on his chair again. "I thought it was my duty to let you see this. I found it to-day in Bultitude's prayer book, sir." And he handed Dick's unlucky scrawl to the doctor, who took it to the lamp and read it hurriedly through. After that there was a terrible moment of dead silence. Then the doctor looked up and said shortly, "You did well to tell me of this, Chawner. You may go now." When they were alone once more, he turned upon speechless Paul with furious scorn and indignation. "Contemptible liar and hypocrite!" he thundered, pacing restlessly up and down the room in his excitement, till Paul felt very like Daniel, without his sense of security. "They are unmasked, unmasked, sir. You led me to believe that you were as much shocked and pained at this girl's venturing to write to you as I could be myself. You called it, quite correctly, forward and improper. You pretended you had never given her the least encouragement, had never heard her name even till to-day. And here is a note written, as I should imagine, some time since, in which you address her as Connie Davenant, and have the impudence to admire the hat she wore the Sunday before. I shudder, sir, to think of such duplicity, such precocious and shameless depravity. It astounds me. It deprives me of all power to think." Paul made some faint and inarticulate remark about being a family man, always most particular, and so forth. Luckily it passed unheard. "What shall I do with you?" continued the doctor. "How shall I punish such monstrous misconduct?" "Don't ask me, sir," said Paul desperately. "Only, for heaven's sake, get it over with as soon as possible." "If I linger, sir," retorted the doctor, "it is because I have grave doubts whether your offence can be expiated by a mere flogging, whether that is not altogether too light a retribution." "He can't want to torture me," thought Paul. "Yes," said the doctor again, "the doubt has prevailed. on a mind so hardened the cane would leave no lasting impression. I cannot allow your innocent companions to run the risk of contamination from your society. I must not permit this serpent to glide uncrushed, this cockatrice to practise his epistolary wiles within my peaceful fold. My mind is made up at whatever cost to myself, however it may distress and grieve your good father, who is so pathetically anxious for you. To do him credit, sir, I must do my duty to the parents of the boys entrusted to my care. I shall not flog you, sir, for I feel it would be useless. I shall expel you." "What?" Paul leapt up, incredulous. "Expel me? Do I hear you right, Dr. Grimstone? Say it again. You will expel me?" "I have said it," the doctor said sternly. "No expostulations can move me now." As if Mr. Bultitude was likely to expostulate. "Mrs. Grimstone will see that your boxes are packed the first thing to-morrow, and I shall take you myself to the station and consign you to the home you have covered with blushes and shame by the 9:15 train, and I shall write a letter tonight explaining the causes for your dismissal." Mr. Bultitude covered his face with his hands to hide, not his shame and distress, but his indecent rapture. It seemed almost too good to be true. He saw himself about to be provided with every means of reaching home in comfort and safety. He need dread no pursuit now. There was no chance either of his being forced to return to the prison house. The doctor's letter would convince even Dick of the impossibility of that. And best of all, this magnificent stroke of good luck had been obtained without the ignominy and pain of a flogging, without even the unpleasant necessity of telling his strange secret. But, having gained some experience during his short stay at the school, he had the duplicity to pretend to sob bitterly. "But one night more, sir," continued the doctor, "shall you pass beneath this roof, and that apart from your fellows. You will occupy the spare bedroom until the morning, when you quit the school in disgrace for ever." I said in other chapters that this Sunday would find Paul at its close, after a trying course of emotions, in a state of delicious ecstasy, of pure relief and happiness, and really that scarcely seems too strong an expression for his feelings. When he found himself locked secretly into a comfortable, warm bedroom, with curtains and a carpet in it, safe from the persecutions of all those terrible boys, and when he remembered that this was actually the last night of his stay here, that he would certainly see his own home before noon next day, the reaction was so powerful that he could not refrain from skipping and leaping about the room in a kind of hysterical gaiety, and as he laid his head down on a yielding, lavender-scented pillow, his thoughts went back, without a pang, to the varied events of the day. They had been painful, very painful, but it was well worth while to have gone through them to appreciate fully the delightful intensity of the contrast. He freely forgave all his tormentors, even Chawner, for had not Chawner procured his release? And he closed his eyes at last, with a smile of sybaritic satisfaction and gentle longing for the Monday's dawn to break. And yet some, after his experiences, would have had their misgivings. End of chapter 12.